going to have
minutes in.
To keep them off balance. Point Spirit's still down. Go fight. Look to use this dome.
Looking for it. Vision yet again. Raven there. Hook shot in. Look at the big old hit as they come through on to both of them.
Fanatic
Just
yan,
like that.
Fanatic yan.
Fnatic take 3. Yo, Raven's pretty good at Dota. So watch out for that man. Heartbreaking loss for Team Undying.
You gotta fight him.
Rubik, he's back into this one. Have Aster gone in a bit too deep? They need to commit now because they've already lost those other racks on the other side. The chase down, looking for a finish. SSS jumps in. The duel there. On to Quinn, able to get him for the kill, but he has buyback. Buyback comes down for both of them. Chasing for more, wanting to kill off that loadout. The jump forward, the finish. They take him down and now killing off White Album. Have they been able to open this one up?
They panicked, and Quincy pulled an incredible fight to stave off. I mean, that game looked like they were in so much trouble.
Unbelievable and heartbreak central for Aster. But if they buy back, if they can get Cactor, he's gonna have a dieback here. All in on the Sven. That's the name of the game for Alliance, and they've got him. He's dead. 2 minutes at Alliance. They see their opportunity. Chris Luck is up next. Nico Baby catches up to him. One hero down.
Double ball. Enggak.
Nice ether remnant, but Abed doesn't want to commit for it. They're actually going to do the rush up in. Oh, they might just be able to do this. Load it low, get the Aegis, get the Aegis, and they've got it. They managed to pick it up on Eurus. Now they turn and fight, but Arteezy's a little bit too big. A second life on the Sven, but without the God String, he may just die back to back. Luda's a little bit low, but a nice stomp will manage to get the Luda out of here. The Urus Splitter goes down, and Grit, he's the big man on campus now. He takes down Urus. He bobs Super in the head. And once again, a team wipe for Elephant.
Bulba. Abu. Indian 1K.
A reminder there of all the teams we lost today as we check out the bracket. Evil Geniuses. It's such an interesting one with them because sometimes they just look like they're just up the creek, no paddle to be found. And sometimes they just look like the best team at this tournament. And last night against Elephant, I don't know if any of you guys caught the match because personally, it was after my bedtime because I'm 7 months pregnant and I had to get up at 6 a.m. But did any of you guys get to watch that match?
I watched it.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch it?
I saw the Aegis because I was like half asleep, and I would hear every time Cap starts screaming. I'm like, oh, what's happening? Oh my God, he might get the. Oh, they're winning again. Oh, okay. So that was my experience.
So it's probably looking like EG actually in a confident position now to make it through the lower bracket run, especially as they've got through the perilous best of ones. Howie.
Yeah, I think Dota's sort of weird, especially in competitive. Like sometimes you can do really well in scrims and you can't seem to connect that to your matches. And it's like when your performance in scrims, you can really bring out the same level of gameplay and comfort into your matches. That's when teams really succeed. For example, like I was told that Elephant actually looked like the best Chinese team in scrims. And unfortunately, they were eliminated against EG in a best of one. So form is a weird thing in Dota.
Yeah, Faith Beyond actually said that Elephant was like the team that they're the most afraid of prior to the group stage. And now they're saying it's secret.
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like I was told, like the words used to describe Elephant, like teams were legit terrified of them.
Yep. And that they weren't trying throughout the seasons, but yeah, it's weird. It's hard to say.
Well, I'm legitimately terrified of our next guest coming to us live. It is Action Slacks, and it's okay because I've got the three of you to help us out here. So Action Slacks, you're not on your own. What's going on?
Hello, we're doing a live hit this morning. There's no need to be afraid, Frankie. Hello, we are here in front of the Aegis, and I can prove that we're live.
I love Artifact.
Yep, it would definitely... No, don't worry, everyone. It's good. Hello, welcome. Suns Fan TV had a wonderful day yesterday. We are here next to the Aegis TI6 alumni. We almost got it, buddy. This is as close as we've ever been.
Can I touch it?
Maybe at the end, but first, you must pay me with knowledge. How did you think yesterday went? What was your favorite moment?
That's not knowledge. That's just asking my opinion on something. That's completely different, Slacks.
It's knowledge.
I thought the first game, Spirit versus IG, was super hype, and I'm a little biased because I was casting it, but Yeah, that was probably the best game I've cast in a long time. I cast it poorly, of course, but that's par for the course.
Who would have thought Suns fan would be so egotistical as to pick his own game? Disgusting creature. Today, what are you most excited about?
Probably the Hassan Bowl, right? OG versus EG, or versus Quincy Crew, I should say. That's going to be super hype. And I mean, every series at this point is going to be pretty hype in all likelihood. Like, only the best teams are left. Slag, I almost called you Cinderin. I apologize for that. Okay. You are not a robot. You are the opposite.
Thank you very much. All right, I suppose you've earned it. You can touch it just a little bit, but be careful. Don't. Only a tiny little nub.
Oh, it's so cold. So cold, Zachary.
It yearns for the touch of a player, and perhaps we will have one of those soon. Back to you, Frankie.
I mean, we've got quite a few of them right here. I have to say, you're not allowed anywhere near it. We're going to put some white gloves on this man and actually maybe bind hands behind his back.
He's just desecrating it in front of you. Your name's on the back of that thing, isn't it? And he's just fondling it.
It's better for it with Suns fan.
It's a good touch. How far the mighty have fallen out.
How would you know what his touch is like?
Well, I was on his team for a bit. He's a very comforting dude.
Oh, okay. Massages. He's a giver.
Here, I have to say, you're not allowed anywhere near it.
Okay, just for you.
He's a giver, but he's very selfish in who he gives them out to, it turns out. Now, for you guys,
on the back of that
do you feel
thing,
like
isn't it?
treating yourselves? Because,
Fondling
again,
it,
we know that we cannot have you here in the arena, but it feels like we're in your homes right now. I know some of you are probably taking us with you on the bus, in the office, and we thank you for tuning in. But if you really want to feel like you're at TI10, obviously, you want to get yourself a sweet, sweet jacket, a jumper, one of our arcane specials. If you do, then head to theinternational.wearnations.com because the secret shop is now open. And right now,
it feels like
we're going to relive some history. We like a little lesson, and my history book is a little bit small. So you know what? We're not going to read. We're going to watch. Enjoy.
Okay. Because the secret.
So in one of the most iconic Dota games, I think that will go down in history is Game 4 of TI8 with OG versus PSG LGD. It was a game full of unforgettable moments.
We're gonna watch.
He catches on it! They're going for top. They're trying to make space. Is it off? Seb gets the call.
One of these unbelievable plays, everyone missed it. So in one of them, including me. Dota.
He's got eyes on him. At the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Anna. He's in trouble. Left right silence connect. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Anna down for a minute and a half.
And I was like, what happened? Like, I didn't quite understand.
People were asking us, like, what about the Ana, you know, the selling items? What are you talking about? Which item did you sell?
It's actually hard for anyone to understand because it all happens so fast. Ana, I think he just immediately recognized, I'm dead. We lose the game. I need to do whatever possible to clutch this. So he drags his items and sells them to ensure that he has the buyback gold.
I didn't quite
My buyback just sold.
People were asking us, like, about the Ana, you know, the items.
It takes me 40 seconds to break it down. It happened in what? 1 second, half a second? Like he realized they were ganking. He's checking his buyback goal. And in the meantime, he's juking them. He's doppelgangering with PL, microing an illusion to fake like it's the real one. I mean, that happened in 1 second, you know?
I mean, it's mental. If you go back to the moment and you ask somebody to do that play in that stress situation, he might, you know, fumble because it's such a high pressure situation. Yet Ana does it very cool, calm, collected.
The later the game went, like they had no chance. We knew that, and I think Ana recognizing that and being able to sell the item, I think it's ridiculous, but also like genius level.
They would have absolutely won. That's like right. I think that was even before the moment where the Seb call happened.
Back to the moment and you ask somebody
this all led up to this legendary moment in TI.
OG hitting the ancient, I love this game so much, man.
The best plays come from just feeling it. Like you don't have to think about it. For some reason, through all those like tens of thousands of hours of Dota, You've learned to see an angle.
It's incredible. This instinct when you're just playing the game and you're not really thinking. I mean, to make a play like that, it's wild, man. That's a real 900 IQ play.
Sell a few items, end up with a few million. You know, keeping it cool, calm and collected as we would expect from Anna. Sorry, I stole Quinn's last name and I promise you that wasn't even intentional. But man, that will happen.
Callahan?
Callahan.
Don't steal that.
Callahan.
the game.
A man who never makes a mistake, unlike me on the desk, it turns out this morning, is our friend, Mr. Purge. And he's here to get you excited for this PSG-LGD matchup.
Hey guys, you've heard lots about PSG-LGD, tons of talk about how good they are, but let's break down exactly how good they are. If we take a look at how good they did in the group stage, there's a lot of W's on the board. They ended up winning 15 of their 16 total matches, and it gets more ridiculous than this. How many games were they ever behind in net worth by any significant margin? Only 3 total matches, one of which they lost. So how do you beat PSG-LGD? Not really sure, but even if you are winning, you have to be even more careful. So let's take a look at some of those examples of the mistakes that were made against them that got PSG-LGD back in the game. Here we are, Elephant already eliminated, unfortunately, but big advantage in this game. They get a skewer back on the Mars. He pops BKB, and at the same time that Io goes to relocate, save the Mars, Eurus also goes in on Ursa. That means he overextends, he ends up dying here, and then with that advantage, PSG-LGD is going to go across the map. They did also buy back Morphling for this fight, so things are a little scary, but the problem is that LGD killed the Roche so quickly, they get Aegis on their Morphling. Here we are, Elephant gets there too late, so now their carry doesn't have buyback. So it gave them this huge advantage. They ended up getting about a 7k gold lead swing from that fight and getting Aegis, a huge advantage there. The other match that was crucial for PSG-LGD was up against Fnatic. Here's that fight. LGD going high ground, or sorry, Fnatic going high ground with Luna. This is going to look familiar. Quark jumps backline with BKB, killing the Winter Wyvern. A very crucial kill, but the problem is that after the respawn on Raven, he instantly gets gripped. Quap wants to jump back in to stop that grip. The problem is that she ends up going a little bit late. Right when grip is ending, she jumps in to Orchid the Bane, but now her BKB is knocked active. And it looks okay for Fnatic here because they've been ahead so far in the game, but she ends up dying, and that leads to a cascade of kills. Queen of Pain dies, Timbersaw dies, Luna ends up getting picked off as well, and this one is even more extreme. 8k gold advantage from this one fight, and it finally gets PSG-LGD back in the game. You cannot make mistakes against this team, assuming you're winning. Here's a little bit later in the match, after they've caught up by 8k gold, they're going to jump in, drop a monster Chronosphere, and even with the defensive rules that goes on Luna to buy him time, they still lose Queen of Pain here, and as a result, there's another 4k gold swing from this fight. One small mistake from the Quap, leading to 2 basically unpreventable team fights that just got LGD so far ahead. So can you beat them? It's going to be really hard, but maybe the best teams can.
Here's a little bit later in the match, Purge.
After they caught up by
that all made
they're going to jump in, drop a monster Chronos.
You give them an inch, and they'll take a
that goes on Luna to buy him time.
It's very hard to break down LGD because it really just seems like they do everything right. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about for, you know, their flair, things that make them interesting, but like the bottom line, I think Aoi used these words exactly. He said like their fundamentals are just so good, right? That it lets them do things like innovate. For example, like I remember during the group stage, they did the game where they had Wisp like hard to break down. And I was like, what kind of combo? That's a weird combo. Really? Like you initially like question it because it's so strange and new. And then the Wisp was tethering the Lycan Wolves, and it's like, oh well, that's kind of cool. Wisp moves very quickly because the Wolves move very quickly. And then you realize Lycan picks up the Helm Dom.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden you have
it
shares control, and you essentially have this core IO from a support position, because Lycan doesn't use the Helm Dom unless he's ulted, and his ult has a long cooldown, so you may as well just let the Wisp use it, who's going to be running around killing people. And it was insane. It was like legitimately, they had 4 cores, and it's like, this team is not getting complacent. They're not just like, oh yeah, we're good now, we'll just like use our fundamentals and go win. Nah, dude, they're innovating.
Well, they are going to be kicking off the day, so let's take a look at the schedule and see what else we've got in store for you lucky Dota fans. So T1, they're going to be up against LGD. I don't think any of our other teams today envy them. We've got Vici Gaming versus VPM out of upper bracket match. And then we go to the lower bracket, Fnatic versus Team Spirit, and Quincy Crew versus OG. Now, obviously OG, a bit of a surprise, I guess, for some viewers seeing them in the lower bracket, but they did go up against a very strong Team Secret yesterday, Aoi.
Yeah, I mean, OG, 2-time defending champions.
B1.
I think, honestly, it's more about
Other
Team
teams.
Secret yesterday than it was about
We've
Hub.
got
I think the Dota that they showed yesterday on Team Secret
to the lower
is the first time I felt like LGD wasn't going to win the tournament for sure, actually. I think, I mean, every Dota player has a bias, but for me, I think how Team Secret play Dota is, to me, it's correct. Like, I like how they play, I like how they think about the game. And the other team I think is really innovative is LGD. Jenkins was mentioning that they have some really innovative strategies, and I really like for LGD that they base it in their foundation. I never feel like they go out of their way to pick a cheese pick and it ruins their lineup. Like, that's what happens a lot in Dota when you try to get too creative, but you don't have a strong concrete foundation to back it up. It never happens to LGD. They look cool and they look solid at the same time.
For you, that second Secret game was absolute domination over OG yesterday. Was that partly also due to OG's draft just being maybe a little bit too wild, Tsunami?
Yeah, I know part of the hoodwink Thompson thing was exposed earlier on. I think during DPC Season 2, first few weeks, everyone was like, oh my god, it's Thompson at it again. Wild new picks, crazy itemization. And at this point, everyone knows to keep OG on the radar. You have to be looking at what they're playing in pubs, what they're even thinking about in competitive, because in TI9, the core IO was exposed for the very first time. I had spoken to Insania, and he was like, we didn't see it in scrims. Ana was just playing it
Other than unranked, yeah.
Yeah, he was playing it in Australian and unranked pubs in party queue.
And now people are actually taking unranked more seriously.
Very much
like,
so.
People are looking at Smurfs, people are looking at unranked, party queue, whatever. It's like everything is serious because of that.
Yeah, so everything's on the radar now, and so it doesn't surprise me at all that Secret, especially with Heen, is keeping their finger on the pulse, and which is why I'm looking forward to if they do face up against LGD, then I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg for Secret and LGD in terms of hero picks, strategy, all of that stuff, and seeing it maybe in a potential winners bracket final, I think would be a real treat.
And Jenkins, for you, do you think what we saw from Quincy Crew and that resilience in turning things around against Asta, because it did really look to us like Quincy were having an early exit from the main group stage from the main stage, I should say. Do you think that they've now got the resilience to go up against OG and take a best of 3?
Yeah, I do. You know, the funny thing is, like, Quinn said in the interview, he was asked, like, you know, did it turn around during the pause? What happened during the pause? And he was like, no, like we kind of knew that we had it. Oh, in the tier 3s, like when the Luna was hitting at your tier 4s, were you worried? He's like, no, like we knew that was like a bad timing for them. We had a later timing, and it sounds like something that a Dota player would say, just like they're excited they won, and you know you're just confident in yourself. You want to exude confidence for your team or whatever. He's serious. He's dead serious because during the NADPC, he was playing against Eternal Envy. And there were mega creeps against him for about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It was like a 70-minute long game.
I remember.
With like crazy ballista throne plays. Like,
was that with the Winter Wyvern and the
yes,
Giant
yeah.
Swing?
It was the most absurd, ridiculous game ever. And then we interviewed Quinn afterwards, and we were like, dude, like, were you worried? Was that a crazy, exciting game for you? And he's like, no, like, we had great 70-minute timing. He wasn't kidding. He's dead serious. Dead serious. He thought that even though they had lost in mega creeps were against them, that they had the late game timing, and Nature's Prophet was their carry. It's not even a kid, like it's not even a carry hero. But he's like, yeah, people don't realize Nature's has a good late game timing. So I feel like this team is just they're objective. They're really objective, and so I think going against, they don't care who they're up against. I really don't. I think they're resilient.
Is it true that Quinn is like ranked the best player in the NA Dota? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's ranked 1. He's like ranked 3 in Europe right now, which is where all the good.
And he was ranked 1 for a bit too, right? It's been switching with him, nothing to say in GPK.
GPK, yeah, exactly. So Quinn's really solid.
But one man cannot carry a team alone. Who do you think is his greatest ally in that team, Tsunami?
It's the South American import that we're speaking of. It's been Leslau. I think all the other players have glimpses of greatness, but I think the anchor, and I mean that in a positive context of someone who's always solid, not someone who's bringing the team down, has been Leslau historically, not even just as a recent development. I think Season 1, Season 2, and even their Animator performance, even though it was not quite what they were hoping for. What does that mean, Frankie?
That means we are ready to start with the first match of day 2. Don't worry, because we are going to be having Quincy Crew playing at the end of the day against Team OG. It was mentioned earlier by Sir Action Slacks and Suns Fan that it's Hassan Bowl. basically, this is an absolute treat. Sometimes we see these two 1v1, sometimes, rarely, we get to see the actual teams go up against each other. But you know what? I'm going to get an expert to explain exactly what Hassan Bowl means as we wait to invite our teams onto the stage.
What?
Well, I mean, I think more than Hassan Bowl, OG knocked down the Jack Chen team, like, with MSS at the last two TIs in the upper bracket.
Were they newbie NA?
Yeah, it was Neilby and it was VGJ Storm. Both times they played versus OG in the upper bracket first round. They looked really good in groups, and OG just crushed their dreams. And this time, it's a little bit of a revenge story because it's a change of scenery. You know, OG, they've never been to the lower bracket.
It's true.
They don't know what it's like down there.
Thompson's 100% TI main event win rate has been shattered at this point.
And we're used to the trenches.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we were born there. We're molded in the trenches.
You know, I think Quincy Crew showed during the group stage, they said it, that they had some lows and it can't get worse. And so I want to believe that Quinn is resilient. I want to believe that Quincy Crew is resilient. But like, this is OG we're talking about. I mean, do we really think that they care about lower bracket? They won 2 TIs. Every single year, people are against them, including this year. And now it's just mounting even more. I kind of feel like, again, this is just gonna fuel them. This is the pressure that they are not getting from the crowd because no crowd, but now they're lower bracket. They're like, okay, now we're good. Now we're in our prime zone.
I feel like OG felt like they didn't have enough haters.
Yes.
Because this year people are like, they've won twice, so they had to drop down to the lower bracket. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly
to encourage the haters to feel them.
Right.
I can see that actually.
It's about
that
fuel.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got a desk of NA panelists, and I forgot, if you give them an inch and you ask them a simple question, the answer to which is, it's called Hassan Bowl because Yawa, position 1 of Quincy Crew, and Sameo, position 1 of OG, are actually brothers,
That's
and
what you were
they're going to be going up against each other later today, and therefore it's going to be really exciting. If you asked for that answer, you're going to get a load of people fanboying about Quincy Crew and talking about USA. There's the chant.
I was fanboying OG, okay.
You know what? We are so close to starting off with this upper bracket matchup. It is a true David and Goliath story. PSG LGD versus T1. Let's kick it off. Here they are from SEA. It's T1! They are one of the teams at the International who prefer to take it slow, favouring late game hard carries. They are extremely patient and they will wait until the chance to make a comeback as needed with a reactionary playstyle. This is a team that very much fights together. And you know what? If one of their rivals gets a bit of a nice advantage out there, they're never necessarily going to feel secure because T1 are never going to be far away from catching up. How do you think T1 are looking particularly dangerous?
Yeah, I think they're looking good. I think they had a little bit of a rough part after Animator, but they've really caught up now.
All right, well, let's meet their rivals. It's PSG LGD. LGD, a team with a true international legacy. Released Kari Arme, he is a name who is synonymous with this competition. And on day 1 of the group stage, this team impressed with 4 one-sided wins in games against Quincy Crew and Team Spirit. One of their games lasted more than 30 minutes, but the rest of them were absolute barnstormers. And this Chinese squad has never once looked in jeopardy since arriving in Bucharest, Romania. So as they walk up the steps to their player booth, they're going to be getting very comfortable indeed because they expect to be playing in it quite a few times over the next few days. But let's find out just why these guys are so scary.
AA Blast is actually coming inside a pit. If that hits on multiple heroes, they should go in.
And there it is coming down. Are they going to make the move through?
Shinkyu
gets it! How does he get away with that? Oh my!
They could actually just commit for the roast with the Wukongs. They're going to try it. Balance out. Mars, pretty goddamn tanky. She can lose the kick out. That's a massive play. Queefer, who loses the Wukong's command, but now with the terrorized Arme, he's in. Battle trade pop. Do they have the extra control? Queefer trying to get a little bit of distance away, but Arme, he's locked on his target. Once again, Boxy, it's such an important ultimate, but it will not matter. Arena drop, controlling Liquid. They lose them all. Buybacks forced out here, but the Atos is there. Puck. Down and done with Shinkyu, triple kill. An incredible fight there from the Earth Spirit. They want more blood as well, a massive fight for the Roast Pit. But Liquid, these are a lot of diebacks coming out. They're just feeding their life one after the other.
But it's not getting the fight as they got themselves the buybacks coming in from VG. They've got the Aegis on Amit, so killing off this Void twice is going to be a problem. With BKBB, Popeye, Ori, they'll go after this Void. They've got the Hex, they've got the Finger. Can they get the first life out of his hands? LSA, Infest, that's going to keep Ori alive for a moment, but the time I'll go around to Boyoyo, it's still not enough. VG in trouble. JQ with a Superman stun. That was beautiful coming in with the Scatter Blast. All 11 times. JQ's dead. Ame trying to rip him up as they get the kill on the DY. That's 2 years still without a buyback. They've got the Red Cooks out of Boyoyo. Peeking out around him. The kill out of the light stealer. They should be able to take this game and eat the series at 1. What a play by that Snapfire. Put everything on the line with that shard, just stuns them all.
Yeah, a quad stun from a Scatter Blast. I've not seen that before.
Amazing.
And then a sick cookie fallout as well.
I kind of assume that he needs an early blink with the puck, but no, he's actually going to sustain items with the mech. They're going to try and catch him out here, but very smart TP by him. Oh, actually, he Winter's Curse a creep, which was barely in range of the Magnus. Shinkyu, you goddamn genius.
That was amazing. That was such a good play from Shinkyu. I was just about to say, this Magnus just made the play of the game. He got his team back into it because they wasted Exo, they wasted DK for him. But Shinkyu, he just completely changes the state of the game.
Four-man smoke up, trying to find that initiation. The tier 4s, evil geniuses, you're gonna have to find a way into this one. They immediately jump like the ball in response. Fate Beyond with the 2-man, looks to be able to get the calling blade that dies. Abed's dead, RTZ coming up next, and they've called it evil geniuses. They tap out. PSG LGD, a clean ass 3-0 sweep. Without a doubt, the best team in the world right now.
Tsunami, is
Yes.
the man right? Are they the best team in the world right now?
I think they are. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a solid argument against them. They take elements from every single region. It's not just they're the best in China. It's not just like they're the best at one aspect of, drafting or team fighting or something. From top to bottom, they have all the boxes checked. And the only shortcoming I would have thought is that maybe, when it comes to TI pressure, Ame is the most familiar, Xiaowei, Xiaoba behind him, obviously. But the rest of it, I think, as storied of an organization as LGD is, some of the players may be a little bit more unfamiliar, but after seeing them at the Animajor, plowing through all the way, beating evil geniuses, I think that they're the best team in the world, but they'll still lose to Secret because that's what my prediction says.
Well, I'm going to quote Aoi right to his face. You once said, Ari, that they're the least stereotypical Chinese team playstyle-wise since Wings Gaming. So I want you to explain to me what you mean and if you still stand by that.
Yeah, I do still stand by that. I think when you think of Chinese teams, you think of a slow, methodical style, maybe waiting for your own timing. You think of the turtle from Burning. He would just farm until he has all his items to be ready to fight. LGD are not like that. They have the most innovative drafts of the tournament, and also their playstyle is like some sweeping 4-man with Ame waiting to his timing. They have like the legacy of Wings in them. You can see how they play. They play off 2 lanes extremely well, play between those 2 lanes so they can get 5 people to fights. They set up for towers extremely well to the point where, I mean, they've also just been winning, so it's a bit of a skewed statistic. But I think they have the slowest towers being taken. Like, no one kills their towers early. And, yeah, no, they're just... It's as Tsunami said, they're just everything right now.
I think it makes sense, too, that they have a little bit of every region because they're literally famous in China for their insane work ethic. And we saw it at the Animajor as well, where... like the camera guys were like walking behind just doing like cool camera shots of the teams, and like these guys are winning and just in the replay like huddled around together talking about like what they did wrong while winning decisively. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, I remember I was at a summit where Wings won, and they just won the tournament, and Y and Faith Beyond were watching the replay immediately after they won the entire tournament. It was the same at the Animajor. Like, I feel like they would win a match, and Xiaowei would actually yell at them. Like, Fiction was like, why? You're too far up. You guys only won 40 kills to 2. It was a stop in 16 minutes. It should have been 15.
It's like, it feels stereotypical to say just because, like, I feel like every year the best teams just get better. And it makes sense. It's like every single year it's more competitive. We got DPC this year. But, like, this team seems like they could be the greatest team of all time, and they're just looking to prove it at TI, basically.
Can we talk about Xinkyu as well? Because he has such an interesting story. He originally was a substitute for Faith Bian, and then he moved to position 4 from 3 when Mr. FB came back. And we can actually kind of see the legacy of that in game, because sometimes we see farm priority swapping between the off-lane roles between position 3 and 4. And sometimes we see him even playing core heroes in that support role, Jenkins.
Yeah, and Liquid's another team that does that a lot. Of course, would it be great if Insania could speak to that, but he's not here this morning. But and maybe he wouldn't, because it's But anyway, some of the best teams do that. I think over the years, as time has progressed, the role system that existed in Dota, which was very like rigid and structured before, has kind of broken down, and you see it in like even OpenAI, like the literal like robots that are like optimizing the game 100% in terms of like farming efficiency and stuff. They had the gyrocopter carry going and warding and stuff like that, because when a computer looks at it, it's like, well, yeah, this is the best thing to be happening at this period of time. And so the best teams are realizing that, like, okay, maybe the 4 position should be warding here. Maybe the 4 position is actually better with farm because it sets up for the 3 position to get more farm later. And it's a lot more complicated to figure that out, but as time progresses, we have a lot more stats on things. We've got all of these replays that we can look at. We've got DPC. We can see every region. There's Dota being played at all points. So I think it's just a natural thing as time progresses, and it doesn't surprise me that the team that we're arguing is like the best in the world does this a lot, where they're swapping roles constantly.
And Tsunami, this is a team that likes to play their matches and fight extremely fast. I mean, I said earlier, only one of their group stage matches went over 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? We've seen that trip some of the teams up here. We've seen teams also going, okay, right, game number 3, we're going to have to take this slow. For LGD, is that their potential only Achilles heel, or actually is it one of their strengths?
It would be, if you hadn't been paying attention to Dota and you saw the average match lengths for both these teams, T1 is on the highest end right now, along with Fnatic, which are both Southeast Asian teams, and the Chinese teams are among the fastest. And for the longest time, there has been this paradigm where it's like, oh, Chinese Dota, very farm heavy, they just sit back and get last hits, get Medusa really farmed. That's not the case anymore. And it's also part of the reason why I think it is still just the tip of the iceberg for LGD, because they're winning fast, but it's not necessarily fast strategies. They're just good at the game, and they're getting everything that they need, that they're like, okay, let's just finish now. We don't have to. We checked all the boxes. Let's just wrap this thing up. Whereas T1, historically, throughout their DPC, at least with Season 2, once they had this solid roster, has been more patient and more choreographed, where they're like, okay, we can sit back.
It's so funny too, because it's totally the opposite of like the crazy, SEA pubs, like stereotype running around killing people. They're very patient, and I do think that they like fighting, and I do think that they fight a lot, but they're methodical about how they fight. I remember during ESL, when we were watching VP and T1, 2 teams who are absolutely incredible at team fighting, we were sitting there watching and being like, man, this is like a dance that's happening because they'd be in and out, they'd be moving together. You know, there'd be some smoke wraparound. A Doom would press Doom on like the 2 targets that we are all looking at. It's like, hypothetically, these are the best 2 targets to go on. T1 would hit those 2 targets perfectly. It's like, how do they make this happen in every single game? And this, to me, is why you can never count T1 out, because they're so on the same page when it comes to team fighting.
But you were asking if it was an Achilles heel for LGD. Not against T1, because every single time these 2 teams have faced off, it has gone LGD's way. It went LGD's way in the group stage of Singapore. It went LGD's way in the winner's bracket final of the Ana Major. It went LGD's way in Dota Pit, and that was with a stand-in, and it went LGD's way in ESL Fall. So every single time these teams have faced up against each other, LGD has T1's number.
Well, we've got a little bit of time to talk about T1. Hopefully the draft is going to be ready soon. Don't worry, T1 fans. We will be talking about them later on as well, because, of course, this is a best-of-3 series. But, Aoi, you've described T1's playstyle as long-range poke plus saves. Explain yourself, please.
Yeah, I think it's a lot to say about what Tsunami and Jenkins said. They like to play teamfights very patiently. So what I saw at T1 is they would always have all these long-range spells. You poke your enemies, and then you'd have saves, because if your enemy keeps constantly poking you with long-range spells, you have to choose to commit on them. And then because you have saves to back that up, you can turn them committing on you into a really good team fight. I think the best example is at the Ana Major, they will play a lot of like Viper, Winter Wyvern, Nyx, and they just have these combos that are really hard to play against. I think this tournament, like Wyvern, he has a super high win rate, but he's not the same hero. Same for Nyx. They found it with like some CMs, some Treants, and I feel like they're back to their old form, because they looked a little bit lost after those heroes got nerfed. I mean, they still had really good results, but not the same T1 we saw at Ana Major and that one ESL Summer.
Not like, 3rd place, 1st place T1. Yeah.
I think they're back this tournament. Like, I think they've won their last 8 matches, maybe 10 matches. I don't even know. They had like a rough start. They lost to some very good teams, and then they just steamrolled the rest of the group and made it into upper bracket.
So let's talk a bit also about the setup of T1 as well, because it's slightly different to LGD. I hope you'll agree with me, Tsunami, so I get to feel clever about myself for once.
I absolutely 100%.
Thank you. Well, I'll try and explain what I mean. Cuckoo, their captain, he's a position 3. That's quite rare. Normally it's the support who will be playing in that captain role and kind of calling the shots. I know people get to make their own decisions in this particular game, but he also is kind of selfish in terms of his farm priority.
Yeah, and I think inherently that comes from being a captain, that you have to... well, I guess there are 2 different approaches, because sometimes some captains are very selfless, the classic position 6 style of Western supports who are like, hey, it's okay, you know, I'm just watching the mini-map 90% of the time, I'm not going to worry about last hits. Cuckoo is like, I am the master, as he has so often said in his interviews. He is the master and the commander. And so once he knows what he needs to do, he can tell everyone else. Everyone falls in line. And as we spoke to LGD being more fluid with their roles, I do think that T1 are a little bit more rigid, where Whitemon and Zephyr do take more of a passenger seat while Cuckoo's driving.
100%. 100%. I actually think it's like a very personality type driven thing
also
for
true.
Cuckoo. He's just like, I'm Cuckoo, I'm farming. And I also think with Whitemon and Zephyr on your team, there's a lot of space for that to happen. The game versus Thunder Predator, where Whitemon and Zephyr, they were Shadow Shaman with 2 levels in Ether Shock, so he's not really able to kill creeps that quickly. And then Undying, who's one of the worst creep killers in the game. These guys were cutting creep waves right in front of Thunder Predator's base, doubling them up, running them to creep camps together, and then nuking them down with Tombstone. And they kept their 3 greedy cores in the game alive to the point where they could... I think they actually got quite outdrafted in that game, and I think they would admit that, and they realized that, and that's why they were doing that. But Whitemon and Zephyr are 100% able to make space for their boys, and I think that's a big reason why Cuckoo gets so farmed. It's because Whitemon and Zephyr are so active just together in the early phase of the game.
And the other thing about T1, we know that LGD, you know, they work incredibly hard. They've obviously got a taskmaster, a kind taskmaster of a coach.
Sure.
I'm not saying that as a bad thing over on their side, but over on T1, they've kind of got the family feel going on, Aoi. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and I think it's something they specifically cultivated. I think they played a match at ESL where they had some crazy comeback, and in an interview, they had just like gotten out of quarantine and gone to the same room. They said, there's no way we would have won that match if we were not in the same room, because they feed off each other's energy. They also have March, who's a very lovable teddy bear type guy, you know, very comforting. He is a massage type of guy, by the way.
And you know from personal experience?
Yes, he's very nice.
Okay,
I like
I'm going to look him
up. Sorry. And I think that contributes to their playstyle. I like what Tsunami said a lot, actually, about how Cuckoo will take a bit of farm priority because he's a captain. I think if you're playing captain from a core role, you're making calls based on your own strength. And I think they've identified that about their team, and they always give the right person the setup in the game in order to make the right calls. I think this match in particular, it will be all about Cuckoo's lane. Like, if Y and Ame can shut Cuckoo down, I think T1's potential is a lot lower.
Also because I think 23 Savage and Carl have been quite autopilot, and I mean that in a good way throughout this group stage. Carl, to me, has taken the crown, and not just because of his team's position as the best Southeast Asian mid. And for me, it was always a close contention between Abed, obviously, Armel, and then Yopaj recently emerged to me as a strong contender after Neon's run in Singapore. But Carl just, like, you have to put so much ban priority on him to make sure that he doesn't get comfort. And then even if you're putting him not on his Doom, for example, which no one's really playing anymore, he's still very, very consistent. So Cuckoo doesn't need to worry about Carl at all. And then even for 23 Savage, I think he trusts his support duo enough that he's like, that lane is fine. I just need to worry about me.
The Doom is interesting because it's not something that other teams have really been able to replicate to the same degree of success. I remember, like, after Animajor, there was a lot of teams trying to pick it, and it was going horribly. It was just feeding the lanes and never really coming online like, like Carl would. And one interesting thing about these two teams, actually, is that Carl and Nothing to Say, I remember at the Animajor distinctly, like, these two players were the ones that at least popularized the Dragonlance, Daedalus, Satanic, like, ranged hero mid, Lina, Shadow Fiend, for example. And now that's the meta. So I kind of feel like, you're saying, like, Carl's in contention to be, like, the best mid in SEA. I kind of feel like it's because he set the meta. But it's cool that on the other side, it's like Nothing to Say. It's the same thing. It was both of these guys. Everybody else was doing all sorts of other crazy stuff. Remember, Void Spirit was a big thing going into Animajor, and then these two were like, nope, we're gonna play a carry mid.
Well, Nothing to Say also has a Southeast Asia background as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's probably that pub culture that kind of was instrumental.
It's the way to do it now. It's the way to do it.
Going into this, though, I remember I was looking up about T1's story, and Kips, who's someone I'm from the community I'm very fortunate to have played some Dota with. Thank you, Kips. But she was saying that basically Carl had quite a limited hero pool going into this. But actually, looking at the stats from the group stage, maybe Carl was just hiding something, because it actually seems like there's a lot more variety coming out that mid lane draft than perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're seeing with Abed as well, another Southeast Asian technically mid, where EG is just kind of like keeping things under wraps for right now. I think that of the depth to see, I think Cuckoo's probably going to dip into his own pool first before he starts having to whip out Carl surprises, because even though Carl probably does have more depth, I do think that of his team, he probably has the least versatility, and that's not a bad thing, because if he's really good on what he's good at, then just keep giving it to him, but maybe LGD might push him to the limits.
I feel like that's fine for mid these days, though. Like, the current meta works in T1's favor, and in Carl's favor. Like, think about, like, you're never going to not want Alina on your team. Like, she wins every lane. She can rotate. She uses runes. She can farm stacks. Like,
well, if you were LGD, who do you want to target in bans? Are you just targeting meta heroes right now, or just the usual Elder Titan, Tidehunter, Tiny, or are you going to try to target a player?
I think you target supports.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure T1 is very reliant on their supports plus Cuckoo. As far as Carl goes mid, he might have had like a smaller hero pool before, but I think it's more about the heroes that they want for their style to work, more than him being unable to play the different heroes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Carl's like, he's a weird mid because he's very greedy and he requires resources, but he always looks to scale. Like, I don't know, he scales without taking the map from 23 Savage.
He scales by like murdering people.
I'll play pubs. When I play pubs with him, he'll go like first item Midas quad mid. I'm like, why does my mid have a Midas? And then he would just literally 1v5 the game. I'm like, okay, that's why he has a Midas.
Yep.
And it's the same on Doom, right? Like, he's good at understanding how his gold puts him in a position to win the game, or identifying that win condition for himself.
He fights with a Midas.
He does. He does fight with a Midas.
That's always the weird thing about T1 is, like, in Animator, they would go like 3 minuses. That was a big thing that they would go 3 minuses, but then they would fight.
I know.
And my thought process was like, okay, maybe what they're doing is they're just getting 3 minuses so they know that they're going to outscale you, and then they just, like, I don't know, outplay you in team fights, or they fight in a way where it's like, okay, let's say you're fighting, you're like standing on a high ground, or you're defending your tower. Obviously, that's an easier fight to take than you going to the enemy tower because, you know, they have the tower aura, the tower hitting you, and so forth. So it's like they take these fights that are good for them while playing really greedy and then eventually outscale you.
I actually really like that because if you think about their style, where they're playing this long-range poke, if you have Midases and you're just poking your enemies, they're feeling even more pressure to come on you.
That's true.
And if you're both looking at each other, your Midases are actually gaining you golden EXP while you're both just looking at each other. You just gain advantage.
Even more pressure to go on somebody.
You know what? There are people who are watching their first TI. So you know what? Let's do some Dota 101. What is a Midas?
What the fuck?
Midas lets you consume a creep, and I think you get some...
Like 1.85 EXP.
1.85 times the EXP, and then like 200
I don't know how much
something
gold.
like
Is
that.
it 200?
Yeah, the numbers are changing all the time, but basically it literally turns a creep into gold. That's
like
the idea.
The Midas lore.
More gold than it usually
yes,
is.
but ironically, people build it because they want experience, usually,
Yes, that is
because
true.
it also gives you a lot more experience.
Perfect. Love it. Okay, I want to talk about 23 Savage. This is a player who, you know, you hear the stories and you just go, yeah, I love this guy. Or you listen to the interviews and you go, yeah, I'm rooting for you so hard. And 23 Savage, he's been really impacted by COVID. He did find some limited success, I guess, in Fnatic. He was meant to be playing with Vici as well, but never really got to play with them because of COVID. And now, we used the word family earlier, but I'm going to use it again. He's found his family in T1. And people are talking about him as a superstar carry of the future, are we? Ooh, and you know what? We're going to talk about him being a superstar after this first game, because right now we're ready to get into this match and the draft.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
Welcome to the first draft of the first series of the day. An exciting one at that, T1 versus LGD. To analyze this draft, we have a draft panel. My name is Ava Plus, joining me is Fogged and Lacoste. And I'd like to ask you, Lacoste, first, because you were the SEA expert. Most people are not really believing in T1 beating LGD. Maybe taking a game, but not the series. What can they do to change their minds?
What can they do? That's a good question, because T1 has shown stability. They also shown during the first and second DPC season that they can play from behind. Espert showed that PSG LGD, they are the team that they don't lose the laning stage, so that means most of the time they will stay ahead, and T1 is really familiar to know how to come back into the game. Their support duo, Zephyr and Whitemon, throughout the season 1 and 2, mostly on the backs of Snapfire and Lion, were the ones, bringing them back into the game when it was necessary, using smokes multiple times. I remember one particular game when they used 3 smokes in a row just to, come back into the game.
I've had games even during group stages where they were doing that. They quickly became my 2 favorite support duo of this tournament, and that's even saying that compared to LGD. They actually have my 2 favorite 4 positions they're playing in this series right here. I've got Shinkyu and I've got Zephyr. So both of them are super fun to watch, and let's go. We got the draft going already.
All right, so we start out with the Magnus Snapfire for LGD. And what do you think of this opening, Fogged?
Comfortable, strong, scaling, hits every timing, gives you Roche, gives you every possible potential you need, right? High magical damage in team fight, BKB piercing disable, an amp up, or 2 kind of amp ups for your carry, because these Snapfires are all going Solar Crest. You have Empower as well. Kind of gives you almost everything you want in a draft, just up these 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have too many weaknesses, because you have a strong laning stage, you have a BKB piercing ability that's necessary, and also a lot of damage just for the Roche taking or for the tower taking potential. Weaver picked up by T1. They exclusively played as a position 4, so I assume they're going to do the same thing, especially because the lockdown is a bit limited from PSG LGD. There's so far no silences, no instant stuns, unless Magnus, of course, gets a Blink Dagger, but that's going to take a while, and they open up with Lina as their second pick. Lina, one of the heroes from the mid lane that is not a magic damage-dealing hero anymore. She puts out a serious amount of physical damage because her talents really work well with that, and we see this new hybrid build, Boots of Travel, straight into BKB for sustain, keep using your mana to have 3 fiery soul stacks, and then go for a damage item, either like a Shadow Blade or a Crystallis, and she's also one of the better Silver Edge carriers.
Do
Do you think that'll be enough to deter the Magnus away from mid? Because I know PSG LGD, they run it in both, right? Like Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond will play it. So maybe not right away that they'll just switch it, but maybe that Lina's one, like, we're just going to put it out there so you have to move the Magnus away, kind of switch your hand a bit. And, hey, ET makes it unpicked, unbanned for one of the first series I feel like I'm seeing so far, at least in the first 5-6 picks.
Could we still see it here?
Yeah.
He always wants to see it.
No, but we absolutely can see it too because it fits PSG LGD perfectly. Like they've got Snapfire for Q. They can run it as a 5 position. T1 can still pick it up as a 5 position. I think Lina is. We always talk about mixed damage carries. Lina is one of those that is kind of mixed damage, so it does thrive off of ET as well.
PSG LGD banning out some comfort heroes for T1.
Yep.
They played Train Protector a couple of times. They love to have a lot of sustain for the poke damage that our panel talked about, and Doom, of course. Carl Doom has been amazing throughout both seasons, throughout the majors, because this guy just knows how to hit the timings perfectly. Sometimes, if he feels like it, handle Midas is necessary. You know, if it's needed to get a straight hood into a BKB, I saw that a couple of times from him, so no surprise that PSG LGD decided to ban it out.
I feel like they also always set themselves up to have the best possible late game as well. They'll have this super dominant early game that they can win, but then you look at the draft and as it scales and it goes on and on and on, you're like, LGD will eventually win this game. So I feel like when you ban these type of heroes, you're setting yourself up that we will have the stronger draft in the late game. And I see Spectre banned too, and that's even more so that they're going to have this crazy type of scaling. But I like the Treant ban, not just because of comfort, but also versus like Empower and versus like Little Shredder that we've seen used so much. The armor is very useful. So that's a really cool pickup. Really cool ban at least.
Dragonite will give them that tower damage, give them that Empower target, and also like instant initiation that I talked about that they didn't have any against Fever. Just feels like very limited damage output so far from T1 against the Dragonite. All these are strength heroes. They become super tanky early on. And one of the Cuckoo's Classic. Legion Commander picked up, so that means the spell mechanic, you're trying to find a way to amplify your carry, and it's exactly what Legion Commander does.
Yeah, it's a good way to save always versus the Magnus if you're in position. The CM, they go for it again. I saw them pick it a couple times. You know, they really liked it with the tree, but most of the time I picked the CM, it's because they were lacking some type of like a root, you know, some type of like hard disable versus an Ember Spirit or somebody that's just this elusive carry. This one's a little different, but they really like the hero.
Is there any use for the Arcane Aura here that you see?
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. All three are great. I mean, CM Aura is always. I don't think anybody's been like, man, what a bad CM Aura.
Sure, but you pick it up with like a bristleback and you go, oh wow, this is a combo, right? You usually Lex Mana. Is there anything here you're like, I can abuse this Arcane Aura?
Yeah, for Lina especially. In this game, she consumes so much mana. Lina is one of the heroes that I don't think she moves from a lane to lane unless she's full mana. She just prefers to stay, farm the small camp, push out the wave so that you can't gank her, and she's always sitting at like 10-15% of mana. So this time around, we might see Lina do a bit more. You know, she relies heavily on picking up the runes, so we're going to see some movements. We were one of the better heroes to control the runes for, because Vera can get easily from the lane to the top rune possibly, and Bane. This hero has been amazing. Fog, I mean, you and me talk a lot about the Bane, but yeah, go ahead.
We were just waiting at the group stages. I think me and you were like, where the hell is Bane? Like, what's going on? Why is no one picking it? Now we get to the main event. We get everybody's picking it. It's amazing. I think this hero was extremely undervalued in the group stages. I think even in Feeble, every single thing about this hero is insane now. BKB piercing disable. You could list off a million things. Nobody can fight toe-to-toe with you. And versus Legion Commander duel, wabam! You get that Nightmare off. You can completely counteract it unless you are, press the attack first and whatnot. Sure, there's some other things that can go on, but always a great save mechanic. I'm worried about team fight on T1, I gotta be honest, a little bit in comparison.
So what could they do to mitigate it? Is there any carry that you think that would bring enough team fight here to cover this weakness, or should they just concentrate on their strengths and try to push hard that way?
I think they should concentrate on fast-paced kind of draft, just not really looking to play around these cooldowns, but I'm not sure what the 23 hero is at the moment yet for that.
They ban out Medusa, makes a lot of sense. His comfort hero, and also relatively strong laner. A couple of ways to buff him up, and it's not a good illusion type of a game, I would say. PL is out of this game. You're playing into Magnus, into Dragonite, too much splash, too much AoE damage. But, I'm also worried. You said there is no team fight. There's a lot of single target abilities on T1. and they don't have that much burst damage. Lina provides you with some. She can play with the Legion Commander, but I'm a bit afraid this double, I'll call it a budget save with Cookie and the Nightmare could cause a lot of issues for T1.
I'm always worried when they don't have great reach to get into the back as well. When I see like a Bane and I don't see you having the greatest ways to actually stop the Fiend's Grip, I'm always concerned. Like right now, who's going to have to commit into the backline to stop that? Legion Commander has to either be in position to press the attack, save the person, or Lina has to commit herself to get that stun. Or like, it's just really difficult for them to actually get to this Bane that's gonna have position to get Fiend's Grip in a lot of fights.
T1 is in a tough position where you are picking your carry without knowing the matchup, and also you're playing into two piercing and magic immune abilities. You have RP and Bane, so you're never gonna feel super safe playing into a fight.
Oh, Bane got the Bloodseeker too. So what, is Weaver gonna be carry then?
Would that give them the fast pace that you were talking about? And you can pick up some team fight as well here, maybe with the 4 position?
I guess it could. I'm a little worried because they do have that DK hard stun. Bane's animations are so fast now versus a hero like Weaver. It can be really difficult to play around. But like if he gets an early Linkens, that could be something that can protect him. That's something I've seen a couple players do now. Sure, there's a lot of different instances that Bane can cancel it, but...
They're not worried though. They saw that and they still ban out another carry. It's just Flark.
Yeah, that makes sense too. When the Bloodseeker's banned out, that's the other one that doesn't want to play versus Bloodseeker at all.
Is there anything that you can, like, can you pretend, because you don't have last pick, right? You can't really flex anything that could go for and carry much like the Weaver, right? So you kind of have to show your hand here. And it's going to be a Morphling, a 23 Savage Special.
Okay.
Some diverse damage here as well, right? That we've been talking about. Something to deal with a DK. A lot of single target now, but still lacking that team.
Good BO game now for PSG LGD. Any kind of mana burn, they really lack AoE. Legion Commander is decent to one extent with overwhelming odds. Other than that, these heroes, they really do not like to play into PL.
Morphling too. There's a lot of burst damage that what I assume is going to be, it could potentially be either offlaner. It's going to be either DK or Magnus plus Snapfire. I've seen these Snapfires when you're laning versus Morphling. You go Scatter Blast 2 points early so you can try to get those like quick kills on him in the laning phase. Also, Morphling versus Breathe Fire. That's percent damage reduction versus high agi, and there's Enfeeble in the game. Enfeeble, I think something is also is an ability that's extremely undervalued. I think versus a hero like Morphling, it could be pretty brutal.
Because of the cast point reduction, right?
Yes, cast point reduction and also attack damage reduction, health regen reduction too when you're trying to strength morph. You can't do it as good versus Bane too, and you're going to get on his Terrorblade.
So, closing thoughts here about the drafts. Fogged first. Strengths and weaknesses you can see about, let's say, PSG
T1, for PSG LGD, they have a super well-rounded draft, scales into the late game absurdly hard, also works really strong early game because they have various different types of push and ways to take objectives. I think they've hit everything on the head for the side of PSG LGD.
Give me some strengths for T1.
T1, they have Crystal Maiden Aura, so these support and Legion Commander, of course, Lina will benefit quite a lot from that, so that will allow them to cast a bit more spells in the laning stage, play a bit more aggressively, but I gotta say I'm leaning towards PSG LGD. Whenever I see their lineup, I'm like, this lineup does not have any weaknesses. Yeah.
Well, we know where the draft panel is leaning towards, but we need to know what to look out for. And that is why on the sidelines we have BSJ waiting for us with his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As when I watch LGD draft, I see a team that treats the enemy draft as a disease. And they see the symptoms, and they have to address them at every stage. So when we see this draft, I like to explain why LGD picks the heroes they pick. Weaver is a hero that wraps around on the backline supports and murders them with his bugs. In the Snapfire support, one of the few supports with Little Shredder that can remove that bug instantly. Then you have these backline squishy ranged damage dealers with the DK Blink stun in order to address them, and the high armor to deal with the minus armor. Then you pick the Bane with the Nightmare save, which removes or bounces back and forth between the two heroes in the duel, effectively negating the initiation that T1 is representing. Now you have the Morphling, a durable core with the saves from the Legion as well as the Weaver, making it difficult to win short fights. So they go for a carry with long, sustained damage output throughout the course of an entire team fight. And will they be able to cure the disease, or will T1 finally plague them? Let's find out with Sunsfan and Synderen.
Let's do a save.
Thank you, Dr. BSJ. Sunsfan here with Synderen. We have quite the matchup here. My good friend, great to be with you as always. LGD versus T1, you're supposed to...
I'm finishing your sentences.
Sentences, that's right.
Yes.
T1, this is going to be quite the showdown. T1, of course, got off to a bit of a rough start in the group stage, but have bounced back looking a lot like they did back in the Ana Major. And, of course, LGD virtually untouchable.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is going to be what everybody hopes it to be, which is a 3-game series?
I'll be honest with you, I think LGD are just such a strong favorite coming in. Like when you have a group stage where you go 15-1, aren't you kind of supposed to be 2-0 in the first game of the upper bracket, almost no matter who you face from the other group, right? A team that's 10-6 or 11 and, let's do some math here, 11-5.
You're doing
there we
great.
Go.
Keep it up.
Like whatever stats you have, when there's just that gap. When there's a 15-1 team, it's basically a team that's playing more or less flawless. And even though both teams start in the upper bracket, I do think LGD with a clear are the clear favorites here. I will say though, a team like T1 has this ability, especially later on in tournaments. We talked about this during the group stage when we were casting them. They're a little bit slow starters sometimes.
Yeah.
And they ramp up a lot and get that momentum. And we've seen them get some really good placements at major international tournaments this year. I could definitely see them take a game or even the series, but you need to play at 100% today to beat this team. LGD just have been looking incredible. The one game they dropped was against Team Secret. And look how they played yesterday against OG.
Yep.
That was no joke. Absolutely rolled them, especially in game number 2. So it's very, very telling. As far as the strategies go, can't say too much here. It's way too surprising. I think the teams are largely sticking to their identities, especially LGD getting solid team fight, a clear late game winning condition, and the ability to fight and sustain their lanes. It's kind of, if you want to break down Dota in a simple way, there's like 3 things you want your compositions to have right. It's laning prowess, it's some sort of catch and way to start fights, and some sort of way of ending the game. And then, okay, maybe let's say 4. You also want to be able to take Roche, right?
Right.
And it feels like they have everything. The biggest weakness is probably the ability to take Roche, but you still have at least the Snapfire, Little Shredder, plus Terrorblade with Empower. So you can get it done.
Yep, that's very true. Keep in mind, if you are watching on Twitch, I was told by my good friend Buka that cheering is now enabled. So you just hover your mouse and you hold the button for as long as you want, and a cheer explodes afterwards, Cinder. Very good stuff. Expecting that top area to be lit up the entire game as a result of adding so many people.
There's one thing I know about Twitch chat. It is that if there's anything you can click, they will click.
That's
and
true.
Again, and then again, and then again.
The analytics don't lie. A lot of people are clicking. We had to like triple the servers to be able to withstand the clicking. But nothing to say. We'll be mid on the Davian, a.k.a. Dragon Knight, versus Carl's Lina. This is kind of I'm going to say a bit of an old school match. We don't see Dragon Knight as often mid anymore, but what are your thoughts on this going forward for the laning stage?
It seemed like a specific response pick, right? I would think this is a lane that Lina does well in, especially after the nerfs to Dragon Blood. I think Dragon Knight fared better if you go back. What's that now? That nerf is like 2 months ago or whatever. But specifically because LGD picked it into the Lina like this, I would imagine they do feel like this is one of the better matchups. Obviously, Lina kind of doesn't lose to anyone mid.
Yeah.
So it's about, okay, what hero can we get that fits our game plan that also doesn't suffer too hard? And I think Dragon Knight is one of the heroes that does better, but would still expect just theoretically Carl to come out on top in this lane. But, we'll see
definitely has a better ability to flash farm and whatnot, but the issue with that is if you go to the jungle, then Dragon Knight could do a considerable amount of
pressure
damage
tower,
to the tower. But we've been seeing a lot of that into the off lane or the safe lane, like basically not mid. The DK will just transition to another lane as well. So we'll see what they choose to do this time for PSG LGD. Gotten to cast a few games of T1, but mostly art cast of T1.
Oh, Nightmare bottom.
Zephyr
could actually be in trouble here.
The reflection is there with the right clicks with that Metamorphosis. He gets off his Swarm. Press the attack does give him a little bit extra HP and will live as a result. But T1, good to see them kind of bouncing back after that first day of group stage, because a lot of high hopes for them, especially in the SCA region. They played out of their minds at the Ana Major, but it felt like after that, they were kind of a hit or a miss. They weren't as consistent as we were hoping. Of course, part of that could be the fact that they qualified for TI and whatnot, but good to see that they bounced back here. But again, they are against the juggernaut of this, and not just their group, but the entire TI right now in PSG LGD.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back the last couple of years of TI where it has felt like there's been that clear of a favorite after the groups. I'm not sure if that was the case.
LGD was 1 year, but they didn't win.
Yeah.
Got third place, I believe. We're going to see a skewer here from Faith Beyond. Whitemon in quite a bit of trouble. I think he's resigned to his own death here, but Jin Q might get right-clicked down by 23 Savage as well. Looks like it'll end up being likely a trade of sorts as Faith Beyond just needs a couple more right-clicks with that shockwave. So 1 for 1, but First Blood is the way of T1.
Yeah. Goes to the Crystal Maiden. He's going to grab the boots and maybe a little bit extra regen here, heading back into lane to help out 23 Savage. So yeah, a nice little head start for them up in the top lane. I think overall still though, Magnus is thriving. This is a very good lane matchup for Magnus. At least in the beginning, Magnus just has overwhelming damage. Even when Morph is pretty far into the agility, he just hits so hard with the Quelling Blade plus Empower bonus. Aw, they might kill Savage here almost. GQ,
Quite low,
he's
but
going to
they're
get
going to turn this
punished
around
though.
into Jin Q. Waveform, couple more right clicks. Down he goes again.
Uncharacteristic. I could see what he was going for there. Thought he had the burst, but then the punish is just so easy for T1 there. That's very, very good news for them in that top lane. The kill going to 23 Savage as well will almost equalize him with the Magnus now.
And nothing to say in the mid lane is 20-7 in terms of CS, and the other side 17-2 for Carl. So nothing to say, doing really well.
I mean, I may just be wrong about the matchup. I don't know.
Nothing
if
to say is a god as well, right?
I think Carl's laning on Lina in general has been really good though. So I haven't watched the lane super closely this game, but just in general across the games he has played Lina, he generally does what he's supposed to do. So perhaps LGD have found a hero here in this patch that can win against Lina.
Yeah, Dragon Tail, there's going to be considerable amount of damage from nothing to say. There's no real rotations coming in, so I don't think a kill is able to happen as Carl.
Missing that LSA could have almost killed him. He needed one more hit and then Soul Ring into Breathe Fire. There is a Fairy Fire on Carl, but yeah, nothing to say. Is honestly kind of bullying the Lina. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Not something you see every day.
Maybe my read on the matchup's just wrong.
Jin Q trying to backstab here, but Carl on his way to the triangle here to pick up that bound. Okay, yeah, Y makes a nice transition.
He's gonna kill him here.
Got the Nightmare with the right clicks. It looks like Zephyr. Oh, he does have one more Shikuchi.
Y misclicked
Gonna find
there.
his way close to Jin Q. Just does not see him thanks to the fog, so gets off the health salve, but
I think Y did attack ground and hit the Weaver bug once instead of the Weaver there. Needed that one extra attack, so that failed. That failed attack will send Weaver back to base instead of the Grave. It's still good, obviously, and this mid pressure is mounting very quickly.
Yeah, just the forced out just allows the Dragon Form to apply all that pressure that we kind of talked about in that tower. So already at half HP, and Carl. I mean, he's losing mid, but not by an astronomical amount by any means. But the fact that it's even that point is crazy, considering it's a DK versus.
Here, 10 CS behind.
He's going to connect. Cuckoo, he's done. So PSG LGD evens it up in terms of the kills, but you can see there's still a 1k net worth lead for them.
I mean, you say you're not losing by an astronomical amount, but you're a lane dominator and you're 500 gold behind minute 6. This feels like a big loss to me.
Is that astronomical though?
I don't know. The universe is very big.
Yes.
So you're probably right. It's just a.
I just want to mention that Twitch chat is starting to fail a bit. The top is not glowing as much as I would like. Could you please correct that? Thank you. Really appreciate that. We can see the top net worth right now is Ame on this terribly. How is this game looking for him in terms of like a theory crafting, just as a TB game overall?
I would say it's pretty damn good. The one hero you picked into that... Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Mid lane.
Dragon Form, Y in the vicinity. Swarm comes out as well, but a nice LSA. Carl has his ult, and nothing to say will drop as a result. And Y taking some right clicks as well, so double kill for Carl. Nice rotations from T1 overall. Jin Q gonna get caught by the Frostbite. This could be a triple kill for Carl. Indeed it is. Talk about a bounce back for T1.
Really, really good rotation, bringing in both supports from two separate sides and just connecting all of the spells there, getting the vision down as well. Pre-play in that mid lane. Very, very good. They bring Carl back into the game in a big way. He's actually ahead of Dragon right now. Can you believe it took a triple kill to get 50 net worth ahead? But
not bad.
At least you got there. As far as the Terrorblade goes, I think it's a very good game for TB. The primary concern you have here is probably the Morphling E-Blade, which has been traditionally a counter pick actually to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But they do choose to pick it into it largely because of what I think. Because of what BSJ said. This is a very good
initiation. Y gets off the Nightmare. Nothing to say is in his dragon form as well. You can see Whitemon taking most of the damage here, but there's the duel. Carl doesn't have that much mana to expend, but the LSA should be enough. Is nothing to say. Takes another death in this game. Again, great rotations from T1, despite them being the ones getting initiated on.
I thought they had the Dragon Tail ready on Dragon. That's why I called the CM dead on the spot there, but it was still on cooldown from a little bit of harassment he had done earlier. Obviously, level 1 Dragon Tail, 16 seconds cooldown. And T1, they get another good move, really putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and it's paying off. They're still not ahead on gold, but at the very least they're like stopping the bleeding in the lane that was suffering the most. And I think if you want to win this game, you need Lina to be strong, because I don't think Morphling is going to cut it alone against Terrorblade when you're playing against 2 BKB piercing disables. That has got to be a concern for 23 Savage. You need to play around Fiend's Grip as well as RP. You take off one of them with press the attack theoretically.
Hello?
All right, don't get ahead of yourselves, cheers. It was just a little bit of harass on the morning.
Baited.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I was like, oh, what's happening top? Oh, it's Little Shredder.
Good effort. That was a good effort, Cheer, no doubt. We have plenty of room for those for sure. So, as you can see, Ame's still top of the net worth right now. Carl working on the Boots of Travel as 23 Savage now in the jungle.
Whitemon, Nightmare.
Might be shown here, the Nightmare Frostbite exchange. 23 Savage, double cookie. Whitemon will fall first, and 23 Savage did turn into that Snapfire, but he's in a 1v3 situation. Gets skewered to the other side, still has waveform. Will be going into the cover of the arms of Carl. Gets off Laguna Blade, but no resulting kill here.
Very, very big one there on Y. Not sure how many charges he had, but
we need a replay in SFM of that double cookie exchange.
How
was
one
great.
of them get stunned but not the other?
I don't know. Why? He's going to be spotted here, but we'll get the Nightmare off with a couple more right clicks. He doesn't really have anybody that near him, but it is just a support Weaver, of course.
Avoids the Swarm. He has Dust. And if Zephyr is feeling cute here and trying to take the bounty rune, he could find himself dead, but... Oh, Xinkyu.
Yeah, Zephyr just being a very annoying presence. Is nothing to say. Almost has his tower dead to rights. And the question is, will they get the deny? Likely yes. And that's going to go to
CM deny.
Yeah, if I were a betting man, I would have lost a lot of money on that one.
Yeah, I don't think Crystal Maiden gets many denies in a tournament in general, including creeps. But.
So Faith Beyond is going to be playing, as you can see, the Magnus here. Magnus TB combo. What are your thoughts on that going forward?
Terrorblade has pretty high base damage in Metamorphosis, so he makes for a pretty good empower target. You might not think about it conceptually as a melee hero, which, a lot of the time Terrorblade is in melee form farming.
Yeah.
Doesn't really need empower as much as other carries do, since he has illusion farm. He just split pushes waves while farming jungle with his main, for example. But it still adds up. It gives you that little extra efficiency, and especially in Metamorphosis, the damage increase can make a very big difference.
I was theory crafting that plus the shard for Terrorblade would be really good, but we haven't seen that yet, sadly. That's
some Terrorblades have got... Demon Zeal has been... I think I've seen it a couple of games in the tournament, but I don't think they've bought it.
Basically, it just allows you to stay in your melee form for a lot longer and not really lose out on much. There's nothing to say in the triangle now. He is going for the Blink Dagger first, so... Nothing to say. Typically, we were used to seeing him as like the mobility type heroes, burst damage. DK is obviously not quite that, but he's more the initiator and building destroyer, as it were. So yeah, that fares to them here. So, I mean, so far, obviously, off to a very good start with his 2K net worth lead.
Yeah. PSG are just being super efficient, right? Like you're 3 kills behind, you got the triple kill mid for Lina, but the fact of the matter is they still end up losing their mid tower around minute 10.
Yeah.
And both Terrorblade and Magnus are having more or less a free game, especially Ame is completely untouched with all of the emphasis they had to put on nothing to say in mid. Ame has 10 CS per minute right now.
Well, I think one of the reasons LGD is so good is because of their general flexibility. Like, nothing to say. I just talked about how different of a role that is, technically speaking. And we're going to see the stop it. To the Fiend's Grip. Very unlucky. And that's going to be a kill going the way of Ame again.
3v1.
Yeah. That Centaur has some other agendas on the mind, no doubt. Yep. But we might see some action in this top lane. Nothing to say. I mean, Dragon Knight's not really one of those heroes that's going to take up that much space farming, so that leaves Faith Beyond to get really big. There's the stun into the RP. Do they have enough damage to take out the Morphling? Yes, indeed they do. And T1 absolutely getting crushed right now. 3K net worth lead. Nightmare. Do they have the vision? Yep. The time lapse in place just for the HP, but double kill goes the way of Jin Q, and a tier 1 tower to fall as well. But
talk about getting value out of a rune. He got 3 kills set up with that invis plus the tower, and one of them is that big Morphling on the enemy side. So huge here from PSG LGD.
And T1 do get the tier 1 mid, so they get some sort of a trade at least.
Oh, Carl? What you doing, buddy? Is a dagger on the way, I think, for Dragon Knight, but will be a little bit too late. So Carl gets out of there. Very dangerous position to find himself in. Going for the standard Lina build here with travels into BKB. Like I talked about before, the concerns from Morph, they're kind of shared here with Lina, right? You get BKB, which you feel like you have to against some of this control of the Radiant side, including like Dragon Tail. But you're still susceptible to RP as well as Grip. So you can't... In some games, you can get this BKB on Lina and you feel like Superman, you know, for a while in these fights. It's just not going to be the case. You still need to keep your cool and maintain really strong positioning. So, good news for T1 though, Cuckoo is about to get the dagger.
Well, bad news is that PSG LGD now have 2 daggers to work with.
Yep.
So expect them to ramp it up
always,
even more.
As always, focus on the negatives. Thank you.
Well, that, you could look at it as a positive for LGD. Why does that have to be a negative, Cinder?
That's actually very true.
Technically true, and technically is the best type of true.
That is, I love it.
Whoever said that is a genius.
Yep. That was probably me then.
Yeah. Ame working on, looks like he has the Falcon Blade Yasha, so Scotty looks to be next. Is there any reason to, I mean, is he skipping the Manta for now and just get it later? Actually, probably has, maybe he is finishing Manta now. With just the recipe to go.
I think he's just gonna skip it. I think he gets Yasha as the value item here for farming speed, and you can. I don't think
it's not much to dispel, so.
Yeah, exactly. It's not much to dispel. There's Frostbite, but you're gonna play around that. Probably.
Oh, nothing to say. Spots the smoke, blinks in, get the initiation. It's just Whitemon. So at the very least for T1, that's a silver lining.
Yeah, I need to get the hell out of there. Triangle gonna get dewarded now.
Yeah.
They are pinging that there should be a ward there. None of them have a sentry though. So, oh, they have one on nothing to say.
Yeah.
On the Dragon Knight. Just checking both supports. But that was something they were talking about in the panel as well, right? That these players, LGD are pretty creative about how they distribute their wards. And that time around, I believe nothing to say gets it. Keep in mind as well, something that's been in the game since this entire change with getting gold for dewarding. It is the player placing the sentry that gets the gold here. And
that's true.
That obviously means if you're in a commanding position and you make a team move, you can funnel extra gold into your cores by letting them deward instead of having supports do it. So, depending on the circumstance, I think having sentries on, in theory, every hero in the backpack could actually be kind of cool, right? Because then whoever needs the gold the most can be given the gold at any given time. It might be something that LGD are taking more advantage of than other teams.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those changes that you... I mean, that was of note for that patch, but taking full advantage of it.
Sorry, I said the person that plays the ward. I meant the person who buys the ward. Right?
Cinder, everybody knows what you're saying is correct, okay?
Yes.
Even if what you say isn't.
But like, imagine this. Imagine in the game, every player buys one sentry, right?
Yeah.
You buy a sentry and you bring it with you, and then whenever you make a move, you can choose who gets the gold. I mean, it's kind of... It's like very... It's a very, very detailed play, so to say. But when you're on LGD's level and you min-max basically everything, you could see why they would do something like that. I do think it was his own sentry, right? It does display that nothing to say got the gold at least, so I do think he bought it.
4K net worth lead now for LGD, and you have to think that's just going to increase thanks to this Empower being placed constantly on Ame with that TB, allowing him to just take Ancients without having a meta. And Carl, at the very least, will get this tier 2 bot. So it does have a BKB.
That's what tier 1
travel right now.
That's the first tower.
That is the first tower?
Yep.
What did I just say?
Tier 2. But you probably said tier 2 because it was the second tower of the game.
Second tier 1 tower, Cinder. Let's get a cheer for Cinderin for correcting me. Really appreciate that.
Woo!
Let's get cheers in the chat. Appreciate that.
looking behind me, the crowd loves it.
Yeah, Ricky is very proud of you. All right, Scotty online. Is this the go time? Because ever since they picked up these Blink there, they haven't really done that much. They had that one smoke gank that just resulted in one CM kill. There it is. Now they have Scotty. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Really. Man, that's actually a lot of fun, not going to lie. Now we have, okay, but just like I said, so Scotty is go time. PSG LGD, they might just go for Roche potentially. Probably would prefer to get a pick off beforehand.
Yeah, and they might just find Zephyr here.
Zephyr?
No ward though.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
counter
smoke breaks.
smoke now.
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
Area, but doesn't look like there'll be a resulting kill, at least not yet. Cuckoo, in the meantime, has his armlet. We've been seeing that pretty much every game on Legion Commanders, along with the Blink Dagger that you mentioned. So they have some counter initiation possibility. But with the looming RP potential, that is the scariest thing for T1.
For sure. I do think that was a really nice play there from Zephyr, though. He was hiding behind the tree line and had the ward in front. So as soon as that smoke breaks, he can immediately just Shikushi away, and they have a very hard time finding the opening on him. So basically just a safe breaker there. With superior vision right now in this area, Kuko's kind of potentially thinking about this. They will see the wall.
Oh! RP was canceled at the very least, but it's going to cost Faith beyond his life. I don't know if that was just perfect timing or if that was actual reaction. Overwhelming odds comes out. Carl continuing to chase. Don't think they want to go high ground. A little bit too sketchy. Only a 25-second death timer, so not enough time to really go for Roche, but the smoke from T1 trying to wrap around. But you can see the position from PSG LGD. There is the initiation. That's going to be the first duel victory for Cuckoo. And when it's this early in the game, it's really difficult to go get Roche because the timers are so low and they didn't really expend anything. RP's still online. Like, if he had used his RP, then maybe.
Yeah. Important there for Faith Beyond to cancel it, right? It was a very quick reaction from both players, really. He blinked up and RP'd and canceled it immediately as soon as the Legion commander blinked out. Like, this is some really fast reaction. So you see the courier here finding that observer ward, so they know that's the case. Really close to blowing the RP there, but Cuckoo obviously with that ward pre-placed had his finger on the blink button and got out. All right, only 1k lead now for PSG LGD. That was the biggest gold swing that T1 have had go their way in the entire game.
Yep, absolutely. As we're going to see Whitemon get picked off.
RP.
RP.
Nice press.
Okay. Well, that didn't result in much. And here's the duel onto the Dragon Knight. Buyback now on Whitemon, but it looks like the damage is going to go the way of the Dragon instead. It will be a trade of lives, though, as that is a dieback on the Whitemon. And we'll see if this is enough for PSG LGD to try to go into the Roche pit. It's 2 dead.
So you know when you buy back and die again, the timer gets added on top?
Yeah.
I wonder how many extra death seconds he got out of this, because he was alive like a good 1 second after teleporting in.
Yeah,
so that was
that's a long time.
A net loss, trying to overtake Puppy's record of time spent dead at TI here. Whitemon.
Wow. Well, his is more out of quantity than anything, though, right?
That's true. He's got a lot of ways to go.
I mean, I'm sure you can compete with that despite only playing in a couple TIs, right?
That's a good joke, Sunsfan TV.
You. Right, appreciate that, Caesar. Yep. Let's get a cheer for that joke in chat, please. Really. Carl. TP's back to base. Not sure why I mentioned that, but yes, the Shadow Blade. Arcane Rune is bottled, so that's kind of a big deal. But like you said, despite that fight, still only a 1k net worth lead for LGD right now.
Wait, hang on. I just realized, who was it that had the most time dead? Puppy was 3rd on that thingy. On the thingy, the words fail me today.
Eloquent as always. 65%.
Who was first?
Is this surprising to you?
Shannon, tell me. Who has the most time spent dead? It was not Puppy.
I don't know.
Was it Coral?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Puppy was 3rd. Now,
this is the TI main stage, Synderen.
Yeah, it was a nice graphic.
For God's sake.
Graphic was the word. It came to me in my in a dire moment of need here. What I think about the win expectancy being 2-1?
You're going to have to hold that thought. We got a duel coming in.
All right.
And Cuckoo gets some more damage. Okay, that's a random centaur from the Helmet of the Dominator.
They're gonna go for this. They know there's no RP.
Yeah, and another 10 seconds though, so it's coming in a bit close. Oh, we got the horn toss. Whitemon dead again. It's just racking up these deaths, but Cuckoo and company, E-Blade's not going to be enough to take out Faith Beyond. He's going to have RP now. Zephyr taking quite a bit of damage, but will back up to safety. And I think T1, you can see the Mortimer's Kisses. This is definitely going to force them back. And the Dragon Knight initiates onto Cuckoo, has to press the attack himself. Looks like He will be able to walk away safely, though.
This is looking like a potential PSG LGD Roche. 5 seconds on Metamorphosis.
And they're smoking.
They have RP. And they do have a really good ward here. Oh,
Carl gets Dragon Tail, but there's the press the attack save. 23 Savage able to blow up wide. Does have buyback, though. There's the skewer back into the Laguna Blade. They're not going to be able to get the kill, but it's going to be a trade either way. Magnus not able to get off his RP. Pretty big deal, but a big cookie from Jin Q. The follow from Nothing to Say. They will have enough damage to tear through him. 65 seconds of no Lina.
That shard on Snap is so good. We already had a highlight clip earlier today, pre-match, when you saw Jin Q, I believe in one of the qualifiers, hitting a nutty one of those, and that one, another high-impact play, stun into stun into stun, into death.
Whoa.
Yeah, they probably had
another Dragon Tail. The save is not enough, though. Press the attack. Usually a fail-safe. Not this time around. Just too much damage to work with on LGD's side. And that should finally mean Roche is conceded.
Reflection from...
Going to go the way of Ame here. Working his way now toward a BKB. Just wants that safety against primarily the E-Blade, you would imagine, but also against the Lina Lightstrike Array. It is a real feels-good item. Also helps a little bit against Crystal Maiden, who, you know, CM has this reputation of just falling off, right?
I thought you were going to say dying a lot.
Yeah, well,
she has a lot of reputation.
That's a part of it.
Yeah.
The thing is, over the last many years, like if you haven't watched too much Dota, Crystal Maiden has reached a point where she can actually scale pretty well and have really high impacts in the later, mid to later portions of the game, primarily because there's just more gold in the game. And Crystal Maiden benefits so much from getting items like Dagger and BKB. It sounds like a lot, but it happens more frequently than you'd think. In this game, though, Whitemon is at the bottom of the food chain.
Yes. This is looking like a patch from like 2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, he is very, very poor, and it just means you're food. Like, he dies to literally 3 attacks from Terrorblade. If he gets caught by anything, he's just gone. So Whitemon, there's a lot of pressure on him to stay very, very far back, get in a good position, and more than likely just accepting that Freezing Field is going to be exceptionally difficult to use here.
Well, you do have Press the Attack Shard, Cinderin.
That's true.
To give you a brief moment of magic immunity.
1.75 seconds of ulti there.
Very good.
He could actually still
like you said,
to terribly
either way, they have 2 BKB piercing stuns.
If you get one of those on the Maiden, you're probably happy, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, we have initiation from Nothing to Say. Dragon Tail, Faith Beyond, skewers back into the fray. An easy pickoff for LGD again. Still holding that Aegis for another 3 minutes. We'll see what they can do with this Dragon form. We'll likely go for the tier 2 top.
Yeah. Queuing up his own BKB as well. Seems like LGD are trying to hit a timing here with double BKB on Terrorblade as well as the Dragon Knight. Obviously, Terrorblade gets it a little bit earlier.
Yep.
That is going to be a really big problem from T1. From a damage perspective, if your Lina is pressured in the fight so she has to run away, I don't think you can kill anyone in BKB. This Morphling build is not good against BKB. You have Linkens as well as E-Blade. There's none of that like strong right click, just like a Butterfly or a Daedalus. Nothing of that kind. LGD is just going to go for it. Go high ground. 25 minutes, you have Aegis, you have all your cooldowns.
Yep, why not?
Dragon form is
still
running out,
online. There's the Metamorphosis, and the tower is going to fall very, very quickly.
T1, your base is burning. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
No fortification available either.
They're actually just giving this lane up because Cuckoo's dead. They can't defend.
Yeah. Can't blame them. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis. But like you said, it will be a completely free set of racks for LGD, who now sport an 8K network lead. Carl.
Just so clean, right? They see that they have enough time for this. They grab exactly what they can, get out, and lose nothing.
Yeah.
That was even with Dragon Form expiring about 2 seconds into the push, but they're just so confident.
Oh, he gets the Nightmare off. That's the Aether Lens. Look at that ridiculous range. Of course, has Fiend's Grip if they really need it, but it doesn't look like it'll come to be. Oh, press the attack. They're actually going to expend RP. This is a really important kill. Lina finally taken out. Does take quite a bit, but nice catch there by Y.
Yeah, that was a little bit of miscommunication on LGD's part. They end up using both RP as well as grip through that skewer. But I don't know if T1 realized, so perhaps they're still going to be scared of the grip. I think Y canceled it very, very quickly. Yeah, that's a big pick on Carl and LGD, just straight down mid.
Yeah, still a minute to burn.
They want to force the buyback, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, can't blame them.
All right, they get it.
Yeah, DK looks fine for now, but there's the duel. Can they save him? Carl pops a BKB, trying to create as much space on the sideline as possible. Laguna Blade blows up the Bane in the meantime. Eventually, Cuckoo does fall. It's a 2-for-2 with the buyback now onto Carl. And with that, PSG LGD will back away. Oh, they find the horn toss onto Zephyr and gets the time lapse off up to full HP again. Still working on the Agnum Scepter for himself, which is another turning point potential for T1.
Very, very close.
So T1 gets something. Yeah.
Yep, they do. It's expensive to buy back your Lina, though. And just as expensive, you saw in that exact situation, if Bane had Fiend Script there, I think they win the game, almost. If they would have just gripped the Lina. But Carl could go there straight in, kill off Y, and at least build up a little bit of momentum in the fight for them. It's still not looking great for T1, but you can be a little bit hopeful if they are the ones to get the initiate, or when, like you said, the Weaver Axe is a big item in this game against both RP as well as the Fiend Script, trying to keep heroes alive. I believe the Fiend Script should still be channeling. If you do get time lapse, it sticks on you, basically, but the repositioning can be easily enough to save you, especially against Terrorblade. Oh, Zephyr, hello.
Showing here, the shard into the cookie. Goodbye. You talked about the power of Jin-Q shard. And when you combine that with a Blink Dagger, it is very hard to avoid, even as a Weaver.
He was not expecting to find enemies there, but PSG LGD have that ward sentry combination. They were ready.
Yeah, look at the discrepancy between 1 and 2 here. Between 23 Savage and Ame.
Yep.
That is pretty gigantic. And it's just growing from here. So Ame, what's he working on now? Obviously finished the Manta a while ago into the BKB and has his sights set towards Chrysalis. And then for 23 Savage on the other side, you talked about the Lincolns. I mean, would you change this build in any way? It feels like Lincolns is almost necessary, but at the same time, I mean, Lincolns doesn't feel that bad on Morphling just because of the stats nature to it, but
yeah, it's
you're still lacking some damage, right?
Yeah, you are. Maybe he wants to bypass BKB entirely in his build and just trust Cuckoo to press the attack, the biggest key spell, but still needs the Lincolns against the Bane, and I think his item build is fine. It's just, like you said, you need more, and the problem is LGD have been ahead the whole game, just pushing in your waves better.
Yeah.
So Terrorblade will be that one major item ahead. And as far as Ame goes, he doesn't have a defensive item similar to Lincoln's. He has the BKB, which is super high impact for the type of team fights that LGD's lineup plays. It's very high burst. You get an RP, you get a grip, you get a Dragon Tail, and you just commit and go. The only thing you've had to worry about the whole game until now was that the press the attack, but now there's a second quote-unquote press the attack from Zephyr. And this is a smoke timing for T1. They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the Axe reveal, like you said. So we'll see if PSG LGD play around that or not. But it could have huge impact, as apparently only one buyback in the game right now, for nothing to say.
Yeah, he also has a gem, and he's holding a very strong high ground position. Jin-Q.
Oh, yeah, he's
lost Glimmer Cape into Blade.
What the fuck?
All right.
Jin-Q?
They thought that somebody was high ground, but they didn't know he was invisible as well, as Ame is going to show bot lane. And looks like this tier 2 will fall as a result.
Just masterfully done from LGD, right? They avoid the smoke play, they get the stronger position, and they get a tower. So effectively, T1 smoke to lose there. Usually, the worst case scenario when you smoke, if you don't find a fight, is that the enemy team hides, but you gain some ground. You didn't even gain ground, you actually lost it.
Into the jungle, LGD goes. It's not an insurmountable lead for T1 to try to come back from.
Cool.
That was felt like a longer TP. Not sure where he ended up, but no, it was just in the fountain. Maybe not. Cutting it close there. Still working on his BKB. His second Roche is available. Who gets the shards?
I was gonna say, you said it first.
I mean, Faith Beyond already has his, right? So
you do a really good Suns fan impersonation. Did you know that?
Oh boy, that's an insult, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe you get the Demon Zeal. I'm not sure actually this game. Could go for the Dragon Tail. That's okay.
I actually think they're going to give him the Zeal here.
All right, yep, there it is. He will consume it. So Demon Zeal, basically costing 20% of TB's HP, and you get movement speed, attack speed. While in melee form, you get even more.
It's a double up.
Yeah. Pretty strong, and especially when combined, like we talked about, with the Empower. I mean, not that he's having trouble farming right now, Synderen, but this will add it to another level. As Fate Beyond will get the skewer up into the Dragon Tail, and Whitemon again. The crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
They really like watching Crystal Maiden die.
I was like, damn, he only took 2 hits like expected. He even has a plate mail. Like, imagine if he did on the Maiden. Yeah. It's tough times to be a Crystal Maiden in this game. You get caught by literally anything you're just gone. So, easy
She's
pick
quite
there.
slow. Sadly. So, Ame, I guess next item for him is actually just going to be the completed Daedalus, which I would assume takes the place of his boots if his Aegis is still in his inventory.
And worth keeping in mind when you have Satanic like this, Demon Zeal just feels good to use. You restore your health so fast anyway, so using it in fights, sometimes that can be a double-edged sword. Yeah, you get more damage, but you also take 20% health. Usually when you have Satanic, it doesn't really matter that much. All you need is to get in one attack when you're starting to struggle, and you're going to get all of that health back right in, and here we go.
And here we have Meta popped again.
Oh, Carl is in position.
Oh, the skewer back with the horn toss set up into the RP, but no! Press the attack waveform is enough to bait out the RP. And T1, see if they want to try to take advantage of this. I mean, they're going to have to if this continues to go in LGD's favor with this push. E-Blade onto Ame. You can see the jump in from nothing to say with an overwhelming blink being shown as Carl has to pop his BKB, and there is the duel. Do they have enough damage for the Sunder from Ame, allowing the duel victory to go the way of nothing to say. He's just going to walk that one off, but 23 Savage can't walk that one off. That is just too much damage to withstand. And Carl jumps in. This is going to be the beginning of the end, I do believe, although 2 buybacks come up for T1. And the Metamorphosis is running out, but again, he has Demon Zeal to work with. Bane's going to take a tumble. Whitemon drops to the deck as well, 1 for 1. Laguna Blade, Ame getting extremely low. That's just the Aegis, though. Carl completely out of mana. Nothing to say is still alive throughout all of this, some way, somehow. And just going to apply all the pressure to the racks here. This will be a dieback onto Carl.
Oh,
and it looks like that is going to be enough to GG out of game 1. And like we talked about, Synderen, T1 have looked really good after that first day of the group stage, but LGD are just on another level of everyone so far. Just game 1, though.
Do you know what LGD stands for, Sensfan?
What's that?
Looking good, dominating.
God, that is awful.
Thank you.
You know how to kill a cat.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You know how to just ruin the moment.
I take a moment and I destroy it. Just like LGD did. T1 seemed like they had a couple of moments and they just got taken away right in front of them. It's not... There really isn't... You know what's kind of scary in a way here? Is that this didn't even feel like LGD's best game of the tournament to me. Like, they had a couple of hiccups where a little bit of spell casting doesn't go perfectly, and it's because we expect perfection from them, but it still wasn't really close. That's a little bit worrying for T1 going into the next game.
We've seen some teams get off to a pretty good start against LGD. Like, they've been down 20K, but they end up coming back because they don't make that many mistakes when it comes to mid to late game. That's the issue for the other teams playing against them.
The one game that they did lose in the groups was against Secret. I think LGD played a strategy with Alchemist, and Secret had, I want to say, Ogre Tiny, and Matumba Man just ended up overpowering. So Secret actually won a late game situation against LGD, which seems like not many teams can get into a late game position where they're competitive. Like you said, the game, I believe it was against Elephant, as a matter of fact. Elephant had a huge advantage and still ended up losing later. So, well, T1, you gotta find the secret sauce for this next game because LGD are looking hot.
I won't go there. Let's just go to the panel instead.
I liked it, Synderen. Now, that was kind of a long game for LGD, boys. Went over 30 minutes. Short for T1, as you reminded me, Tsunami. But do you think it was just a case of them biding their time just to be absolutely sure now they're on the main stage?
Yeah, I think that if anything, they need to start practicing what happens after 30 minutes. They haven't been there in so long that they're like, might have to experiment. Like, oh man, I haven't even seen that tier of neutral items yet. We need to figure out how do we recalibrate. Or maybe they're just very good and they were also showing T1 respect.
We've got to talk about the draft. It seemed like T1 were kind of doomed from the start, Ari. It was weird. Even I could see it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think
just a little.
Their draft wasn't that bad versus LGD, but I think their concept on the draft maybe felt a bit off for them. I think usually what happens is if they can enable Cuckoo, him and the two supports will be able to make some plays. And like CM Weaver Legion, it didn't look like that this game. I think, honestly, a bit of the decisions that T1 made around their heroes looked off to me. I think Cuckoo going for Armlet was not good versus Terrorblade. I think CM had to go Max Nova this game in order for them to have a chance. Them not doing that, it just led to them not really being able to pressure LGD.
I mean, if you look at Cuckoo there, the Legion commander, no kills, but it wasn't just that. It was also his gold lead was actually quite far behind pretty much everyone. And seeing as this is a player that we talk about putting his farm priority ahead of his teammates, if he's not able to get anything done, not able to get some shopping in his car, Jenkins, how is the rest of his team going to have any hope?
You know, I think that naturally happens when you fall behind as an offlaner. It's just kind of the role that, like, once the map starts closing in, once the fights start happening, your mid and your carry get the priority, unfortunately, for Master Cuckoo here. But to me, the biggest thing that I saw from LGD this game that made it look so dominating, and I think T1 actually, on the other side, and this is why the game took so long, T1 had some great aspects of this as well. They chained their timings. So nothing to say invis rotation towards that top tower with DK. So number one, he takes the mid tower with his DK form. And then right after that, he picks up an invis rune, and then he heads towards the top tower, and he sets up like a triple kill with the invis rune. And obviously that's something that, like, you're not guaranteed an invis rune. So it's not like LGD is doing this in every game, but there's some equivalent, haste rune, whatever. And then after that, he gets his blink. They smoke directly into the triangle, which is the polar opposite area of the map. And then they get a kill there. And then from that, they have like a 3 to 4K gold lead at 10 minutes. And the game feels a lot easier than all of a sudden Cuckoo falls behind like we just saw. And I think on the other side, T1 actually chained timings like this as well and almost came back at a point where Cuckoo was standing on the high ground and then Mag blinked in to RP. Cuckoo blinked out because they were camping a ward. They killed the Mag or they killed somebody, and then they smoked up and then killed in the triangle as well, and that got them a little bit of a lead, but then LGD just kept chaining timings after that. But you talk about this a lot, how, like, I remember during NADBC, you were always like, they should chain smokes here, they should chain smokes here, because in Dota, you really need to only win. If you win like one fight, it puts you in the lead. If you win another fight, it makes it so the enemy team, you're stomping the enemy team. If you win 3 fights in a row, there's no way that they can win. That's how things scale in Dota. It's like exponential scaling.
And it looked early game like T1 was scaling pretty well, Tsunami. But, you know, it was literally just in the laning phase. That was kind of part of LGG's plan.
If you are ever feeling like you're in the lead, I think it's because LGD are giving you permission to be in the lead. They're like, that's fine. You can have what you want. And teams are often like, they get complacent whenever they have those circumstances that they're like, wow, things are going kind of how we wanted them to go. It's only because LGD is letting it happen right now.
It really feels that way with this team.
And so every single time I look at a last hit differential, I'm like, I don't really know if that tells me anything. Even in the mid lane, where it should be the most definitive, oftentimes things are happening elsewhere. It's like LGD are establishing stacks that you need to be worried about, and they're getting ready to do rotations and stuff like that. So no one has found the solution yet, and that's why LGD only have dropped a single game throughout this entire tournament thus far.
I thought that mid lane 3v3 that was happening was actually favoring T1, because I was sitting there thinking like, oh, Lina's like a better late game hero than DK, but then I realized once DK picks up the Blink Dagger, it was all gas, no brakes for LGD. And so, sure, in the late game, Lina's going to be a better hero than DK because you just do the most damage, like even considering carries. But DK, if you're getting enough out of his Blink timing, it's actually better for the DK team.
I wanted to ask about Roshan. There's a fight towards the end of the game, about 32 minutes in, and LGD are literally free to get it. And it seemed like T1, they're just spinning in the jungle. They could have gone for a tower or, you know, done something. I'm going at the screen. I'm just like, why are they just spinning on the mini-map? And Tsunami had the theory that they were trying to help Lina farm and protecting her. But do you think that was a mistake? Do you think actually maybe they should have prioritized pushing?
I think with that lineup at that point in the game, there's nothing you could do anymore. I think if T1 wanted, like, that sort of play where it looks awkward to spectators, it happens because they're like trying to evaluate their options and they can't find a clear win condition. And if you don't have a clear objective in mind, then oftentimes you're just doing random things while trying to think of it. And it looks weird, but honestly, I don't think there's anything better they could do. Like T1 this draft, they had to have bot lane go better in order to win this game.
Jenkins.
Yeah.
I enjoy listening to you talk about Dota. You might have realized by now. If you haven't, I enjoy listening to hearing you talking about Dota.
What are you setting up for right now?
I heard you describe Terrorblade as the ultimate man fighter during that last game. So
right.
The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, okay. Well, I will say, just because, well, I'm not the best carry player. He can tell you. Lost a lot of MMR playing carry. However, I was speaking with Owie, I was speaking with BSJ, and we were talking about TB versus Morph because it's one of those matchups that you think is going to be very Morph favored because you just turn into Terrorblade. I mean, Morphling, he morphs into somebody, and he gets all of the spells and not an ultimate, right? And then Terrorblade's the one hero where people say that one of his basic spells is his ultimate, Metamorphosis, right? And so you would think that Morph versus TB is like massively more favored, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case practically. Like hypothetically, maybe that's true, but practically it's not. I think the nerf where you can't just be a Morphling who's meta now, you have to stay in the TB form to stay meta. So that's a problem for Morphling. But also a part of that is I think that Morphling is the type of hero. He gets a Scotty, he gets a Satanic, and he can 1v1 almost any carry in the game. But TB just presses Sunder on you. And then also, I think BSJ was saying something about TB is like a team fighting carry. Maybe you know more about that than...
Yeah, I think the thing about the Morphling versus TB matchup is that Morphling can counter TB. A lot of it, as well as what you said, is a magical damage and burst potential coming out from E-Blade. But Terrorblade, his specialty is actually that he's a teamfight anchor. Like, he will anchor the team fight, and Morphling doesn't really do that. He wants the team fight to be more split up. So if it comes down to it where Terrorblade and Morphling are hitting each other, you'd think Morph would do well, but it just doesn't happen that way. Terrorblade's stacking is too good, meta's too strong. Just something's like weird about the matchup in that sense.
I think Sunder really helps. And then also like any hero that has high stats, any hero that has good illusions, Morphling obviously picks Manta, Luna, like TB just spawns a 100% version of themselves that they can't hit with his Q. So that always turns the matchup as well. TB's just like the ultimate anti-carry. Even if you're the anti-TB hero, it's like, well, your anti-TB is still a carry and TB's the anti-carry, so good luck.
And none of these games exist in a vacuum also.
No, they don't.
And so Legion Commander trying to enable her Morphling was not nearly as significant as the Jinkyu's Snapfire. Jinkyu's Snapfire was providing so much setup that Terrorblade didn't even have to really worry about that much until it finally became mono and mono time.
Yeah, I think how Terrorblade generally breaks down is if Terrorblade can right-click in fights, then he wins the fights, and if he can't right-click, he can't win the fights. That's why it's the same thing for Legion. Like, Legion's a committal hero. How I feel Terrorblade is when you press meta, you're committing in a fight. So that means if you want a dual son, you're going into a full commitment hero whose commitment is stronger than you. Maybe I'm saying the word too many times, but Terrorblade's timing, like how he fights is stronger than Legion's, and Legion has to go in.
You're right. We had the same discussion with Leshrac and TB at the Animator too, where it's like, oh, Leshrac, he's the illusion clear hero, right? The best illusion clear in the game, so surely he's good against Terrorblade. Well, what Terrorblade wants to do is he wants to just man up and fight you. Leshrac runs in there and has to be very close to you in order to kill you as TB, and TB's like, all right. And if you're going to kill him, he sunders you, and then he uses the fact that you're going to kill him to kill you. Yeah. So it really just practically doesn't work the way that you think it would, hypothetically.
We've got 30 seconds before the teams walk out on stage. So just really quickly, good Terrorblade counters. I think T1 might want the advice.
I think it's a usual style, actually. I think long-range nukes and slows actually beat Terrorblade. If they can pull off that type of lineup, and have Cuckoo kick him out of lane earlier, I think they're actually very set up to be Terrorblade.
All right.
Zeus.
He's one of the uncontested heroes. One of the only uncontested heroes at this event.
Pick a 39% win rate hero. It'll go well.
Okay, Tsunami.
Don't even worry about Terrorblade. It's not going to happen.
It's going to get banned.
Oh, it's not even going to happen. LGD, that was just for T1's benefit. They've got plenty more tricks up their sleeve.
All right, well, the teams are walking out on stage right now. As you can see, PSG LGD, they look cool as lovely cucumbers. But you know what? T1, they're going to have had that team talk. that family feeling will be in the booth and they are going to bounce back. I'm sure Coach March has given some of those inspirational massages. So as they get ready in their booths, we are going to take a look back at T1's journey to TI.
They get the kill on a semi-out.
Be careful, out of position here.
Into the trade.
Double
stun again from Whitemon. He is too good this game. He's too good this series. He's looked really well. And while Uzrior double kill, Carl getting both. Now looking over at the Ancient Apparition, who throws out a Desperation Ice Blast, and they're still looking for more. Bob on the run, but Whitemon's ready.
Wow.
Oh my god! Whitemon on the edge of the mana gets the stun, and they will get this kill on a Bob. There they go, back into the pit.
Tough position to be in. 700,
Chaco,
500.
Timber Chain, who's gonna pick it up? Aegis snatched by Cuckoo! He's got it! There's Zero Spike coming through, and they've got another some of the impale landing on both Gabby as well as Bach. This Timbersaw doing a lot here. They get the kill on RML. They'll take out Boomy. 2 heroes down on the side of TNC. They'll focus their attention on the Gabby. 23 moving in. He's got the doppelganger with the help from the rest of the team, and they should be able to take out the Tiny and look for more. Bach on the run. Cuckoo trying to maintain that Aegis. They've got the impale. They have the lockdown confirmed, and they'll get the kill confirmed too. Triple kill for Cuckoo. Again, with the Shadow Word, he's just taking 0 damage. Literally 0 damage. Blink Call coming in for Cuckoo. They've got the taunt out onto the gyro. Is it going to be enough? Chaotic Offering follows it up. They've got the damage coming in with the Impale. And hit, but he's there with the save. They've got the Afibo, and now the Burrow Strikes are going to come through as well as the Epicenter on the center as well as 23. They have the damage with BKBB Pop. Can't get the Satanic off. 23 trying to heal up as much as he can. Shadow Word's also doing work. They've got the Impale on the CTM. They'll get the kill on the Sand King. They'll take him out for 85. No buyback. Cuckoo with 1 sliver of health. Blink Call on the 2. He's still not going to die. They've got the Shadow Word. They get the kill on the Whitemon. They end up losing Play Hard, and with the tether, it's not going to be enough to stay alive. Janwell dead. Disarm onto the gyro. Natsumi's gone. No buyback for anybody on Neon. That was amazing by Cuckoo. He comes in with just a sliver of health with that Blink Call right at the end.
I mean, honestly, this game too, we're just seeing the same here from T1. Just top stuff. There is no doubt about it. What's setting up has been huge. The arena will come down. Monet will get the Stone Gaze up, but there's no damage. T1 don't care at all about being caught in this combo. It's Asta that have to run as soon as the ultimates are used. They just cannot fight T1. They're all full HP. They're pushing down the mid.
There's the RP on
jump again. Carl gets the RP, and he's caught the big one. He's caught Monet. Monet out of mana. He'll go down. As the tips indeed absolutely go in the way. They'll call it GG.
In a tad bit of trouble here, but he is again very tanky, and 23 Savage is lying in wait. If PSG LGD overextend themselves, beautiful hit from Whitemon. The pre-hex on the axe, his initiation denied. The Doom living through the Skywrath Mage ultimate, and Carl catching 3 on the coil. Now they're in trouble. PSG LGD, they're just gonna get wiped in this team fight. 4 down, Ame nowhere in sight because he knows a lost team fight when he sees one.
And that's the story of T1 in the DPC seasons and the run up to this year's international. Earlier, though, we touched on 23 Savage, and we didn't get much time to talk about this fledgling carry, who hopefully we're going to get to see blossom more and more in this tournament. But unfortunately, potentially after this game, it could be in the lower bracket Tsunami. Why is 23 Savage someone to keep an eye on in the future?
I think it's kind of an inspirational story that there are many 23 Savages out there. I think there's many pub stars, leaderboard showing up mid laners who show up on the radar and they're given a chance. But oftentimes the chance just doesn't really galvanize into anything. And so last year, it was, or 2 years now at this point, it was on Genesbras where you're like, oh man, this is a really hotshot squad, you know, just a stack trying to make it to TI, and they come ever so short. And then sometimes these players just fade away into irrelevance after that. They just try to make it on qualifier stacks, and they don't find enough support around them, both literally in the game and outside of the game, to enable it. But him and Jabs, 23 Savage and Jabs are the only Thai players here, and now Jabs, him and Jabs were kind of in that same culture in Thailand, and I think T1 is unique in how multicultural it is also. Most of these Southeast Asian squads have been, I'm all Filipino, I'm all Indonesian, I'm all Malaysian, and being able to bridge cultures has been very, very useful for 23 Savage, I think, specifically because as a young player, if you have a strong Filipino voice like Cuckoo and you have Indonesian supports like Zephyr and Whitemon, I think that it has been a very, very enabling group for him.
Well, I don't think this is going to be his last TI, no matter what happens. But we want to switch focus to PSG LGD right now because earlier in the year, we caught up with their captain. Let's find out what he had to say.
PSG LGD come to the TI-10 main stage as one of the strongest teams out of the majors. After a third-place finish in Singapore, they made it to the grand finals of the ANA major in June, defeating Evil Geniuses to take.
Player asal negara mana yang lebih cupu daripada India?
Myanmar, Mongolia.
Mongol ada top playernya, Cuk, Sangs. Setidaknya ada yang di kompetitif. Turki, bro.
Turki gak ada pemain Dota deh gitu ya.
Makanya. Zero, bro. Bunch of noobs. The real bunch of noobs. Turkish.
我们讨论很多，包括在，因为他们先打嘛，然后我们在后面看他们。
Di SEA Pakistan ada, India ada,
包括第二把
Jepang, Korea.
也不是很顺利，但是也是在慢慢成长，然后最后
Hampir semua negara ada toh.
虽然比分上看上去是3-0，但实际过程并不。
Kayak misalnya kowe ada player jago dari Vietnam, kowe pasti tahu toh nicknya. Dari Pinoy, dari Mongol, kan golongannya Sangs, Lil Gan, itu juga ada yang dari Mongol toh. Pasti ada. Turki. Nggak pernah denger anjing punya player satu aja.
这个 TI 和 TI 前的这个阶段的这样一个成绩的状况和当年 TI 6和 TI 6之前的状况去做对比，我感觉好像有点类似啊，是不是这样？
有一些吧，因为我在就是当时也是身处在那个队伍嘛，然后对当时的就是跟一些此情此景跟当时确实有一些类似吧，主要是团队上的一些沟通什么的，其他倒还好。
你和边将的这样的一个动力，为什么还能够继续的保持下去？是心里还有很多的目标没有实现吗？
关于目标这个，我觉得首先是不光我跟边将吧，包括其实我们的教练小巴也是一样的，我们是有共同目标在为之奋斗的。然后只不过说我们3个是刚好有这个头衔，所以我们在外人的目标看来就是对于第2次的夺冠嘛，然后对标的是 OG。
其实LGD 在所有的中国的这个 Dota 的玩家心目当中，包括一些国际上的粉丝的心目当中，是一支顶尖的队伍。但是 TI 的冠军确实是还没有能够收入过囊中。你作为曾经以前的旁观者和现在的其中的一员，你对于这件事情是怎么来看待？
首先，一直老干爹这个队在 Dota 圈里面一直存在，并且顶尖，这不得不得承认，这是所谓的俱乐部底蕴，这种就是跟俱乐部那些管理什么的是肯定是有很大的关系的。然后再其次到我自身又到这，然后再判断这些，其实从我的角度来说，不管怎么样，都是各自的故事，只不过这本故事的书名肯定是以老干爹为起的吧，我觉得是这样的。
Well, thank you to Captain Y and BBC, our fantastic interviewer there. Let's talk a little bit about that legacy then of Y and Faith Bian. And Faith Bian in particular, because after the TI6 victory, Faith Bian actually had an injury and it kind of took him out the running for a few years.
Yeah, and I think Faith Bian, even from that TI6 wing squad, he was a very standout player and he sort of had to recuperate a lot from, I think he broke his arm and he had to have a few surgeries on it. And a lot of his story is him coming back from that injury and returning to his old form at TI.
And do you feel like he's there now?
Yeah, I think Faith Beyond's looking really good.
I mean, there must be so much on your mind as well. You must have so many memories of these booths and lifting that Aegis and just trying to get back there again, especially after it's been so long. Do you think that people expected Faith Beyond to get back to this position, Tsunami?
Definitely not after. So when Wings imploded due to external circumstances and internal circumstances, I think everyone was hoping that this would be like the new old guard that would be able to carry things, but it just didn't happen quite as much.
Well, let's see if a 2-0 happens right now.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 2.
The most seeds
Hello and
player
welcome to the
in
second
the Dota
draft
2.
for PSG LGD
From
versus
which country?
T1. Here your draft panel. My name's Plus. Joining me is Fogged and Lacoste as always. And I'm going to start off not by talking about this draft, but actually just a small overview. What do you think that the weaknesses you pointed out last draft were really apparent in the gameplay?
My biggest thing, at least, that I want to see that T1 is going to take away to this one is find a way to shut down Ame a little bit more. I feel like he just had the freest game. Sure, his team was making lots of space for him because of the heroes that they ended up having, but I feel like just putting Cuckoo out on an island all by himself and them having this like Weaver as their 4 position, I feel like this lane can't pressure at all when you're playing versus something like TB, so I want them to just set something up better to just slow Ame down, because you can't let him have games like that.
Yeah, Cuckoo and Whitemon were completely shut down in the laning stage. I think this opener works so much better. You have Magnus, which is almost always played by Cuckoo, so you know that's going to be the lane, and you have Lion, one of their most successful heroes throughout the DPC season. It's just the burst damage. It's one of their most special heroes where it allows you to have burst damage, more control, standard stuff coming out from them, and it allows you to move around the map. The tricore that they always use, especially in the previous game, was a bit of an issue because you have Weaver, CM, who's a very sluggish hero, and she was extremely underfarmed and move out with the Legion Commander, try to go for the kills while Lina is farming in the triangle. She's a farm-oriented hero, rarely join fights early on, like she wants that to hit that BKB boots of travel timing, so that was a huge issue for T1. I think this opener works much better.
Yeah, and I know we talk a lot about how T1 is more of like, especially with the way that they have played before, it's the longer games, it's more of these responsive kind of plays, and that's why they went for like the Weaver. You have this time lapse eventually with the Aghanims, you have this Legion Commander for save. I don't want that from T1 actually versus LGD, even though it's more of their style. I want them to be more of the aggressors, because I think if you just kind of hang back, that's playing completely into PSG LGD's hands. So just more aggression, and yeah, like you said, this is already leaps and bounds better for me.
All right. Can we move on to the LGD draft, because we Fogged have your favorite hero. It's the ET.
Yeah, I mean it's
ET.
The stats say it all. I don't need to say anything else anymore. OP hero. Death Prophet also. They're one of the few teams that are still really confident, even picking it first too. I think we've had a couple other teams grab it like later on in the draft, but PSG LGD just open with it, and I've seen them do this several times.
I know you're both happy and sad at the same time seeing ET, because what's going to happen after TI?
It's going to get buffed.
Atau mereka emang bener-bener ngasih push ya?
Bener-bener dikasih ya?
Definitely not. We see PSG LGD protecting that Prophet pick and also wait to disengage a team fight. So Invoker banned out the Quas Vex Invoker. On the other side, T1 also protecting Magnus with Winter Wyvern, one of the better heroes in general to split up the fight. And Winter Wyvern's still very good. At one point, she had
game 2-nya T1 yang menang.
Win rate.
Yeah, T1's still very comfortable with that, and that's a hero that can play in both capabilities, which is why I really like Wyvern. Almost in any meta, you're an aggressor, or your defensive capabilities, you have so much potential also for damage throughout all stages of the game because you're percent base. Just
Udah
good
pernah
hero
dong,
overall. I think that's
Karl Magnus.
one that was a bit undervalued for me. I thought it was going to get picked a lot more, but I also really like the. I know you touched on the bans. The Shadow Demon ban is always one. If you have Death Prophet, almost always you want to take out Shadow Demon because you can't build Yules. Your mobility is completely stagnated as well. That's a change up. We got a Dawnbreaker.
It's been mostly VP has been running this hero, and with high value both in the carry and the 5 position. Actually, I'm just going to start asking, what is this a core? Is this a support Dawnbreaker, or is it just a massive flux?
Hard to say. They have Magnus with the power, so Like if you get Empower on that hero played as a carry, it could be potentially really good. It's one of the heroes that comes online extremely quickly to Echo Saber, as you mentioned.
Bukan
Versus ran it
sudip ini,
3
Jok. Bukan
times.
Sumail,
I
anjing.
believe 2 were wins. One was a loss.
Kuku
And
ini,
we've
bos.
seen a couple of
Kan
Dawnbreakers being
Sumali.
played as a position 4/5 so far.
Still flex, but I would imagine it's more so going to be the support. I don't think you want to put a strength core into Death Prophet. Then you're putting two strength cores, the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker, 2 ideal Spirit Siphon targets. That mid game is just going to be pretty disastrous. DP heals way too much. Dawnbreaker's stat gain is absurd. So you get a Siphon on her and you get full HP. So.
Do you rather play an Agi core against an Elder Titan though?
Mid TP aja gitu.
Yeah, I guess that's where it becomes kind of difficult, right? So it's a pretty good opener. That's why PSG LGD did go for that one. So it already makes things a little bit more complicated for T1.
So now that LGD picks up the Earthshaker Snapfire, I'm assuming is the Earthshaker 3 that we've been seeing a lot these days, or could they flex the ET like OG sometimes does?
Looking at what they got so far,
Fogonya Spectre atau TP.
PSG LGD, they ran that Prophet exclusively as a position 3. So this time around, it might need to be a mid hero, and then you have Earthshaker as the offlane, because Snapfire plus ET seems like the support duo in this one.
Okay.
They have probably the best heroes in the game to choose where you want to take a fight.
Yeah.
With Earthshaker, ET, Snapfire, Roche fights are going to be almost impossible for T1 to defend. Yes, you have Magnus, you have Skewer, but PSG LGD can, with a lot of their spells, just say stop, we're taking this fight out where we want it to be.
Offlane sama 4-nya udah nongol.
Team fight again. Just every time I see PSG LGD, they cover themselves with absurd team fight. And again, I'm already looking at the scaling. They've got ET. They have the carry for the last pick. Well, second to last pick, of course. T1 does have the last pick time around. They set themselves up for late game. So T1, I mean, what's the option that they want to go for their carry? And I think that's why we see PSG LGD also going for the Earthshaker, because they're trying to deter T1 from going for a melee carry. Because I've seen so many times these Shakers as this 3 position just dominate these melee carries. So now T1's like, okay, so we'll grab a Medusa so that I don't play into this Earthshaker that's just eating shit totals and fissures.
And on the Medusa, we're talking, well, you can't get a strength carry, you can't get an edge carry because Elder Titan. Does not rely too much on the armor, so you see not that much of a counter. But is there synergy with the Medusa in her draft?
Ono ET barang itu. Depend tapi harusnya.
She doesn't benefit that much. She doesn't get the cleave, has a built-in cleave, so Empower is still going to be some extra damage, which is nice. One thing that PSG LGD needs to be careful about is possibly going inside a triangle early on and try to block the ancient stacks or the big camp so that Medusa cannot get that much farm. They don't have the best heroes to invade. Like, they're good at rotating, but they're not as good as taking the stack as T1 is.
You didn't ban more?
What's the role of the Dawnbreaker as well? Because the healing with the team, not great synergy. The global ability is just okay here.
Yeah, it's just okay. I think it's just like this T1 ideally always with some type of counter initiation. That's like their jam. So I think the Dawnbreaker's that they wanted to have in there too. But it's different. I mean, we have not gotten to see this hero too much, so I'm a bit skeptical on it, especially because they haven't played it. Did they play it here at all? Maybe they had one game.
Masalah iku ana ET sing buka vision lho, Bang.
I don't remember them playing it.
Okay.
So right now for T1, we're
Dan
missing one last
sing
hero.
masa iya.
Just look at these four.
Sing masalah itu malah
What
bukan
weaknesses you're seeing? What is
Morphling
what they're missing?
Morphling ET ini malah.
I want a secondary
Nggak,
initiator.
maksudnya
I know
kan
Lion eventually does get that, like,
ini
Blink
buka
Dagger.
vision,
Same thing with the
Morphlingnya
Magnus, but I want
PS.
somebody else that
Armornya
also
udah
goes in
nol
and
tau kena
starts
skill
fights.
2 ET.
Also a little bit damage lacking.
Dideketi terus
Medusa
Morphlingnya
takes some
lompat
time to
dengan
build up,
damage
so I want someone else
1,5
that
kan
comes online
anjing
a little
hilang
bit
cok
earlier and is looking to
irungmu.
be that playmaker with the Lion, with the Dawnbreaker.
And if we're looking at LGD, Lacoste, is there anything they're missing from this draft right now?
So far, so good. This is a great early
Itu mereka kayak
game-oriented
welcome
lineup
banget
that
kalau misalnya
scales
mereka yang
really
masuk
well, especially
T1
once
nggak
ET
punya
has his aura maxed out. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground, a lot of long-range damage. Just a Fissure into Snapfire, ulti, ET stomp could get someone killed, especially the
berharap
backlines of
sniper
T1.
salah satu. Pon gue sebenarnya game
The
siji
final
cuk
bans
kalau
are
saat
coming
TP
in.
gak Morphling
It's
cuk.
going to be mid.
Sniper lu.
All the Bat Riders.
Gila, tangan
mix
gue
here.
muni Morphling.
Oh, it might be actually. Wow, the audience
I got
is really
the little bit
pumped
of
in
background right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
true.
All we're missing
Morphling.
is our boy Ogre.
Yep.
He's the best
claps
for me.
They were the two claps.
Sniper cuy.
See, for those of you that think
Sniper
this
cuy.
is a fake one,
Sniper cuy.
just have the stadium filled
Ayo,
with people,
sniper.
Earthshaker fans.
Oker.
Is the last pick for T1 an advantage this time? Could they surprise us with something? Because
Carry
last time they
Oker,
couldn't really
okay,
flex anything. They couldn't really pull off anything.
Yeah, maybe Ursa
Panos
will
muna
be
game
as
si
bad. I
Posh.
just really love anything that can build into Diffusal Blade against Medusa. And overall matchup, during the Season 2, it was starting getting popular. Ursa as a counter pick to Medusa because she was extremely powerful at that point. And I thought it's not going to be a good thing, but Ursa just completely destroys Medusa.
Yeah, Secret's been running it a lot. So they see it as a high value pick. Would you agree with your side, idea?
Yeah, definitely can see it get close being built into their team with like Snapfire and stuff like that. It's always nice to have any type of like. You don't need, most of these Ursas, they are building Blink again a bit more, but having that extra thing.
Kecewa aja aku be Ame, Cuk.
They're just gonna go back, hey, stable. It's Ame. You're playing versus Medusa. Reflection's good.
Sniper is good.
High base armor as well. Have to worry because now like the Lion is gonna have a little bit of a better game, especially in mid game if it does get to like this farming thing where you're just hexing and mana draining illusions in team fights. So this Lion actually went up a little bit for me in
buat
prior, a little
apa
bit better
anjing
now
kamu
for
main
T1.
sniper di
But this is
MMR
just,
bangsat.
it's just stability, right? It's like Ame, what are you going to carry the game with?
Kecewa
It's a pretty decent TB game. It's not a bad one by any means. So let's see what T1 does for the solution. Do they pick something like those like Tinkers, those Zeuses? Are they going to try to hard counter this Terrorblade?
For Zeus, and they can go for it. Is Ember Spiller still available? He is.
Yes, he
Not
is.
enough. There's one silence, long duration silence from Dead Prophet.
Oh,
they go with
okay.
the Doom. The
So that's
Carl
more
Classic.
T1. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me, what does this Doom do for the draft, Fogged?
He just needs to full commit. Like, he needs to full commit for the Terrorblade. We've seen teams do it in the past. I know VP was one of the biggest ones, like, years ago, where it was like they saw Terrorblade, they just picked Doom, and you Doom him in the entirety of the game. No matter what inside the team fights. And they also will be able to keep scaling going. That's the thing. I've seen a lot of these Midases. So now we have a pretty good scaling Tricore coming out from T1 if they're able to slow the pace of the game down. They also potentially could have some
TP-nya di Doom di
making prowess
Doom
versus PSG.
The only hero that kind of stands out to me is this Stonebreaker. I don't feel like it fits in the lineup because you don't have anything else that is potentially global to play with. I don't see too much synergy with it, but I definitely do love the last pick too, because it's Carl's probably best hero from what I've seen, and also hitting these right timings, the Hand of Midas that you mentioned. Once you hit that Shiva's refresher, this is when it becomes like extremely strong timing for T1. So they're not really playing into this early game. They're going to be a bit more focused on the defensive side of Dota this time around.
Right. Well, we've heard from our panelists. Now we can get right into. Oh, wait, no, actually, no. We need to know what's going to happen in this game. We need to know what to look out for, and that's why BSJ is here to give us the last word.
Thank you, Avo. As this game is all about the combos, T1 has a single volley of spells that could potentially decimate the LGD lineup. They have the RP, the Lion Lockdown, as well as the Doom Breaker Doom, and eventually two Dooms later on in the game. And when one team has a lot of combos, the other team needs to look to have some combo breakers. So first and foremost, you want heroes that are difficult to combo. Terrorblade, if he barely survives the combo, will Sunder and turn the fight. Death Prophet will have her exorcism going, which also makes her quite a threat despite being locked down. And then you have the ET Stomp and Earthshaker Fissure to potentially break up the combo. And if that wasn't enough, you have Grandma's Force Staff coming out from the Snapfire. That cookie might just be enough to save these crucial targets. Will T1 be able to execute their combo, or will LGD be able to turn the fight? And we've got a great combo of our own to take you through the story. I give you Suns fan and Cinder.
Thank you, BSJ. First block, Cinderella, we just caught it on camera. Beautifully done. We saw this kind of work in slow motion. But we caught it officially. First blood goes the way of PSG LGD. This is game 2 of a best of 3 between these two in the upper bracket for TI10 main stage. Cinder, what are your thoughts on these particular lineups and your favorite hero right now, Dawnbreaker?
I think LGD have a really high chance of winning this game because they got first blood.
First blood.
All jokes aside, yeah, I love Dawnbreaker. I think the hero's super fun. I actually thought we were going to see it more at TI and given more priority than it has been, but hasn't exactly been shining. Sitting at easily 25% win rate in group stages, 2 and 6. So
very sad to see.
Only been banned 5 times. I think a lot of people even predicted it to be the most banned hero of the event and just wasn't. We're getting the replay here.
Yeah, that was basically a ravage by Great Fire, but yeah, Zephyr ends up being first blooded there. But yeah, I agree with Lakaz. I was thinking the same thing, that typically when you have a Dawn, I mean, again, it's just the support here, but when you have a Dawnbreaker, you want some sort of initiator that has a lower cooldown that you can just set up consistently with your ult. They have RP. Very long cooldown. That's basically it. So the reason I bring that up is because Solar Guardian is kind of the reason you pick this hero, I feel, other than the laning stage, which she's very strong at.
Yeah, a simple breakdown of Dawnbreaker is you're really strong in the first 5 minutes, and then you have your ult, and that's pretty much it as a support. Like, your other spells are nice for a while, but later down the line you just do very little against BKBs, against heroes just getting enough stats, and getting more mobility, so eventually start pumping a lot what you do. Your stun is super situational because you need time to wind it up, unlike something like a Lion that just connects it, as Carl is almost dying in mid here.
Yeah.
Nothing to say.
Well, let's talk about this lane then. Nothing to say, obviously playing the Death part versus Doom. We're not seeing as much Doom mid in this patch. I want to say about 6 months ago, this was basically the standard. How about this matchup overall?
Really like DP in this matchup just because you're playing against a melee strength hero. Some of DP's best matchups are the ones where she can keep running down with Spirit Siphon and lane, just do a lot of damage, and should be very good against Carl, who still had a very good first couple of waves. He has 9 CS here, not too shabby at all.
Kok di skill mananya nggak bisa
I would imagine, especially look at the lane positioning right now in mid. Like, this is what you want as DP.
Don't
sit here.
Right,
just keep denying. Every time the wave is here, Carl comes forward. You can bet your
Rocky
he's gonna run it down a little bit here. Actually got for 2 points in Crypt Swarm, and Carl has to yield again, deny, and now nothing to say. We'll just, I think, try to keep the wave here again. So
yeah, I want to say back when Devour gave health regen, this would have been much more manageable for Doom.
Yeah.
But now it's like, obviously burst damage is what you mostly fear, but this damage from DP is just constant. The Spirit Siphons are seemingly always up. A lot of rune control. You can push the waves. There's almost like, what's the reasoning for Doom mid? Is this just a pick of like, okay, didn't have to be originally the mid, but they just felt like it fit better this game for whatever reason?
Above all else, I think it's comfort, right? It's T1. This is their best strategy, is playing Medusa Doom and Magnus. Right? They're basically like, here, we're down 0-1. Let's pick our best heroes that work together. And T1, I just think, when I think of this team, I think Doom and Medusa as their two best cores. They got both of them. It is pretty much on the greedy side, right? Like playing Doom, Medusa, Magnus. Doesn't get much greedier than that. But at the same time, you look at LGD's lineup, which isn't necessarily the fastest either.
Yeah, we got the Spirit Siphon into the Crypt Swarm. I mean, honestly, pretty easy killing. Pretty expected as well.
I feel like that's not the best voice line usage from Carl there. I don't feel like I don't feel like nothing to say lost there. But I do feel like Carl gambled, so he got 50% of his voice line right. So, all
right, if you agree with Cinder, make sure to cheer.
Yep.
We'll know if they agree in about 10
correct,
seconds.
Which we both know is the
Ini
best
scriptnya nggak oke, Cok.
Thank you, Shannon, for ruining
I definitely remember that quote.
Yep. We always finish each other's horses. Yes, thank you.
Carl looking for a high five. Don't think it's going to be reciprocated. There's the cheers for Cinder, and they love you. Look at that. They're even putting the gold thingies in there, whatever those are called.
I love you back.
Bot lane.
Hope some people are going
to. We're seeing a repeat of Ame on that Terrorblade, and draft panel was kind of discussing this. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with them overall? You got to hold that, Carl. Don't hold that, Cinder. Let it go.
Not holding it.
Let it go.
Do I agree with the draft panel on?
The Terrorblade pick. Oh. Zephyr is going to get to the high ground.
Kalau diam-diam tinggal disembur.
I think it's solid. Like, obviously, the last pick of the draft here was the Doom, which fares well against the Terrorblade, but they didn't have that information at the time. But Terrorblade does fare pretty well against Medusa, I would say, for the most part. GQ,
Zephyr, but remember, Zephyr, Dawnbreaker, super tanky at this stage of the game. Neither will die, so it'll end up in a stalemate.
In my experience playing Dawnbreaker as a support, Terrorblade is a rough matchup. He just overpowers you eventually. He's just too strong. You can't really go in without getting killed, especially when the Scotty comes out. As far as the Magnus and Lion matchups, I think it was maybe also just by scarcity of good carries that were left, right? I think they wanted the Morphling that T1 ended up last banning, so that was a good ban. And you just looked at, okay, we have a lineup with insane team fight. We have good lanes, so we can afford to go for a greedy late game carry that needs a bit of time to build up because we've got all the boxes checked basically, and Terrorblade was the best strong late game carry lift in the pool.
And all nothing to say, already using Exorcism in the mid lane and already doing half damage to the tower. They won't be able to finish in all likelihood, but does require a few rotations. In fact, we're going to get a Doom TP as well, but you can see White on the sideline with the Echo Stomp. It's going to connect successfully. Not sure if LGD can actually pursue any further. But still, damage
Guys,
done.
apa yang bisa kita lakukan?
What's that? 80% of that tower.
Saya tidak tahu.
Yeah, that's the level of first Exorcism of the game. We're going to see the cookie come into fruition as well. Carl getting chased at the Starbreaker, forcing nothing to say out. But again, this is 2v3 in the mid lane. This is so much space for LGD's cores to farm.
We might end up in a situation again similar to the last one where Ahmed gets completely free reign because nothing to say forces so much pressure onto mid. Seems to be an emerging pattern here. Both Dragon Knight and DB have a similar style of accomplishing this. And in last game, they third picked Dragon Knight. This game, they actually second picked DP very early in the draft. So seems to be a strategic approach for them to secure Ame a good game. Look at his denies, by the way. 21 denies on the Terrorblade, just really shutting down Magnus in lane. Not letting him get very much here for Cuckoo. Working on Helm of the Dominator. Not sure how much I like that this game would do.
The cookie initiation again. Fissure connects.
Oke, servis sama
Oke. From Whitemon. Looks like very least T1 get the trade they're looking for. 23 Savage, in fact, getting the credit for that one.
Ended up getting blocked off a little bit there. Zephyr will quickly go and die to the neutral so he can get back to base faster.
And this is looking like close to a tower death. 7 minutes. Look how low that tower is right now. Just having his way this game, which typically for the opposing team, not a good sign. But I mean, looking at T1 side, obviously Medusa, extremely good late game carry. And then we've talked about this so many times, but once Doom does get online, you can just delete the core, which Ame would obviously be their first choice for.
This does feel like the kind of game where if it goes late and PSG LGD don't manage to truly execute the Death Prophet, I think T1 have a very good shot if they're, if not favored, very late into the game. And T1 likes playing long games, as we know. They have, especially in previous tournaments, had some marathon games over an hour. And if it gets to that stage, if they can weather the storm, I think they have a really good shot here with Doom Medusa. So, hopefully for them, they get to build up. Obviously, LGD's strategy is doing very well so far. They have a 1k lead against a Doom mid with level 3 Devour, so effectively against a lot of other strategies, you could consider this maybe a 2k lead, almost taking mid tower. So definitely on the back foot right here, RT1. But I've doubted their Medusa games before, and they just... Oh no.
Nothing to say. Exorcism rotation to the top lane. Fissure will connect, but nothing to say. They're not going to see him. Savage gets out. Oh, Faithbeyond very close to actually getting that cancel.
Fissure actually ended up...
Yeah, that was unfortunate angle there.
He didn't get the blocking angle he was hoping for. Ended up blocking himself more than the Medusa. Now, defense is actually coming in. Carl from the side. Gets the courier kill, so now they know he's there.
Yeah. And here comes from the sideline, Zephyr. There's the Doom onto Faith Beyond, trying to run away here. Looks like, at the very least, he will drop. Whitemon might be the sacrifice. Exorcism is already dissipated in the vicinity. They will take him out in the end. Now Spirit Siphon on a Carl. Echo Stomp as well. But I would assume that T1 able to just walk away very safely here. But
so one
great
for one,
defense.
they get the core. Get that kill. Who got the bounty for it? It was Carl himself. Killing the courier as well as the shaker. So approaching top net worth now on this mid Doom. Midas is arriving as well. So the ramp up is really going to start now. Gets a nice little bottle refill from Whitemon as well.
There's a Midas for Carl.
The Swiftness aura here. I thought he was going to take the Centaur, but obviously the Swiftness aura might have him a little bit with farming speed in the jungle.
He really likes tomatoes, I'm sure. Delicious ketchup.
As does anyone sane.
They're He's going to be spotted here, but... He's going to get... That's not the hook stomp. That one was not worth, I don't think. Heavy damage, but here's the rotation from T1. Even 23 Savages come to play. Trying to pick out Jin Q. Looks like he'll
Wah,
survive.
mati dewe lagi.
And on the other side, Ame with the meta 23 Savage trying to sneak me out. Ain't gonna happen.
What the fuck was
Itu mah disuruh gak mati loh
One way
padahal.
or the other, but Cuckoo looks like he wants to defend and try to get the deny with the Centaur, but he's gonna take heavy damage if he gets any further.
Never mind, dude.
He's gonna be given up.
And something we haven't talked about very much, if at all, I really like Elder Titan as a hero against Medusa. I think when you're playing against these static pushers, like let's say Medusa,
Like the siege tank type.
yeah, you don't have very much mobility going your way, so it's so easy for Elder Titan to land these stomps every single time Medusa shows. They have nothing to get the Medusa out of there yet. It's not like those swap
Wah, mati.
anything. Not the best fissure, but it's going to result in a kill either way.
And it's going to probably lead to a tower.
Indeed. No, that's actually a really good point. But I mean, it's interesting that you've talked about this many times. How strong Elder Titan is right now. We've talked about the win rate, pick rate, and all that good stuff. And I think it's really cool that in past TIs, like the ban, pick ban system was a lot different, right? We had more bans in the first phase, which means now, if there's a handful of heroes that teams are really prioritizing, some of them are going to get through, and it changes all the time. So the fact that we're actually seeing some of these heroes consistently get through is pretty cool, in my opinion.
For sure. And you can't really fault either team for the other bans they're doing, right? There's just a lot of heroes that are really good, and there's a lot of...
ban everything, but there's the Doom on Ame,
Okay.
of death.
Instan.
Very nicely played from
Untuk kurir
T1.
barang.
Beautiful
Lagi.
positioning.
Comeback
died.
Several times
Comeback tail.
over.
Yeah, I think they could have definitely killed him at least
Tipisannya
2.5
white
times there.
comeback
Hey,
ya,
Finger charge is worth it,
10
Cinder.
masih
Of course,
jauh
gotta
ini,
stack
bro.
those things up.
But maybe didn't
Masalahnya
need
big
to
spell
do.
kabel tekan.
Terrorblade isn't exactly very tanky yet, but they get it done. They
Sing
played
iso
safe. They
perang
really
gak
want
ada
that big
ulti
army
sing tekan
kill.
gak iso ya.
I think he didn't die last game.
Oh iya, so
Probably
Medusa.
feels really good to kill a
Yang
Terrorblade at least
menipira
once
betul
in
maka
2 games.
tulung.
I would imagine.
Yeah, that's an understatement, no doubt
Iya,
about
paling
it.
20 menit
See, top
mana.
net worth goes to
Setelah
Carl
versi.
on the Doom, no big surprise. Despite the little bit of a rough start, we figured that he would bring his way back just because he is playing the Doombringer
Gini sih
after
so
all.
menang.
He's doing pretty well.
Hitamku 10 kill gak
Fake casting
selamat
his
tau.
Thunderclap.
I think costs a lot of mana, by the way. He actually does get
Lagi me sama
Oh,
menang.
they actually changed it.
What's a lot to you?
No, okay, it used to be like 150 mana. Yeah, I just haven't eaten that creep. I stay away from tomatoes, like I said. So
Makes a lot of sense.
TI?
The potato, on the other hand.
No, and you definitely don't play micro
Undur,
heroes that
kena.
will take it.
That's true.
So
That's true.
you go into the draft screen, you see is Pangolier banned? No, then I pick Pango. Is Pango banned? Yes, then I pick Centaur. So not exactly a lot of variety there.
Man, you just ruined my pubs for the
Jago
next
juga
year,
ya.
Cinder.
Fix
Now
muka.
everybody knows my strategy. Some stacks
They
being
figured you out with overworld.
created
already.
here by T1. As looks like that Centaur
Caranya di Jurgi karo
be able to
Centaur.
push the bottom tier 1 successfully. As Blink Dagger already online, which I guess it is position 3, so you're going to get more farm priority.
Yung kurang 700
Faith
pintu
Beyond
gitu.
on this Earthshaker.
Iya, masih.
We'll see if this is going to end
Iya,
up being
apa, Cok?
go time
Kalau
for
pikir
them.
kemarin di Decker, Cuk.
I mean, they have the Yules on nothing to
Ditumpak-tumpak
say.
ya.
I would assume going for BKB. Oh, it looks like Boots of Travel for
Dah kui.
BKB stuff.
Yeah, it was one or the other.
Buffett biane
Most
wis duwe
likely.
Decker saiki.
Because he has both of them in quick buy.
Gak usah bari iki.
No, that's the standard build. Sometimes you will see a Kaya Yash.
Posisi
Kaya
itu
Yash, Kaya
dari
Sanj.
sore. Cian,
Kaya Yasha we don't see on anyone really.
Yeah, there's the jump in, Blink reveal.
Space.
Gonna be a kill on
Space
White
bar.
Mon.
Space matamu 10 killku bangsat.
If you were wondering what that flying thing was, DP has been changed in 730. It's not a hero we've seen a lot, but the silence is now a projectile.
5 man RP
The
mari
cast
gini.
point has been lowered, so it's quicker to cast than it was for the last couple of years, but it needs to travel. So if you're in very short, very close proximity, it's actually better than it was
Yeah,
before.
that's one of those.
Every
Joko ini
distance,
mulai
target is
berjalan,
worse.
Cuk.
That's one of
Eco,
those
muntah
skills that
paku.
that was the
Exo.
longest unchanged skill, basically, like since
Saya
Dota,
apa,
other
Cuk?
than like the duration and balance. But in terms of how it works,
Conceptually, it's been the same
Wah,
forever.
iki di
Yeah.
Decker.
that is an OG right there
Ya
for
iki,
sure.
ya iki.
As
I have
we
a
see,
bit piece of
Wayai,
trivia. for you.
wayai.
Oh boy.
Can you name a hero that has the exact same spells that it's
Wayai,
had for the
wayai.
entire history of the
Roto
hero?
apa rata
Iya,
No.
langsung 4 Cuk.
I mean, Warcry is slightly different, I guess. All right, I have to think about this one. Don't tell me.
Wah,
We're gonna have a
Cuk,
4-man
iya
smoke
no
here from
kuku
LGD.
dek gono langsung dari
Carl
have
gonna
devotional.
break it. Faith Beyond jumps in. Solar Guardian is coming, but you can see the immediate doom into the Earth Splitter, though. Looks like there's gonna be a little as well. Faith Beyond drops to the finger. Finishes off nothing to say. And T1
Waduh, oke kena dur. Bukan kan, menang Del.
Shockwave into the centaur.
Makane.
Delays the inevitable.
Setun. Setun. Oke. Waduh, oke. Batman.
Potentially some damage up to this tier 1 mid as well.
Lihatnya jago sih. Dua apa bang?
Madura, Cuk. Madura Pride, Cuk. Madura United, Cuk.
Other key ultimates here, but it's well worth it. So this Echo Slam doesn't clip the Doom, so immediately gets doomed. Solar Guardian comes in, and they just connect very quickly. And this RP is what seals the deal. They get nothing to say. No good way to cookie him. Very, very well done by T1.
Yeah, good execution.
4K lead. They're in a great position right now.
Quick fingers from Carl. As always, we're going to see another kill on the Snapfire here in the replay.
So we were used to have an
I don't remember that one. That's before my time.
There is a small handful of heroes still, I think. I want to say it's less than 5 that have the original spells. Like entirely. Basically, all the number tweaks, but still the same concept.
We have a pickball usage.
Tapi gara-gara ulti dia trigger juga, Cuk.
Very nicely done as Roshan is being attentive. Despite being networks and they're in LGD. Looks like they're going to get it.
Yeah.
Terusan tuh.
This is the
10k murah selamat Del lagi Del.
basically what happens when you pick these massive ultimate lineups against a team that can kill Roche, right? If you don't manage to get the Roche off it, they're going to go and take that objective. So very good awareness here from LGD that they can get away with this. Really give it to Ame.
Farming mana Yohan?
Unfortunately for LGD, I guess you could say unfortunate. I don't know if it's unfortunate, but both of their Aegis
Lah iya,
carriers
tapi
are
kenapa ada farming
transformation-based
nih, Bi?
heroes.
Kasih dia nge-push.
Nunggu Doom. Doomnya kayak 20 detik, 30.
Oke.
Terus yang di Doom anu nih.
Apa?
Iki, Cuk. Lon ya
Yang di Doom tiba-tiba TB nih.
Kak sih. Yang di Doom pasti S apa DP?
DP lah pasti. Ora, mau salah deh. Salah ngedum DP. Apa ngedum
Duro make play? Oh,
wih, ketaan. Tolong jare. Oh,
Still takes a while to kill. She's beefy.
Yep.
Buruk.
Kalem sih nggak apa-apa.
Wong Cina LGD gurun tau ditabrak mikrolet.
Matam.
Wis dagger ya? Redmond.
Roto cuy mbek Magnus itu.
Net worth-nya 34 harusnya kurang 200. Lek dhek tuku stick kurang 200.
Kandhane kok mikrolet iki wis ancang-ancang yuk.
Di ancang-ancang RP iki ya TV nggo Aegis iki ya.
Paling ini nyeruduk cuk. Kabar to.
Diseruduk itemku kene.
Amene
yang diseruduk DP ngulti. DP ngulti diseruduk.
Amene lapo cuk.
Iku DP ulti diseruduk kowe Magnus balik cuk ulti cuk.
Balik mata.
balik nang Magnus.
Balik mata.
Gemiti wedi cuk wong Duro cuk.
Heeh. Balik nang bolo-bolone dhewe.
Gila semua gila.
Ya gak sido metu.
Iki lho.
Ah, iki masih.
Iki. The moment.
Ya iki sing di
The moment.
Wah.
Wah, dhuwur ya temenan. Dhuwur.
Ngepit.
Oke, nice beat.
Kenapa nggak jadi di Doom?
Nice beat, Bang. Nice beat.
Kacau, iki.
Pina.
Pemas.
Ah?
Ngepit iku lho. Mereka semua ke atas, malah mikroletis nyeruduk mari nyerempet mari lho.
Padahal iku mang lek ke Doom omonganku kedaden, Cuk.
Lho iki.
Sing di Doom TP ini.
Piye, Bos?
Lah terus iki enek-enek meta.
Janjo iku iki sing entek
pas meta. Kan kasih perang to, Ben.
Wah.
Fuck.
Metane enek.
Kempos kok kata Cuk.
Iku iki sing entek metane ono maneh, Bang. Bangsat.
Makane.
Bane kempos Cuk Magnus Cuk. Sik mumpo-mumpo bane Cuk. Mikrolete. Apa? Piring sebelah.
Menit 22 deh maneh. Nyoba mana?
Karena wis BKB ya. Bisa lah ini, bisa. Masih bisa ini.
Apa BKB?
Doom.
Wah. Gorong urusan iki lasite paling
Oh, wis dadi anu iki, wis dadi mekan pisan.
Cok.
Mune wis Jagger ya.
Selama 10 killku bajingan.
Dhewe menang Del, 10 killmu kalah.
Milih salah siji lah, gak seluruh karo de ya. Imodar iki.
Ora. Instingnya wong Duro iki ndak boleh diremeh-remeh Mas.
Iki semuk.
Ngebet ya lu, ngebet ya.
Oke.
Wah.
Loh, bos? Ati lapo bos? Ati gebok kurir tapi.
Duh.
Lul.
Cuk. Mikroletnya nyerempet, Cuk.
Segentar tapi bangsat. Wong sing kena bong di bong, tekan to bro jancuk.
Loh. Wah, iki lho.
Oke.
Lo ya. Iku kuncane disimpen Mas Til. Nek skewer di atas gak entuk di bawah.
Oke.
Ya apa sih? Dua-durone entuk CQ, Cuk.
Dua lagi, please.
Iku entuk iku dol tapi.
Untuk DP.
Nanti itu sini kena.
Iki sinkris mulai muntah rambut, Cuk.
Muntah rambut. Ya kurang ulti blasok nek game iki.
Belum. Pakwe gorong metu, Cuk. Sik rambutnya sik baru metu, Cuk. Dukune wong Duro iki istimewa, Cuk.
Cuma ini Siva, Dume Siva kelar sih iki, Bang.
Ayo.
Cepat nih Sivane tadi nih.
Mone dagger.
Semuknya masih 2 bong, masih bisa ini bong 10 killnya bong.
Andane yo.
Antal dia dogwi ku andane lene hancur kabeh.
Iku cash point ultine sapa? Sing nggawa palu. Iku suwe ya?
Suwe dong ngehilak.
Enggak ultine.
Cepet dile bosok. Ya suwe. Tebloke suwe. Ngehil soalnya.
Ya gila Masil. Iki ngebet iki.
Ndi?
Iki mari ngebet langsung disikat iki.
Sapa sing dibet sapa?
Mon tumbal ya pos Sepri.
Ya, sing dibet sapa masalahe, Cok? Sing dibet sapa? Sapa ngebet sapa sing kena?
Buyback iki.
Oke, motor
buyback langsung diperangi mana.
Terus motor mana?
Wong kaono Doom.
Bos, what? Kok ketok?
Kok bisa tahu ya anjing ya?
Makanya.
Oh ada.
Hah? Enggak, cowok itu wartnya ini, Cok.
Ono warte.
Wartnya T1 iku lagi dipasang. Wartnya PSG.
Drone.
Anjing.
Bong, kok bisa gitu, Bong? Jago itu, Bong, anjing.
Ancuk, Pramali Cino istimewa, Cuk.
Drone, karet drone. Nyetun kena stun dhewe.
Gak, masa kok bisa tahu ya di situ anjing?
Atau gara-gara kedengaran suara Centaur ya? Kedengaran gak sih? Enggak ya?
Enggak harusnya. Di Fog enggak. Lah di Fog enggak sih harusnya. Anjing.
Masalahnya TTE ame pingnya pas tuh.
Apa?
Pingnya ame mang.
Oh, MH. Piye?
Pramal yuk.
Ya ditancap enggak toh?
Ono warte kan lho mang nih dhuwur.
Baru dipasang.
Duduk sing di jalan.
Gak ada. Nah, iki lho Masil.
Apa?
Iku mang iku sing cani ngebet, Cuk.
Oke. Iki piye iki terusan?
Gak ono meta.
Heeh. Lah kayak iki piye terusan, Bos?
Kok entuk, Cuk, Cuk.
Kok dume mlaku mundur, Bos?
Kok mereka bisa tahu sih pada di sana semua? Toh. Instingnya wong Duro, Cuk.
Anjing, White Mon.
Kandane yo.
One more. First time kill, bro. Ntar, ngecek dulu. Udah bener belum tadi?
Instingnya wong Duro.
Tiba-tiba yang tak pasang FTK-nya PSG, Bong. Lemes dong aku. Oh, enggak. T1. Oke, one more T1. Just doom one hero. Tiba malah kayak cowong luru, Bong. Lemes tuh.
Ora, Cuk. Remeh-remeh dua Maduro, Cuk.
Kok gane bisa?
Itu tuan kill. Lagi siap-siap ngeco.
Dia udah semua gak tuh? Buat money? Oh, masih ada satu, Bong. Si bisa ini, Bong.
Bisa. Ada smoke bisa. Satu aja. Pokoknya cuma mati disian. Wait mune.
Iki toh, White Money ngepick. Mana buyback langsung diperangi, Cuk.
Ojo mati, Bud. Ngekill sitok. Wis bar roto gak apa-apa, Cuk.
Bari 10 kill gak apa-apa.
Ya, bari 10 kill wis kalah gak apa-apa, Bang. Dancuk ngono. Gak ada buyback, Cuk. Gak ada mati-mati. Oke. Lah, itu di drop.
Ngepit ya.
Itemnya di drop anjing. Itemnya di drop, Cuk, Savage. Well done udah, Bang. Itemnya di drop.
Ke drop ya, Dragonlance ya.
Di drop. Gara-gara mecah ini, gara-gara mecah apa? Dragon Lens.
Lah ya ke drop.
Itu ke drop ya. Wo. Please. Wah, Cuk. Wah, anjing. Wah.
Lo ya.
Wah, enggak ya. Wah,
Oh, kasih itu.
Dapat satu dulu. Mantap jiwa. Dah kamu kalah enggak apa-apa. Dah rata enggak apa-apa. Oke, dah mati aja, mati. Dah kalah. Bu. Masih bisa diselamatin? Kok masih strong?
Cuk, Whitemon, Cuk. Whitemon.
Anjing.
Cuma Madura.
Anjing gini. Cuk, Leonnya, Cuk.
Apik Leonnya sumpah.
Bangsa si Leonnya.
Sumpah Leonnya gila nih.
Jago parah, Cuk, anjing Leonnya.
Sumpah Leonnya gila nih.
This Lion, bro. Itu perangnya nggak pakai Doom loh, Bang.
Pakai Doom.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Doom ikut tumbal, Cuk.
Menang 10 kill. Kasihlah satu game lagi. Menang satu game. Sekalian gamenya. Kok banyak ini?
Iku mau padahal itemnya ke drop. Biasa itemnya gak ke drop ya?
Enggak, loh. Ke drop kok gak apa-apa, Bakah. Lek gak ke drop dia gak ada di BKB sih gedah sampean. Gara-gara item tadi BKB mau ke drop. Lek gak ke drop malah
oh nih ya, but Elven skin itu ya?
Iya.
Tapi
cuman 450.
Cici tok toh?
Ya.
Iya. Iki Cuk semua apik sumpah.
Gak Lione lho anjing. Lione semua.
Wait mune asli gila nih wait mune.
Set. Oke, stun TP. Hex DP.
Stun TP.
Sedot mana
Disedot mana nih? Des untuk BKB deh.
No, double stun.
Apik Cul. Sumpah iku.
Cuk, best player rindu jan bangsa di Whitemon.
Tadi agak ini bisa nanu nih.
Bong, gue main pos 5 jadi Whitemon, Bong. Saatnya, Bong. Bong, pos 5 aku start.
Julukan nelayan kuat, Cuk. Whitepole.
Whitepole. Tak kira Raja Singa, Bong. Duduk Lion King, Bong. Raja Singa anjing. Jadi penyakit gara-gara.
Win rate lainku gede, Cuk. Remeh-remeh.
Duduk Lion King mana itu? Raja Singa. Penyakit.
Loh, 66% nih loh. Dari 20 game kalah 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 game. Wah.
Percaya aku, Bang. Pos 5-mu jago, Bang. Makanya main pos 5 aja anjing, gak usah main core.
Gorong-gorong wong durek disuruh pisingo, Cuk. Amben, Cuk. Wah. Remeh-remeh, Cuk. Jar remeh orang Madura, Cuk.
Ya wong Madura disuruh pisingo.
Bisa jadi macam-macam, Cuk.
Gawe anu mana?
Naga iso. Oke, kuda iso, rusa iso.
Wah, dapat paladin sih
Supir
Medu.
angkot iso.
Supir angkot. Cuk, ini Shinhyu-nya belum ulti-ulti loh, Bang.
10 kill ndekek piro, Del?
5. Dapat 8.
Tadi udah ulti loh. Nang Savage.
T1 match win 1 game naruh 7. Dapat 10.
Piro?
Naruh 7. Nek T1 menang 1 game tok.
Itu 10.
Cuk, masa udah 9k gold lead gamenya kalah anjing. Bro, itu udah 9k gold lead lo, bro. Udah Medusa.
MVP ini White Man bisa Saper, Cuk.
Gak udah, bos. Yang penting menang lo, Bang.
Itu seharusnya.
Force out the BKB, but yeah, you're right. This is just completely left. Aegis Shard. Shard will be consumed by Medusa.
Wah.
It's going to be the
Waduh, untuk saat pisan ya?
Lo ya.
Iki.
Nana, nothing to
ya.
say.
Disuruh.
Kandani yo.
Angkot, Bang.
Macem-macem.
Itu dari sopir angkot.
Iyalah.
Oke.
Nyerempet, Cuk.
Semangat, Dul.
Tapi Chan sejarahnya 2 tim ini ketemu 2-1 semua kok. Makanya aku percaya T1 menang 1 game. Doom-nya dilepas.
Iso menang pisan lho iki game telune, Del.
Medusanya dilepas. Enggak toh, Bro. Doom-nya bentar lagi udah enggak dilepas toh, Bro. Dilepas 1 game aja. Game 1 Doom-nya di-ban toh, Bang. First ban. Terus apa namanya? Medusa di-ban.
Ban kedua malan.
Ya. Doom, Medusa. Leonnya di-ban enggak? Oh enggak, dia Leon. Pokoknya yang tak pantau bener-bener Doom, Medusa. Di-ban semua.
Tapi emang Doom nangis dul early nih mid.
Ya musuhnya oleh first blood Bang gak tulung.
Oh, iki gua
apa?
Lo ya.
Edan aku.
Lo ya.
Edan aku.
White Money toko ya. Ya.
Kena pisan.
Lo ya Masil ya.
Iki.
Disuruh
Waduh.
Ngepit Cuk iki. Waiting.
Waduh, guru lagi.
Tadi Sumail, Bud. Tadi Sumail Cuk iki baru mulai ngentot.
Ini guru. Kaiser.
Word.
Aduh.
Word.
No EXO, no Echo.
It's space, still got Aegis.
Kata RP. Doom up.
DP ini BB gak? Gak mati ya juga tadi, kedum.
Gak.
Wah, lah iku ya beda cerita, Bos. Iku beda cerita. Tak kira buyback Cok DP-nya anjing. Nih. 5-man RP nih, Cok. Ntar lagi, lihat. Watch.
Wes salah. Gak usah 5-man RP, di fur wes. RP itu menang, Cok. Oh, gitu.
Cok, itemnya Ame menang-menang kok iso ngono, Bang.
Apa?
Itemnya Ame menang kok iso ngono.
Ame ae, Cuk.
Ame ae, Cuk.
Pramalit Cino bingung sampean, Cuk. Gak diramal, Cuk, arek Cuk.
Maybe like you talked about, I would assume he's going for dataless nights. On damage. Still no life still.
Lo ya, gak ada EXO ya. Kandani yo, no EXO.
Double
wah.
Double doom, wah.
Bilangin kok.
So there's a 50% chance that it's oh boy. We're gonna assume that
Toh, Whitemon teko nyale kabeh cuk sak LGD cuk.
Oke. Lah lek Dek mau, lek pas nganggo CM. Teko ngaceng
Apa?
kabeh. Teko ngaceng kabeh. Teko kabeh malah cuk. CM.
Pas pakai CM kuwi CM-e koyo iki cuk. Koyo lonte wong Dura cuk. Kayak wong Dura cuk. Dipateni sapa ae cuk. Bu dipateni Pin, bu dipateni Ame, Fedbian, NTS. Dipakai sembarang kali cuk.
Piala bergilir ya.
Gilir cuk.
Nah.
Itu drop mana?
Buat ini ya, buat checker ya biar gak ngestan ya.
Apa?
Kayak ET.
Apa?
Silver EC bagus buat ET atau buat checker?
Ya checker toh. ET cuman pasif
Shaker
toh yang enggak nyala. Iya. ET damage-nya masih ada cuk.
Masa nek bayangan itu, lek bayangan hilang kan.
Ya lumayan loh Mas.
Ndak paling lek kowe ngomong paling bagus ya paling bagus S cuk. S-nya shard enggak toh?
Kita enggak deh.
Harusnya lek shard. Oh, enggak sih. Cuk tapi BKB S cuk. Gak suwe refresher bisa nih S. Please iki kelarno game sadurunge etene Aganim. Tulung. Oh enggak sih, Bong. Hile Dawnbreaker tolol sini, Bong. Anjing udah Aganim cuk ama di loket.
Evasion cuk. Makanya Ame bikin MKB cuk.
Tolol cuk itu cuk. Ilnya anjing.
Oh, buanter.
Ya, baruan. Heal evasion dari siji.
Ninja Gear.
Ternyata grandma-nya tidak aksi-aksi kayak yang kita kira, Bong. Nenek sudah lelah. Nenek sudah lelah di game 1 banyak aksi.
Iku dia mulai kesedak-sedak cuk lona. Batuk-batuk lho. Seret rambut cuk tenggorane. Game 3 muntah paku iku.
Sing muntah paku sapa?
Shinkyu.
Disantet.
Lho iki lho watuk-watuk delona. Wis keseret cuk iki cuk. Ono rambut. Guys, tenggorokanku kok seret ya?
Asli.
Amene suge.
Ya dusane suge pisan.
Iya.
Wah, kedum. Nyo.
Wah. Oh ya.
Loh, kok bisa lompat di Doom? What?
Urung di Doom.
PKB paling soalnya.
Hah? Ya tetep gak bisa, Bos.
Urung di Doom mau.
Wah, selamat ayo. Cok. Buang satu Doom dong.
Pakai refresher lagi.
Langsung dipakai coba sih sama Kal. Kayak gitu emang kelakuannya.
Iya, enggak ya anu PKB ini deh.
Wah, anjing. Dapat aesthetic.
Small camp 2 neutral items. What the fuck?
Cuk itu aesthetic cap dikasih ke ES gak bisa mati sih ke Doom.
PKB.
Langsung itemnya api-api yo.
Harapan T1 buat menang berapa persen, Bang?
Ya. Lo ya.
Nek.
Oke.
Ayo iki.
Kok iso kena lu? Sengaja iku.
Madura United is doing it. Iki mbut.
Angger tapi kuku. Sono dulu.
Wah, sampean durung delok Magnusnya Sumail. Luwe sangar sekan kuku. Yo Sudip luwe sangar sekan kuku, Bangka.
Ya,
Skiver Iku skill siji, skiwer gak tau kena. RP ora dikawin.
Kilo. Kena
Kenapa cuk yang kena cuk? Gak ada apa-apa anjing.
hari ini lo.
Oke, hari ini.
Oh.
Nah, iku kena.
Iku nek DP siji kena DP-ne BB.
Lo ya, kandani
Wah,
kok.
speed.
Kon mati.
Piye?
Kurang ajar.
Cuk, ini dua Indo jago banget cuk.
Karo dukun Indonesia terkenal kebal lah, Cuk.
Matam apa hubungannya bangsa?
Kolok kak, suwek cuk.
Ya apa hubungannya bangsa ada main Dota itu kolok gak mati lu tantu. Ini ya bang ya, banyak yang kebal
nambah
peluru
extra
ya bang.
armor cuk, extra magic resist cuk.
Banyak yang kebal peluru ya bang ya.
Iyalah.
Begal ditembak gak mati, gak berdarah ini cuk.
Makanya Shinkyu gak berguna cuk gini.
Iya, nice bang. Wancuk Dumia Ganim ya.
Waduh Ganim.
Gak main Dota aja sejekri cuk.
Apa sing kedum mati?
Lu ya. Mikroletnya teko ya.
Ngeng.
Ya Allah.
What the fuck?
Oh no.
Wis api-api lo yo. Yo, iku dek perspektif iku ngebit Masil.
Iku lapo iku, Bang? Kesurupan Sudip, Cuk. Sudip nganu.
Ora.
Dijoki Sudip, Cuk.
Iku ku intensional, Cuk.
Intensional.
Musuhnya ngegas sih.
Oke.
Guys. No RP. Oh, iki lon ini.
Oke.
Oh. Kill him. By himself.
Lo ya.
Oke.
Lo ya. Kandani yo.
Fight ya. No RP, ayo perang tiba aja.
Ayo.
Ayo Bang.
Iso.
Tapi Dume mati.
Nah, gak mati. Lo ya. RP?
Iku RP-ne kena iku. Dume. Oh, emane.
Gak ono vision.
Aduh.
Bait ya
Film
Bang.
ngopen yo.
Iku bait Bang. No EXO, no
Iku lek
meta.
ngepet apa, Pak? Oh, next level ra.
Yo, no meta, no EXO, no
Tapi gak
eco.
nge-RP deh.
Semua berawal dari
Apa?
psychological war.
Oke.
Gak ono RP.
Oke.
RP bener, Ben.
Makanya dia RP Horntos keyword ngale.
Ini kuis di anu ya, Ben? Apa jenenge?
2500 IQ, Cuk.
Oke, 2005.
Kilo. Lon.
Dibalenin lagi.
Gak, iki gak RP iki. Iki mek keyword Horntos sih.
Oke.
Engko kali sing maju dhisik.
Oke. Ndi. Cepong entot. Calculated ya Bang ya Moyo. RP, Horntos, baru di skiwer.
Tuh nih. Horntos keyword mari ngono akare lompat langsung iki mari.
Iya, digawe kok sampe.
Kae nek ndukurmu.
Oh, specific.
Kedum dong anak ini.
Lu ya. Piye? Lompat sih rakare.
Nice Bang. Enten tenayangan Bang. Terus white money apa mati Bang?
Tumbal. Buyback coba mari kene white money.
Ya iki lapo iki Bang?
Buyback iki white
Buang
money.
lagi sih.
Buyback mari kene.
Oke. Cuk cebong cenayangnya jago cuk. Wis pantes kan bong dadi dukun nom bong. Buka praktek.
Kilo. Lo ya.
Oh, oke.
Kare maling ini lompat, mari ini.
No BKB, no BKB ya, no BKB.
Lon nih.
No BKB amene.
Lo.
Cuk. Kecebong jen pantes dadi dukun nom bud.
Iki ngeriset sih. Iki sing lompat dume mari ini.
Tutup Magnus ya?
Kudu.
Cuk, iku TB ini sewot rong parah, Bud. Tapi gak iso, Cuk. Ono Doom, ono RP, ono sembarang kali.
RP, Cuk. Timbang kayak Somnus main Storm kemarin. Lu modar, Cuk. Yeah.
Masih bisa ini T1. Kukuku.
But yeah, I mean, is there any consideration to the fact that T1 are
Iki
running
kudune
out
yo.
of slots to
Dume lompat sih.
Is that a
Terus
silver
baru
lining
Magnus
for
Cure
LGD?
Hortos, terus Dume ngeduman.
I suppose to an extent, it is still hard to end this game, I think, for T1. That's like the silver lining. Your team is insane on high ground, and anything can happen in super late game Dota. So a lot of the time it comes down to which key core just gets caught by something. Like when the net worths are this high and the buybacks are that expensive and the damage is this crazy.
Look at this, Cinderin.
Aikis.
Level 25 position 4 Dawnbreaker. Ame, position 1, still 24.
Yeah.
That is...
He's not finding a lot of experience around on the map, that's for sure. It's just mainly the illusions pushing out
Enggak, Bong,
lanes.
tetap sama Bong ceritanya.
And it's a good point.
Itu
The 25
Ame-nya
on
nggak bisa
Ame is
keluar,
actually very
Bong.
important.
Ada
Those
Doom,
talents are
anjing.
insane. In the late game, you either get the 35 seconds
Doom
more
Magnus,
frequent
sekali
sunder
pas-pas
or 20 meta duration.
Ayo harus Magnus sih. Harus
No,
Dume
actually,
sih
getting
metu.
the sunder down to a 6-second
Terus
cooldown
di
sounds
scroll,
pretty crazy, but you're still playing
Wah,
against so many
gila.
lockdowns, right? So you probably take the meta duration.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Kisah menang sama perangnya, Bos.
That's a tough call. If you get Doom, then the decision
Oh,
might
Iki
not
White
even matter, right?
Right.
Ngebait. Pokoknya dua ngebait mana
Savage
buyback, Cuk.
has a refresher
No,
for
no,
himself now, so double
no.
BKB, double stone
Lo ya,
gaze,
lo ya.
double
Anjing,
silver edge.
double stone kiss, Cuk. Maju saya,
Yep,
Ru.
strong
Lo ya.
stuff, I know.
Lo
Zephyr.
ya.
It's going to be spotted out.
Nah,
That's
iki
the demons
buyback
here.
gimana?
They're going to be able to take out Dawnbreaker in quick succession here. Carl looking to potentially go in. Pops the BKB.
Lo ya.
Nothing to say, does the same. Doom actually applies
Lo ya.
to Ame, but he's already
Buyback,
at Venom.
buyback. Mana buyback? RP buyback.
Here.
Lo ya.
Has used everything.
T1, there's a huge RP from Cuckoo.
Ih, BBG.
Right click from 23 Savage, just decimating LGD.
Lo ya.
Earthshaker buys second RP. Second RP onto Ame. He's stuck in place, but there is the lifesteal. And look at how much damage he actually does. He is getting kited from afar, though, as 23 Savage with that split shot
Anjing, DP-nya satu hit nggak mati, Cuk, itu, Cuk.
LGD overall.
Disemak-semak, Cuk.
And they stun-lock Ame enough. Zephyr getting right click down from far. The Sunder talent was definitely taken, as you see. Ame use it multiple times. Faith Beyond's finally come back to the fight. Trying to kite Medusa as much as possible. Ame, all he can do is try to lifesteal. It's not
What the
gonna happen.
fuck?
Double kill for 23 Savage.
Oi.
Finally will go down.
Ooh.
Does have buyback, and Ame's gonna
kok ini kagak naik?
So Jin Q working on Carl right now, burning down to that Infernal Blade. Fissure, nicely done. Blocks off Carl completely. Faith Beyond on the wrong side, though.
Keep it
Why?
by Carlos, no buyback.
Still has that magic immunity. 23 Savage buys back in the game. Looks like they want to try to finish this one way or the other, Cinderin. And there, Carl jumps in on nothing.
Lo
With the
ya.
finger of death down, he goes.
Iki, yo iki bro, kelar bro, lagi bro.
5 versus 5. Assuming nobody has buyback at this point. Good game it. And they continue to fight here, or do they want to back?
Oh, the Fissure
on the wrong side.
Wah, diselamatin,
Provides
Cuk.
enough space for 23 Savage to get away
Imbang,
safely.
boleh.
Kasih tuh.
27k net worth lead, and this feels so even.
Nothing to say,
Who even has
Cuk.
buyback anymore?
Does anybody? That's the question.
No.
Kok nek misalnya DP-nya mati, gak mati loh cuy, iku Medusa.
Players who didn't use it are... They all did?
That is a 10 kill, 10 by... The first of TI-10 and maybe ever, actually. That is insane, man.
Gak guna, cuk.
Sheepstick now. Oh, sorry, I can't hype up everything. Sheepstick picked up by two. And that's a double sheepstick, double everything. And he is
This is going to be the
basically
item of this game, I think. White Mon will be on this. I think we might see more players pick this up in this game if it goes longer. When you're without buybacks, that is essentially your second life.
Any kill now is huge.
Yes.
No buyback.
Literally any kill.
Any kill now is huge.
Yes,
No
LGD playing it safe. I just can't get over
Any
the fact
kill
how
now
even that
is
fight
huge.
was. That was 30k network deficit. How is that possible?
I think it really showcased how much stronger Ame is than 23 Savage in a raw fist fight. Like, it took him so long for the Medusa to finally kill a TV.
Roshan.
Yep.
Number 4.
Akademinya di Medusa
As
bagus
the
gak sih?
Aegis, Cheese, Ags, and Refresher Shard this time, which for T1 is very nice.
Wah, yo iki Lion
Being
itu.
shown here.
Leon nih.
LGD.
This is a really big moment
Looks
for
like they're
T1.
coming to potentially contest. It's already at half health, though. There's the Mortimer's Kisses from afar. That's the talent. Look at how much damage that is actually doing. Carl has to be careful. There's a Solar Guardian. Has to be used to try to defend Roche. Earth Splitter's there as well. Looks like they'll finally get Roche eventually. He's nothing to say. The pop is actually sitting on
Anjing mati cok kali
Who the hell got the Aegis? That is the first death from Dawnbreaker. Refresher on the ground, for God's sake. Fake Beyond's going to take a tumble to 1-for-1. Aegis claimed by 23 Savage. LGD needs to reset. Kuku not able to get the right horn toss, was on an illusion. So T1 getting the better of that, I do believe. They got the Aegis. I can't keep track of these items.
Cuk itu sampai dunia mati kalah cuk warna cuk.
52 minutes in the game.
Nggak ndelok seper aja
That
Levi
Echo
MB.
Slam was
White Mon
disgusting.
That was such an ugly setup too, right? Like you shoot the, you start the Mortimer Kisses, which he's level 25, so he has the strong talent, and they use it to chain with stuns, Fissure into Enchant Totem into Echo, so that Jinkyu did insane amount of
Iku
damage.
Savage bibirnya geter-geter dia pas main di Rosan cuy.
Whitemon was just gifted an Axe, by the way, so you're going to get the AoE Finger of Death. He has 7 charges of Finger.
White Mon dari sipit
Who got all the stuff from Roche?
Tebar.
Aegis from
Aegis
Medusa,
on
obviously.
Medusa.
There's
They
the
still have-
cheese.
They
I
don't
don't know.
have the cheese. What else was on it?
Axe was on it, and Refresher Shard. I don't know who got that.
Where's
Isi
the shard?
fingernya 80 detik, Pak.
You can keep track as I watch buildings die. 50 seconds of No Faith Beyond, 50 seconds of No Dawnbreaker.
Watch buildings
It's
die.
a little bit more concerning for PSG LGD considering 23-7 company are in their base. Gonna get their second lane of rack. They
Gak
can't
wani
go
ya.
for Megas. The tier 2
Pakai es
bot
gak wani
still
maju.
remains after all this time. That is actually shocking. In fact, just gonna go for the tier 4s for now. 23 Savage approaching level 30. Gonna be a pretty massive power
So is
spike
Carl.
for him. Yeah, Carl as well. That is true. So they get one tier 4. Trying to take out these illusions. The Echo Stomp, again, just the delays constantly. We barely talked about it, but the fact that Lion can just destroy these illusions obviously hinders Ame's ability to push out these lanes. And the fact that he has Shard, actually, it's the triple mana drain.
Dia sampai iso nge-stop
Faith
Fate
Beyond
Beyond
is
sih.
back, and remember, Dawnbreaker can just come in. There's Kuku.
Ora iso lah.
He kind of stutter steps there. Finally gets off the skewer, back into the fray. You can see the Earth Splitter from afar.
Kena. Waduh. Oke.
120
Wes,
seconds of
menang,
no
menang.
Terror Blade. PSG LGD might be putting on the brink here. But
Ayan,
game 3,
ayan.
if they're able to
15
not hold this
dolar
off.
total.
Oh ya.
The Ancient is exposed as 23 Savage continuing to just pound upon it, forcing them back into their fountain. And it looks like T1 will be forcing the game 3. Cinder and Faith Beyond gets on the Echo Slam though. Wide jumps in, having a lot of damage to work with, but nothing to say.
Eko solo dong Weidmoon-nya.
Okay, Satanic keeping him alive. Carl jumps in with the hook stomp. He's continuing to try to hit this Ancient. 23 Savage, Echo Stomp again, just keeping him at bay. Scepter now, can they kind of enough? Refresher charge used by Kuku into the RP, into the Ancient kill.
Oh ya.
T1, force.
T1 karo
Bong, kue tahu
LGD.
oddsnya ini Bong?
Hah?
Tahu oddsnya T1 menang game 2? Kali 3,5 anjing.
Mapi ya? Enggak.
Keuri cok.
Semangar tapi mapi sumpah.
Nah, Neo.
Dadah.
Semua itu main games Mas itu.
Game 3 dah nggak mungkin ada doom-dooman anjing. Dah nggak mungkin. Ya toh. Game 3 udah nggak mungkin dilepas lagi doomnya.
Game 3 main nih. Shinke minta paku cuk Cuk.
Game 3 saatnya LGD. FTK-nya T1 lagi Pak ya?
Cuk. Tapi Shinke oleh underperform bosok banget gitu ya. Perangi.
Nggak ada ini nggak main sama sekali. Bukan underperform sih Bong, susah Cuk.
Angel Cuk.
Iya mana? Itu bukan underperform Cuk, susah Cuk. Doomnya Siva. Terus misal dia nge-cast ulti pasti langsung dikejar, kalau nggak Doom Magnus Cuk. Oh dapat berapa tuh? Oh dapat 10. 10 tambah 8, lumayan 18 bro. $18. Udah. Game 3 alin PSG bro. Nggak pakai gemen-gemen, langsung gas PSG semua anjing. Wah. Kok 60? Hah? $60, bro. Bodoh amat ah.
Game 3.
Alin PSG bro. Game 3-nya alin PSG bro.
Delanan belinder ya.
Enggak.
Apa?
Dah enggak jadi alin bro. $11 aja. Enggak jadi.
Iya.
Enggak jadi banyak-banyak. Mayan. Koko. Taina.
And then also, on every RP, he was hitting like a double or triple stun off of the RP. He wasn't getting killed online, other than in the fight where they all 10 bot back. Everybody died in that one.
Jenkins, I think it was you who were saying on the desk earlier that the key thing is obviously stacking your team fights. And T1 were able to do that in the early game, although there were some team fights where it was really hard to tell who actually benefited the most. And I really wanted to take a look back at one of those team fights. It was around the 27-minute mark. What the hell is happening here? Who wants to talk me through this one? Aoi?
Sure. So, I mean, Faith Beyond, he has a really quick reaction to Carl blinking in. They blow up the Doom, who's the highest net worth on this Doom, maybe second, and he doesn't get any spells off. However, T1, they're still so confident in this fight. They understand their net worth lead, and they still play out the fight like nice and slowly. When Dusa gets caught here, they don't leave her to die. They understand that they can get a turnaround here. I think the fight ends up being one of those weird fights where you don't really know which side won. I mean, they both sort of kill all of each other, which is apparently what happened this game. But LGD supports LGD supports did actually have to use buyback, which let T1 get the next roast pretty much uncontested. You just have more buybacks in them. I do want to say though, one thing. I've been playing Dota a long time. I watched a lot of Dota. I've never seen a 5v5 team wipe, 10 buybacks, and then 10 alive heroes.
Yeah.
That's never happened. I haven't even thought of that scenario because it's so unlikely to me.
My initial thought once that happened was like, okay, we get to see what would happen in Dota if buybacks were literally removed. Right. Like, how would teams play?
And you know what T1 did? They instantly went for a smoke.
Yeah, they went and fought.
I respect that so much because this is the TI stage. You're in the upper bracket against LGD. You have 0 buybacks, and your play is to go for the aggressive play, to go for the smoke. That's how you win games. You cannot hide in your base and be safe. You need to go.
They did have an Aegis, though, so maybe no buyback, but they did have one extra life advantage.
True.
So every little bit counts. And they did have a substantial net worth advantage as well. And it also just felt like the net worth was kind of the X factor for T1, because despite being 20k down, you'd think that with Refresher Mag, Refresher Doom, Refresher Dusa, that every fight should be extremely straightforward for T1. And yet LGD were still kicking and screaming in every single one of them.
Like the fight in the Roche pit
Exactly,
where the Echo Slam comes in from from his Earthshaker. And literally the entire Roshan pit looks like it's Christmas and everyone's bought Roche an offering.
Yeah, we were just sitting there thinking like, who got the Aegis? Who got the Aegis? Nobody got the Aegis. Eventually 23 picks it up. He snatched it, so somebody else got the last hit on Roche.
There's probably like 10k worth of items on the ground.
And then after the fight was over, all 3 of the other Roche items were on the ground or whatever. Like, I think there was a couple of bands of Elven skin, which also, by the way, 23 dropped during a fight.
Just to get his BKB off.
Yeah, just to get his BKB. He dropped a band of Elven skin on the ground because his backpack was full. That was the most insane game I've seen in a very long time, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1 versus LGD. It really doesn't.
Watching this, no matter what happens in the third game, whoever goes down to the lower bracket after this one, do you think they've got a chance to keep going, having seen this performance in this most recent game?
I think we're looking at 2 top 4 placements right now. Like, no matter what happens, someone's going to make a lower bracket run, and they're going to assassinate everyone on the way there. And we might see a rematch at some point of these 2 teams as well. Because as entertaining as yesterday was, I do feel like there was a more definitive winner, even though they also went 3-game series. This one felt competitive, and it's revenge from the Animator as well. We need to complete the story.
It felt like we didn't get to see Cuckoo really get activated on that Legion Commander in the opening game. But his Magnus in this game, the initiation and just the gumption.
Bong.
The audacity, the goal, and the gumption.
Penerawanganmu game 3 menang siapa ini?
Wah, karo, Cuk.
Udah, Cuk, nggak usah diterawang anjing. Game 3 dah PSG gitu aja, Cuk. Aku bingung sih, tak alin nggak ya? Alin $25 gitu.
Semua tergantung draft. Tapi morale T1 ini keangkat banget, Cuk, gara-gara game iki, Cuk. Dan LGD pasti agak iki, Cuk, shock dikit harusnya.
Enggak sih. Don't care. Just go on LGD. Alin apa ya? Sisa 25 gasket LGD apa? $25. LGD. Oke, ini LGD Vitras. Kamu nggak lihat recent match-nya toh, Bang? 2-1 semua loh, Bang.
TI ya, Mas Irma.
Ya, walaupun nggak TI, game 1 sudah ini, Cok. Kurang lebih udah ngasih tahu, Cok.
Moral busip bueda soalnya.
The Empower, but I don't even think the RP.
Let's see if I'm wrong. Lah,
Cok, TI cuma Denny, Cok.
Ini sampai game 3 LGD kalah. Udah, Cok, aku fighting match sampai besok, Cok. Gak peduli sama TI, aku ngentot, gak punya item lagi. Ini game 3 LGD sih. Udah boker dulu sama nyari jimat, Cok, buat LGD biar menang. Cok, tapi aku gak yakin si anjing sama LGD. Tentot. Ya udahlah, buat hiburan aja lah game yang ini. 10 aja, $10. Ciro lopat. $10 aja lah. Buat hiburan. Buat ditonton. Tar, cabut.
say and spoken to Valve. Is that what you're saying? Have your fun while you can with Magnus, and you know what, T1 and PSG LGD, have your fun on this stage in the upper bracket while you can, because after game number 3, one of you will be going down to that lower bracket. But you know what? After that second match, or second game, I should say, this one is probably going to be yet another electrifying matchup. And I think that PSG, they're going to have learned a lot from that.
Did she call me PSG?
I'm sorry. I called it
that.
PSG instead of LGD. I apologize.
It's in his contract.
I'm sorry.
You can never refer to him as PSG.
No, I think
I called them PSG. I didn't mention Brian's name.
Okay, thank God. I think what's really impressive is that despite game 1 being so dominant for LGD, I feel like T1 were really able to suck LGD into their own pace of the game. I feel like this entire tournament, I've never seen LGD make a mistake like they did on mid when they tried to jump a Medusa with Earthshaker. Sure, there was an Invis Doom there.
With the Invis Doom,
yeah,
right,
there was an Invis Doom there who clutched Doom. But that was like a weird engagement. That's not something that you usually see out of LGD. And I think T1, they might have figured something out with the scale. I'm not too sure like who will have the better read going into this game, because generally the counter to these 3 slow cores would do like play really fast, high tempo, take the towers. LGD, they won all their games, but they're actually one of the slowest teams at taking their enemies' towers this tournament. I think it was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, and also I think they got intel on how LGD likes to play with Terrorblade. They showed it off in game 1. The dynamic was very similar here. They had Jinkyu on Snapfire, so you had these surrounding staff around the Terrorblade to be like, okay, you know, he wants to man fight, and this time they served up a Medusa to go head-to-head, and they had more enabling the Medusa than they did the Morphling in game 1.
And I think it was a lot what Aoi was mentioning during the first panel, where there's like poke and maybe not so much disengage, but there was a lot of like eventual really strong team fight. But to me in this game, like maybe there's no like damage poke, but there is like opportunity poke, where like Cuckoo on Magnus was just looking for skewers, and there were certain times where we saw him hilariously blink into the enemy base and then fail to skewer out. But it's like that's what he was going for the entire game, was just looking for these like random opportunities to basically break LGD's wall.
Well, while we wait for the draft to kick off, we are going to check in with PSG LGD because we wanted to have some words with their captain. Oh, in fact, no, you know what? We actually spoke to Y earlier. So you know what? I'm obsessed with Y. But I'm going to be less obsessed with Y and more obsessed with Cuckoo after we find out what he had to say earlier this year.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year. And as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kind of unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style as a captain with everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captain told me, "Hey, Ku, do you want to draft?" Something like that. I know my draft is good, better than March. No, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the ANA Major. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI-10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, yeah, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on any major, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI. Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI-10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I want to see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kind of good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the ages as a player, as a captain. My goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
And we have no doubt that both teams are going to be trying to do their best in this third and final game of the series in the upper bracket. It is PSG LGD versus T1.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 3.
Welcome to the last draft of the first series of the day. My name, as always, Ava Plus, joined by Fogged, joined by Lacoste. And while we're analyzing the draft, sometimes it doesn't tell the full story. So, Lacoste, tell me, what went so well for T1 last game?
I mean, I gotta focus on Carl. His Doom was completely popping off in that previous game, managing to stay on the top of the network chart with the hand of Midas, understanding of the timings, what needs to be done. He was like just moves, and we can see in this one, like no doubt about it, as we expected, hitting hand in the first phase because he was causing so much issues.
They made nothing to say look weak, which is one of the rarest times I think I'll ever say that, because he is a pretty flawless player. He doesn't really make mistakes at all, and they just kept finding him out of position with both Carl and Cuckoo. It was phenomenal, really, from T1, and yeah, you can see the adjustments already made for PSG LGD. We see Magnus now moving in priority up to number 1. ET takes a little bit of a step back, and T1 is still going for a very strong scaling draft with these two heroes as an opener, but also still active, very good at just catching and all about like this mispositioning too, which I feel like was big in the last game. These skewers just bringing people out of spots. Now both teams have one. We have a glimpse, and we have skewer plus one toss and all that fun.
And they just picked IO into Disruptor. Usually it's the other way around. Disruptor has been historically a counter to IO. And as you mentioned, ET plus Disruptor, these two heroes are always going to be... You're going to be feeling good having those heroes no matter what stage of the game we're talking about. Having a strong laners and also ability to scale. But to go back to the previous game a bit, the big boy Philly, this is the item, the neutral item that people tend to hold for the longest duration of time, as we've seen Zephyr holding it, I believe, in this game for more than 20 minutes. I believe average time is around 13, compared to some like average time is 8 minutes holding the neutral item. So big boy Philly on the top.
So I like to ask, because if the IO is not good against the Disruptor, right? It must be because there's some synergy or something you're looking for in your own draft. So what are the strengths of the IO Magnus as a starting combo here, Fogged?
You got the double buff up for your carry. You got a lot of heal, sustain that's going to be coming in, and gives you. I mean, global potential is always something that you have to factor in. Sure, there's glimpse, but we saw last game like how much the global was a threat. Zephyr was like one of the top networks in the game as a Dawnbreaker support, just because he could play on opposite side. He could always respond to these moves and then still show up to fights. So I think IO is a great example of being able to open up the map for yourself while also being able to like, hey, Almay, you can't beat the fight? Yes, you can. We're going to bring you in there. So.
Does this add to LGD's response to T1's aggressive playstyle we saw last game?
Yeah.
Lacoste.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Looking at the bans right now, Enchantress, not your usual ban, but this is something that needs to be done if you want to set up Elder Titan for a really good laning stage, because Spirit is dispellable, unfortunately.
Yes, and I think if you pick like Disruptor ET, you've already shown that that's like 90% chance of 4 ET. And what is 4 ET like? Not like playing against Enchantress. If it's a 5 ET, I feel like you can't actually go for that kind of dispel thing, but we saw Secret do exactly that, right? They baited Saksa into playing the ET in the OG series, and Puppy just snap picks Enchantress versus it, lanes it against it. He actually was lucky because he was versus Monkey King as well, so he had double dispels and all that fun. He had really strong lane for it, but yeah, when you see that it's gonna be a 4 position.
There's even a secondary dispel for the Disruptor Shard in case they go for that. So if they want to actually buff up their carry, you have that little extra.
There's one more hero left in the pool that has a built-in Dispel Oracle. I don't think you want to get IO Oracle. It just seems extremely weak, especially compared with the Magnus. If your offlaner has a lower cooldown stun, I think that's doable, but at this point, I just don't think they're going to go for it. Queen of Pain banned out by PSG LGD. I've seen so many games where Virtus Pro bans out Queen of Pain, and it screams, you know, we want to pick Storm Spirit. Like, this is the hero that we want to get. Queen of Pain was banned out in the previous game, so that means, you know, maybe they screamed a bit more against the T1, and this is a comfort hero for Carl as well. And also, whenever you have IO, that means you have a limited lockdown, Magnus, RP. You kind of don't want to commit, so PSG LGD will need to protect their lineup against these elusive heroes, Puck possibly, and any Spirit in general.
Yeah, I was thinking Storm or Ember Spirit likely for another reason, just covering his lane, because I see the Bat ban as well too, so they want to have this like really advantageous lane for him. And it's always really good versus hero like Disruptor because you get glimpsed, you throw the Remnant down, you come back in the fight anyway, so lots of different ways to get into the backline as well, versus these two heroes that are two of the better backline heroes, right? The ET and Disruptor want to play very far from the fight, and the Spirits get right on top of you.
Right, and since we have some extra time as well, and you talk about these two heroes, I'd like to get into something interesting, the idea of draft theory, right? So, as a more generic sense, what advantages and disadvantages does picking two supports have for a draft? Like, if there's two starting picks, or your 4 and your 5, of course you can flex the ET. What does that do for your draft?
Just open. It saves your carry picks, like protects them from being counterpicked early on, especially now that we have the double picks that come out from, you know, in PSG LGD's position, because now they're going to be able to pick one hero on T1, then PSG LGD gets to pick 2, but now they're only going to have information of 1 core instead of potentially 2 if they'd opened up with 2 of them. So, I mean, there's a lot of different implications now at the draft order that ends up making, I feel like double support is actually better than it used to be.
Really? Why so?
Just because of that exact thing where you can actually only have 1 core shown in the first 3 when you're picking the 4, and then you get this, you get a situation when you get to, you reveal your, it's hard to describe because like you can reveal your mid, but then you get to save your carry for the last pick in a lot of situations because you get this pick and then into double bans and you can cover and you get to see their carry. So it's kind of weird like describing it, not really.
And it's also a support duo that scales well when we're talking about, you know, ET maxing out the aura, getting 1 item, Disruptor, possibly getting that Aghanim Scepter, if he finds the affiliate that I mentioned. Whenever I, you know, see Philosopher's Stone for the first hero that really scales well with it as a position 4/5 is the Disruptor, because it's one of the best Aghanim Scepters upgrade in the game.
For the Mag IO, let's talk about this one, because that's different draft order, right? You actually get the 4th pick, you protect it with the bans. Does this condition you into being able to pick something more combo-y, something more special, like, for example, the IO?
Yeah, probably. You can, these picks are just very open-ended, so you can kind of do quite a lot. I mean, on both sides, like you've saved so much.
And what's the strength? Should you pick, or can you pick 2 supports with these 2 starting picks, or is that too weak if you have the 1st and the 4th pick of the draft? Going really in depth here.
It's really deep, maybe a bit too deep for me. Fog, help me out here.
Maybe a bit too deep. No, I mean, you can.
Right? I see the Magnus, right? And I see these combos, and I always look at teams and go either the oftentimes carry or counterable hero in the 4th pick, right?
Yes.
Or sometimes this, like you said, the buffing combos, right? This opens up your draft so much that IO Magnus, a lot of carries become much more viable, and it's very difficult to try to counter this with. In fact, you can even protect your future carry with these next 3 bans, which they can more or less guess based on the heroes you picked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's keep going. What can we? Let's theorycraft. You know, we have time because the game is paused.
We have a pause, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's theorycraft a bit. What could we be seeing? What is a carry that goes well with Magnus and IO, and what could T1 be expecting for this pick here?
I usually like a BKB core because you're going to be playing into natural order. BKB versus Static Storm is always going to be really effective until if they do find an Aghanims, which pretty much requires a Philosopher's Stone in most situations for that Disruptor, since it's like very likely to be that 5 position because ET's picked also. So
You still
BKB
don't
core.
know what you're going to be playing into because, as we mentioned, T1 really camouflaged their draft really well, opening up with the position 4 and 5. Maybe something with the built-in BKB. A jog. You still don't know the matchup, but we still have a lot of time as well to theorycraft about what could it possibly be.
So when you don't know the core to core, what are some carries that come to mind that are pretty solid no matter the matchup? Or have a wide array of good matchups?
Juggernaut, I think, for me, is the most standard Dota 2 hero where you don't know what to pick no matter the bracket. It feels like, it's still a Juggernaut, and these two supports don't have any kind of escape mechanism against them. So it should be like a free kill. You have a Blade Fury that you can get out of ET stomps if it's necessary, so you're going to get stunned. And just feels the spell mechanic as well, the healing that synergizes well with the IO.
What about the other carry with an inbuilt BKB, the Lifestealer? Do you think that one is also a solid?
You need to see the matchup. You can't just pick that hero blindly.
Yeah, it is always going to be good versus like ET and Disruptor in stages of the game, but that hero's been a bit underwhelming for me.
Why do you think so?
I just think he just takes too long. He really just takes such a long time to farm compared to a lot of these carries that just have natural built-in mechanics of like steroids. We have Medusa with Split Shot. We have Terrorblade with Conjure Image. We have, Morphling just being able to farm pretty much anything at any point in the game. So.
And we're back with the draft, guys.
And we are. And we're gonna have that Bane ban, so that's a BKB piercing disable that they're taking out.
It's also a great setup for a possible skewer back, the relocate type of a plays, and we've seen Bane being a bit more popular during the main event compared to the group stage. BKB piercing ability, you do not need to get the full duration grip. Sometimes a second and a half is exactly what you need. PSG LGD. Okay, I
so
like
they're
this.
going to take it. So that's a backline hero to get on top of IO. That's always nice. Mixed damage carry with ET. And if it is going to be, that's also the thing where we were talking about earlier, where it's like forcing the Magnus out of a position. Storm Spirit is one of those heroes that it's not the worst matchups. Magnus still does pretty okay, but Storm thrives versus melee heroes, period. So, and I saw a couple times where even Nothing to Say, I think it was versus, Elephant. He got solo killed by Maybe, who was the Storm Spirit. It was Maybe who, Somnus, who popped off, is getting solo kills in the group stages, but that's a matchup that you can.
I believe T1 didn't mean to pick Storm Spirit in this game. That's the feeling that I get. It's just they used this Queen of Pain ban that PSG LGD did, and they also banned out Lina. Lina, one of the heroes that doesn't have bad matchups, I would say. I don't think anyone wins against Lina. No matter what happens, she's still going to farm, and she's one of the, I'm going to say better, but decent against Storm Spirit. She's not going to come out even, I believe. And yeah, so Storm Spirit, as you mentioned, the backline jumper, they have no low cooldown stuns. Puck is still available if they want to try to counter Storm Spirit, the leash mechanic, even though with the recent changes, the Storm Spirit item build, going for Kaya Sanj so that the coil and the silence does not last as long. That's one way to deal with that.
What could LGD be thinking then now? You already talked about how they're maybe moving the Magnus from position, but they actually really like it and Nothing to Say as well.
They do, because he likes playing like he transitions most of the times too. But they've been having a lot of time with Faith as well, so they don't mind moving it. I don't think they even that's probably not even like, oh, okay, we can't put Mad May. They're probably like, whatever, ignore that.
Just go for the
they're
best
just
draft.
like, we need to have disables now.
There's the Lion.
So they're going to take the Lion.
And then they pick up their carry as well, so the Mag remains a flex pick then.
Yep. And that's a pace hero, so they can set tempo. They can play a lot faster this time around. I feel like last time, this Terrorblade picked, we mentioned at the end how they picked it into Lion, so I feel like they did pick it in a bit of a tough position for him to actually just straight up carry the game on his own. This one, just much faster paced. He's not actually countered by much of anything. You're good versus ET. You're a natural BKB buyer as well.
Oh, a Spectre. What do you think of this core-to-core matchup, Lacoste, between Spectre and Ursa?
I like Ursa here quite a lot. Ursa comes online quickly. I think it's more of a backline jump thing, so that Storm Spirit has another hero to play with. So Io and Lion will have a bit of an issue, especially Io. He's going to be the primary target that they jump. Looking at PSG LGD, they are Radiant this time around, and they also have Ursa lineup. So once you decide to do the swap arena, the trade, you're going to lose your tier 1 tower, your carry goes to tier 1 tower on a top lane, and then you can always threaten the Roshan, because Ursa plays the top part of the map, while Dire, they need to stay close, they need to be checking, and Ursa is the best Rosh taking hero in the game.
Is this a hero that you guys would consider good with the two buffers they have on Mag and Iron?
Oh, yeah, that just seems perfect. Absolutely. It allows him to we saw even like multiple different games where I've seen more Aghanims now on these Ursas just so they can get their...
OG, I believe, did that.
Yeah, Sumail did it. He was versus a lot of disables. This one he's versus like a static storm. I don't think we'll see that. I think BKB it's going to be like Diffusal, BKB, Blink Dagger, something like that, Basher, etc. It's going to look to be super active very early on.
What could be the last picks that we'd be seeing? So for LGD is still open. For T1, we're probably looking for an off-laner here.
Yeah. I'm surprised, like, again, though, like, I see the Lion picked, which was excellent, versus the Storm, and then they picked the Spectre versus it. I actually like Lion versus Spectre in most games. As soon as you hit, like, 20 minutes, there's a team fight happens, just mana drain, you take out 3 illusions inside of a big haunt, also inside of mid-game, too, being able to take it out. It's really strong, really effective, so I feel like both teams kind of, like, were like, oh, let's just make the Lion a little bit better somehow.
Yeah.
As we saw PSG LGD take the Terrorblade last time versus it, and now T1 take the Spectre versus it.
I would love to see some kind of tower damage coming out from PSG LGD. There's still Beastmaster available, or they can go for the Dragonite. Have a bit more stun control against the Storm Spirit, which could be flex, and they could put it on a mid lane. It's still Storm Spirit favored matchup, but then you have this flexibility to see where Magnus or Dragonite are going to go.
Also, yeah, BKB carrier, who also...
And someone who benefits from the Empower.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
And we see like the bans, right? It's like Nature's Prophet and Lycan, and both teams are like, well, we're both lacking push. So
that's true. Well, I can touch on the Lion a bit earlier again. Do you think the Spectre, as you said, is about jumping the backlands? There's an idea that you can overwhelm the Lion, perhaps, that you can't deal with both Storm and Spectre at the same time, and they see the value of him as a counter to the Storm with a Hex?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could be another thing, too. And so Spirit's always really good to scout, too, so they'll always know where he is in the fights, even if Haunt isn't up. So, yeah, maybe if you double down, right, it makes it a lot harder. And we did end up getting the Ember, so that was the other one that we were kind of mentioning for nothing to say.
Yeah, now looking at the bans, it makes a lot of sense because Necro just completely dominates Ember Spirit in the lane. You can play on his high ground. And Ursa, one of the heroes that loves to play on low HP. One Reaper side could change quite a lot. There is a save from Io potentially, but yeah, now looking at the bans from PSG LGD, they make quite a lot of sense.
And Jenkins' fact of the day from this morning also, right? He said the Heartstopper aura goes through in Rage. There you go, Jenkins. I'll give you that one.
Oh, useful.
So, but yeah, there was those bans are definitely looking to make a lot of sense from PSG LGD with the way they set it up. And maybe they were thinking about that Ember for quite a long time, but waiting for it till the end.
How's the matchup between Storm and Ember, though, in the mid lane?
Oh, Storm Spirit just completely dominates,
Okay.
I would say. I've seen it like go both ways, depending, but it's very skilled matchup. Still, I'd give 60, maybe even 65 to 35 for Ember.
I've heard in the game, though, Ember does do better because his Searing Chains can stop Storm.
Yeah,
You're purely laning stage, 7-8 minutes. Storm Spirit just has an upper hand.
Right.
Well, we could see rotations early, though. That's what I see a lot of teams with IO do. They make the move early to mid lane, like pre-6, so that they can look to perhaps set up a kill and also look on the runes. So maybe we could see PSG LGD look to set up like something like that. T1, what is the Cuckoo hero?
What do you lane against the Ursa? That's always a tough one. Do you prioritize the lane here or the game?
I was thinking about something like a Legion Commander, but then it's not that great of a counter. Ursa is not so strong, level 1, level 2, level 3 against certain melee heroes, so we'll see. Okay,
there's the lane.
I think
this.
The reason I was saying lane is because they already have late game and mid game secured with like Spectre, Storm, ET. They have so much team fight. I wanted something that just makes sure they don't get run over, because I think that's what the potential of IO Ursa gives. So, and this is a really good solution versus Ursa.
This is perfect, pretty much. You ruin Ursa's game, and you're also Spirit Vessel carrier. This is your primarily item against IO, so you kind of have 2 flies killed by one hit, pretty much. I love the Venomancer pick. I'm leaning towards T1 here.
Yeah?
I'm just seeing a bit of limited disable without like heavy commitment for the Ember Spirit. So I feel like Ursa now is addressed because of this Venomancer, but I'm worried about the Ember Spirit going crazy because I only see like one way to actually catch him, and it's Static Storm right now. Stomp is very difficult. If Storm has a good timing and a good game, he could get an Orchid. So I'm going to be looking at Carl, looking at the mid lane, looking at how good these lanes actually will go for T1 to see how they're going to be able to handle this Ember Spirit, because I do think that Ursa is maybe just, now you're scared of Ursa. We saw Nisha the other day also too. It was, hey, we're also scared of this carry. Boom, Nisha goes crazy as Ember, and I think this hero can't do that.
Well, I'm the host, so I can't lean any way, but I really want to know what BSJ has to say for his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As this game is called Defense of the Ancients, I think this specific game should be called Defense of the Roshan, as it is the paramount objective for LGD to be taking this game, as the panel did highlight, but I want to emphasize what T1 did in order to address this exact thing, and that is the vision game that they have from long range. They have the Venomancer wards to scout, the Spectral Dagger from the Spectre in order to scout, the ET Spirit, as well as the Kinetic Field from Disruptor. They have so many ways of gaining information in order to get that initiation on LGD when they try to force their objectives, that if they can manage to keep the distance, manage to take the fights on their own terms, T1 will have no problem taking this game. However, they have Ember and the Ursa empowered by the Mag to get up in their faces, low cooldown, run at you, Dota. If LGD can take that first Roshan, snowball it into a second one, they should have no problem taking this game. Winner of this game secures top 6 and another $800,000 in the international, and I'm going to let you guys take it away, Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, BSJ. We have game number 3, LGD versus T1. You just heard BSJ break it down, Synderen. I mean, pretty much everything he said was correct. T1, a lot of vision, a lot of ways to contest Roche, but LGD are the ones that can actually kill Roche really quickly. So I think that's going to be a very important factor in this game. But what are your thoughts on these lineups? We get to see, you called the Venomancer. I'm going to give you credit. You said it, and it came true.
Yeah, it is a really good Venomancer game for a time, at least. And I think what T1 needed here was a way to slow down the Ursa IO lane from just getting too far ahead. We've seen empowered Ursa in a secret series earlier and some during the groups. My concern outside of that, I think T1's laning stage should be really good. I think their lanes are very nice. Like the Veno ET lane is very strong bottom against Ursa +1.
Yep.
They're even starting as 3 right now, leaving Savage alone up top, 23 Savage on the Spectre. This is not going to be how to keep their lanes, of course. I want to know what T1 do when BKBs come out, because I don't think they're going to dominate the lanes and the game hard enough that PSG LGD don't get there. And that's my problem with the Dire lineup right now. They have nothing against BKB. They're actually going to have to kite for the full duration. Nobody kills during it. All you have is a little bit of right click from Storm and Spectre, unless your Elder Titan somehow finds the most amazing Astral Spirit in the fight. So I think, as far as, you know, the metagame between these two teams with how they play overall in terms of tempo, how late they want the games to go, I do like LGD's prospects after 20 minutes. So I think the challenge for T1 here is to get far enough ahead that they can handle that stage of the game.
So all about the BKB timings for PSG LGD. And yeah, you're right. We've seen that Empower Ursa kind of just snowball. That's the one thing that Ursa kind of struggles with is farm, and when you can give him Empower. I mean, there's even a time where Ursa, no first blood this time, as Zephyr is going to get skewered back into the tier. Oh, no! So first blood technically goes the way of T1. Wow. Little bit of miscommunication.
A little gift.
Maturo. Ben.
You don't see that every day.
Maturo.
That's funny. I'll say it. That's funny. So Zephyr getting first blood, he gets full tranquil boots off of this on his Elder Titan. It's going to make his way down toward the bottom lane.
No big surprise.
Why doesn't get anything except a long, slow walk up to top. Faith Beyond, I think, got about half the gold of that kill, roughly. Is eyeing up a Helm of the Dominator. Cuckoo bottom.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get right click a couple more times. The Echo Stomp comes through, but Ame looks to be just fine. That's a lot of damage. He's going to try to Earthshock to safety. You can see he's just ticking away slightly thanks to Cuckoo. Very, very annoying here to deal with, as has been his trajectory in Dota history, action. Of course, some changes made to him recently. Poison Nova doing percentage-based damage, so technically scales better than he used to. I mean, how much of a difference has that made from the games that you've seen from Veno in this patch?
It's one of those things that's hard to see, right? Because the damage is so slow. It's like, it's not really noticeable until you look at the post-game and compare it to like similar games historically. I don't remember the exact numbers, but for the most part, especially when you reach the mid-late portions of the game, even against agility heroes, the new Poison Nova is better than the old one, but it's primarily tanky heroes that suffer a lot more. And there aren't that many specifically high health heroes in LGD. I think the Venomancer is more about the vision and the lane power that it would bring, the reason they picked at this game. Unfortunately for Cuckoo, he's not really pressuring the Io Ursa that much just yet, but level 3 is a big turning point for Veno usually. Get a lot more damage on that Poison Sting. A skill that has a very special scaling, actually. I find it very unique the way it scales in 3 aspects like this: duration, DPS, and slow with every skill point. So effectively, you know, most skills in Dota scale in a linear fashion.
Yep.
This is very different. It gets so much better on level 3 and 5 for the Venomancer. Obviously level 2 and 3 on the skill compared to level 1. So for comparison, level 1 is 36 damage, level 2 is over 100, and level 3 is 250.
Why don't we go through every skill in the game? You can read the tooltips.
Sure.
Which are available.
All right. Going to the menu. First
the beauty
hero,
of
Adam. Missed coin.
You guys can't see, but he actually opened up the Heroes tab. You can see everybody's really happy, either with the pause being unpaused now or Cinderin stopped talking. Not sure. We'll have to find out another time on this segment of Cinderin +1. Or -1, depending on your perspective again. Wyatt, Thunderstrike from Whitemon. Looks like Carl's going to secure the Water Rune for himself. Already queuing up the Orchid, which obviously no big surprise. Pretty much the standard. As you can see, Zephyr preventing Nothing to Say from getting the second Water, so Carl gets a double whammy this time around.
Yeah.
Look at the CS, 26 and 7 to the 22 and 4. The draft panel kind of discussed that matchup overall. Do you think that? I mean, Ember seems to be doing pretty decent, all things considered.
It's I would say it's a slightly strong favored lane overall. Not by a lot. What Ember's going to do is exactly what Nothing to Say is doing here. Oh, why?
Actually gets spike. He actually runs right back into it. Hex to follow. TP is going to be canceled because that is a super easy kill for LGD.
Yeah, so what Ember does in this lane is we're going to see a glimpse. I think Faith Beyond will be okay here.
I've never heard that before. Okay, you might be right. They're out of mana, and surely he can't die.
You're right. It's very close. He only had 310 health left, Suns fan. That was very close.
Is very tanky.
The crowd goes wild. He's sick escape.
He's part rhino. I'm pretty sure that's the lore. So very thick skin. Very thick
so what I was gonna say was Ember against Storm in mid. What Ember will generally do is he will max out Sleight of Fist. And try to harass the Storm back that way. The problem with going Max Flame Guard is that you can still get it broken too easily by Storm's Overload and Static Remnant charges, and at that point, you have stifled your ability to go and gank other lanes by maxing Flame Guard over Slight, which is clearly the stronger offensive build in most situations. So I do like to see this build coming out from Nothing to Say, and yeah, that kill from Lion helps a lot. As far as T1 goes, we're still doing great on CS, both top and mid, but bottom.
Not going to connect. Tommy gets a couple right clicks off on Cuckoo, which is always scary when you're a big bad bear. Top lane.
Harusnya bagus kanan,
Looks like he's going to try to deny himself.
Bawahnya nggak
23
sponsing
Savage with the Arcana kill streak. Good to see.
Very good.
They're making progress on that. Probably has like 1,000 more games to go before unlocking it.
Very good news for T1 here that 23 Savage is top net worth on Spectre. This hero is crazy when it is ahead. I want to say, just as a gut feeling, maybe one of the highest win rate carries of all time when it's top net worth at like minute 20. It's just crazy how well Spectre scales in a lot of games.
Well, to be fair, it did used to farm really poorly. Yeah. So if it was top net worth at that point, then that's a little different story than nowadays.
It's still a lot worse than most carries at farming, though, right? Like it's still slower. The Falcon Blade build up and the better dagger.
Jump in from Storm, but it looks like Cuckoo wants to play as well. Going to turn this around on the bear. Beautiful from Y, but results in the same ending, which is Ame Dunzo. Y gets destroyed as well. For Nothing to Say. It's going to be a back and forth action as 23 Savage pops the wand. There's Nothing to Say. Still has the Flame Guard applied, and another beautiful Sleight of Fist as a triple kill for Nothing to Say. Looks really bad for LGD.
Yeah, that was a great
Nothing to Say. Great rotation.
T1 with a very, very good one there, but damn, that Spirit Bomb from Nothing to Say. Triple Remnant, I think that was, into 4 heroes. Double damage rune and Slight. Ooh. It's just not fair, you know? Why do you have to have a double damage too?
He's just better.
Whitemon.
Shockwave is up. Doesn't have a ton of mana afterwards, though.
urusannya kok level 4 anjing.
Throw it out for good measure as Ame has now made his way to the top lane.
This is going to give Nothing to Say a lot of value. Obviously, getting those 3 kills, he's now 4-0. He's going to grab himself Phase Boots as well as Orb of Venom. Going to finish Orb of Corrosion soon, as they're trying to get him this bottom rune, which could get a little dicey.
Yeah.
It's top.
And it is top indeed. It's an illusion, so mostly just for filling up the bottle purposes. Not a ton of kill potential.
Carl should still be careful. Like, this hurts. If he gets caught in a stun chain and there's a little bit of damage coming out from Nothing to Say in addition to just a slight, he can still die from 2/3 to just the Lion Ember here. He's going to respect it and go jungle.
As you see, 23 Savage in the jungle, farming to his heart's content. So Aghanim Scepter will be the choice after the Falcon Blade. That seems to be the standard. We talked about this before, but before this tournament, we saw some Echo Saber. Like there's some differences between builds. We see some Orchid as well, but for the most part, we're seeing this same one that this game will have again. So the Aghanim Scepter just seems to be super strong with that 30-second cooldown, single target haunt Cinderin, aka Shadow Step, whatever you want to call it.
I do want to point out an interesting detail here from LGD as we are seeing the mid push, but Jinkyu has a really early level 6. He was level 6 minute 8 on the IO, and he was playing bottom lane alone against the creep wave, while Ame was alone top against the creep wave. So these 2 heroes were not playing together, and they were just still managing to maximize, finding farm in both lanes at the same time. And now this mid tower, uncontested. Really surprised that T1 didn't try to do something here with their Elder Titan and maybe Venno defending, but they just willingly give up the biggest tower in the early game.
Well, let's talk about Venno. I mean, Kuku, we're going to see the Earth Spike come out first. Relocate on the way with Nothing to Say. RP from Faith Beyond. Down goes Spectre. Big kill for LGD's. Carl looks to be at least trying to clean up the residual damage here. So it ends up being a trade of supports after the fact, but the big kill obviously on the Spectre for 23 Savage.
And they relocate back to mid, and they're going to find more. Maybe Carl.
Yeah, he gets caught with the Searing Chains. He's completely surrounded. Not a ton of mana to work with. Cannot get to the low ground. Shockwave and completely surrounded. But Echo Stomp is there. Nice dodge from Nothing to Say. Another kill goes his way, Cinderin. This is quite possibly the best start that I've seen him have this tournament. This is God tier status right now.
Yeah, he's had enough of playing DP. Now it's time to go.
It's like, all right, we gave you one. I mean, do you know if the DP, the one that they lost against Secret, was that the only other time they picked DP?
I don't know if it was Nothing to Say playing it at Faith Beyond. I actually don't remember, but I know they played it in that game. I don't know if it was the only other DP game they've had.
Gotcha.
He's popping off in this game, that's for sure. Cuckoo is next.
Cuckoo, and the finger of death from Y. LGD clicking on all cylinders in this game.
This is looking scary if you're a T1 fan, just because of how insanely fast a game like this can go with an Emperor having this kind of a start. You know, it's not just Emperor, he's playing with IO.
Yeah.
So you get that extra mana funnel all the time. It might not seem like much to get the attack speed from Overcharge, but all of it just adds up, right? It just compounds over time.
Now we have a Haunt with a Static Storm. This is going to be a big deal for T1.
Nothing to Say has arrived. He's too late.
Ame has had a pretty good game up until this point. Talk about it in just a moment to see if more action comes here as Zephyr, Nothing to Say, has the Empower. There's the Searing Chains. Trying to dodge the Echo Stomp, but will not be able to. Zephyr with the TP out. So, all right, forget about this last kill for a second here, Cinderin. Cuckoo, Venom, you talk about one of the big reasons. I know it's not the only reason, but one of the big reasons you pick it in this game is because Ursa has a hard time against it. They just switched lanes, and Ame has had a really good game in terms of farming, all things considered. Was this worth the Venno pick, or is there still more to come that we should look for?
I think this is already concerning. They would have probably liked it to go better than this, but the Venno against Ursa is just a lot different when there's an IO, I think. It's just you have so much more regen coming through.
Yeah.
So that extra bit of move speed and overall mobility in lane really helps. Oh, Nothing to Say. He might just kill Whitemon here, honestly.
The glimpse, but the Remnant is out, stuck inside the kinetic field, but does not matter. Nothing to Say, completely dominating, 7-0, and this is going to open up space for Ame to get inside the Roche Pit. Has the Morbid Mask, going for the Diffusal Blade. And this should be a freebie. 12.5-minute Roche. Depending on how long this game goes, we might see 10 Roches. Can we get to double digits? Ever.
That was a very random comment. I don't know what to say to that. Why are you suddenly thinking of 10 Roshes?
I don't know. I'm just really excited. I get really excited by Rosh. I feel like he's underappreciated by the masses. His lore is very interesting.
All right, you get 10 seconds to sign a new drop from Rosh after Refresher Shard and Ags.
Bloodthorn.
That's not a new design. You're just putting an item on it.
Well, that's what's already being put. All right, Refresher droppings.
Okay, what
it's
does
something on? It's like a worse version of a shard.
Why would the 5th one get that?
But then if you get all 3, Ags, Shard, and Ag Shard dropping, it becomes Exodia.
Okay.
Which is like a Mega Ags.
Okay.
A Gaben level spell, if you will.
You cannot complain about any of my suggestions ever again.
Great. Spirit Vessel on Cuckoo.
I can't do worse than. I actually can't come up with anything worse. So.
That's what we thought about the Aghanim Scepter on Lycan. But Slax is a genius. So Cuckoo has a Spirit Vessel Syndrome, but like you said, I mean, he doesn't have any charges. That's definitely an issue. Hasn't really been participating in a ton of fights right now.
Bottom tower looks to fall.
Oh, Carl might be in some trouble. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. With the Finger of Death and a nice setup continuing to happen with nothing to say change.
Again, Carl's voice line usage is just not like. You
Aku
just
berharap
got burst.
dominasi
Why do you love it?
Soalnya Vayne,
I think.
I'm pretty sure he just randoms whatever voice line.
He uses whatever. Of course. It's just funny that there seems to be an emerging pattern of Carl's voice lines just not necessarily fitting the situation. I guess that's a good way of keeping morale high. You know, laughing at your own misery a little bit.
Yeah.
That one fits a lot better.
Yeah, that's
I like
a little
that.
better. Yeah. He had to search for. He probably just binded that now, just to make sure he could use it.
Apa
Did you say
dia?
binded?
Bind it.
Oh. I was just like, do I have to lecture you about verb inflection
Bener-bener
once
gak
again
pengen
now?
momentumnya
Defusal
turun,
picked
Bang.
up by Ame. I'm just
Kesehatan
going
BKB,
to
kan?
ignore. That's an old school one, actually. You're going to ignore your
Jadi
insult again.
Yep.
Nothing to
As
say.
you never learn from it.
Gak pengen
Just
momentumnya turun.
creating so much pressure for T1.
It's going to be a small move here, I think.
This would be if they could find nothing to say right now. This would be pretty big because he's getting close to finishing BKB.
See
Aku malas sampai sono empower, Cuk.
Yeah, the Plague
Aku
Lord's
sisa,
giving that
Cuk.
vision. Spectral Dagger comes out.
Nice little detail with the perch creep, by the way.
Kabeh.
Would be very helpful against Venom.
Nyebelin juga dilihat-lihat.
Yep, that's true.
Have the little Satyr Banisher is going to follow them around here, being controlled by Faith Beyond, or well, whoever he has shared control with, of course.
2.5 minutes with the Aegis. I mean, what is LGD? What's their timeline here? This is a lineup that wants to finish earlier, I would assume. They don't want Spectre to get ultra late game.
It depends. Like if you have this strong map control and you keep pushing all the lanes and you find kills frequently, I don't think your lineup is severely worse late game. You have 2 melee cores that use Empower. BKB piercing stun from the Magnus.
Yeah.
Lion is always going to be a late game wildcard hero because of how strong Disables just are. And IO, one of the best late game supports too. So I'm not really I don't think LGD should be too concerned with it. On paper, Storm Spectre look amazing. Veno often falls off kind of at some stages, and unfortunately for Cuckoo, he hasn't really ever had a massive impact in the game yet.
Well, yeah, it just hasn't been any fights yet, which, to be fair, it hasn't really been an actual team fight. It's been kind of this scattered, I mean, nothing to say, just all over the map, essentially, with the IO support.
Yeah, and he has the BKB Orb of Corrosion, right? So you can really tell that LGD have an understanding here of what is the one problem we have is if we get caught by spells.
Yep.
So a lot of the times Embers in this position will not go for the straight BKB, but get like a Maelstrom or another build-up item. But it feels like he has enough damage with just the Empower and the Orb of Corrosion, and with this BKB, he's honestly invincible. If he gets it off, he's never dying while that's running to this lineup. So, kind of enter God mode there.
And with this Aegis, I mean, I'm guessing there's no pressure from LGD to try to use this Aegis in any specific way. Just continue with map control. Try to get some objectives, but you don't have to go ham, so to speak. Of course, Spectre is getting close to Ags here. You think they're going to try to do something with this 40-second timer?
Maybe if they find a fight bottom and they relocate here, they could consider diving tier 1, but I don't think tier 1 is even going to give them a fight for that tier 1 tower. I think it's just going to concede it here. They know that they're in a very disadvantageous position right now. And once Aegis is out, you have a little bit more of a clear plan, I think, for how to fight. Whitemon, going to get caught stop.
Yep, White gets off the Earth Spike, and Ame doing the... Although Jin Q takes it. All right.
They still have
support
really
tax.
Okay.
Yeah, pops a BKB. TP's coming as well. Cuckoo gets off a Gale. Not really going to hit anything. But I mean, that's actually pretty big. They force out that big BKB charge. for nothing to say.
That was a great disengage from T1.
Okay.
They get the BKB, they back off. They
White
also got the
one with the
relocate,
bait?
and the Aegis also expired there. So, nicely done. Kind of weaving around the fight, but at the same time also a little bit concerning that you have this lineup and you feel like you can't fight.
Right.
Yeah. You really want to fight with these heroes. Oh, 21 Savage. He's being eyed up by Y.
Yeah,
Alright,
there's the Earth Spike to start things out. Ame on the way. Fingertip gets the finishing blow.
Didn't even get a chance to cast the dagger. He just died in the stun hex combo. Ursa has so much damage.
LGD on the same page again.
Sapu-sapu rumah.
And I think more than any other team in this tournament, it just feels like they make so little mistakes that
so few
mistakes. The fact that a non-first English language person is correcting me really makes this sad.
First English language person, yes.
Oh God.
It is I.
End me, simply.
Yes,
I don't remember what I was saying anymore. What the hell is it? Oh, they don't make many mistakes.
True.
So the opposing teams haven't really found much of an avenue to try to take advantage of something like that. It just feels like they're, I don't know. I don't want to say invincible because obviously they lost game 2, but even with that massive, massive disadvantage they had in terms of net worth, they still made it a game, which is really surprising.
Yeah, there's going to be a nice
Carl jumps in, all right.
Faith Beyond.
The Aghanim Scepter being used for 23 Savage, so still has Haunt online.
And they instantly smoke again. I actually think Faith Beyond saw that. I don't think the vision had faded just yet when they blew that smoke. So this means PSG LGD have the information, and they can make a very clear call about where the smoke is meant to hit, right? There's not like, there's one option. So they're already positioning themselves very well. You can see they're just standing still on both Lion and Ember, covering the angles, waiting for T1 to try their luck. But T1 seems like don't really fancy that smoke too much after all. Kind of just not going to do anything with it, except did they even place any vision with it? I don't think so. So kind of ultimately just a full-on wasted smoke of deceit there, unfortunately. Aside from the fact that, well, LGD were standing still for a little bit as well. So you traded off looking at each other.
The good thing about that kill, though, is T1, they finally have some Spirit Vessel charges in there, and so something to use against
That's true.
the Jin Q IO, who he does have a mech. We'll see if he gets something to try to dispel. I mean, he could go Greaves, I guess, to try to dispel the Spirit Vessel charge. Not sure if that's even in
Lotus, I think, if he wants that, it's probably...
What happened? We're not seeing that nearly as much these days.
Yeah.
Can't remember what the nerf was now. Putting you on the spot.
What are Greaves?
That's true. Faith Beyond company smoked up. You can see Ame has just picked up his BKB. And speaking of that, nothing to say about his second charge. So another mate from T1. All right.
Get it.
Yep, no skewer this time.
We are at the
21-minute mark, so Shard can be picked up for anybody in the game. And you obviously saw the impact of that, even though they ended up losing Faith Beyond with that Magnus.
And even though this move from PSG LGD doesn't really get them any kills, they get control, right? They bully the enemy team out of this outpost area. They start setting up for Roche control, which is going to spawn right now. Why we'll see that. And I think this is a really crucial moment for T1. This has to work. If they lose the second Roche with no contention, they're not in a good position at all.
Yep. And that shard, almost certainly, if they get it, will go to Ame. One of the best shards in the game for sure.
Very, very good.
This is the beauty of having a Venomancer. You get that vision with the Plague Wards in the pit. And obviously, Elder Titan we talked about last game. So this won't be a freebie for LGD. The Roche is getting relatively low. Just waiting for the right time to pounce. Haunt still, literally every spell is online. So it's all about the timing and execution here. The Haunt, nope, that was the Shadow Step.
Nice job from Zephyr there. He actually, and from Kuku, they distracted Ame so long that the Fury
and there's the RP. Can they burst him in time? Why? Trying to layer absolutely again. Buyback is available for Carl, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the Fury Swipe stacks fall off if you kill the enemy mid. Yeah. You can just go again.
Continuing to try to dodge these really annoying Echo Stomps. Will they force the buyback, or will this just be given up? Looks like Looks like they're just giving this up. So second Roche the way of LGD, and Ame with the shard, which he's not actually putting in his inventory yet. There we go.
Maybe they want to give it to Ember?
No, this one's way too good. This is like
this is
top 5
very
shard
good.
in the game.
It is.
Every time he overpower or Earth Shocks, he will get an enrage for a second and a half.
Yeah, I remember
Super
when the
strong.
shard came out, you rated this the absolute best, I think.
Well, it was 2 seconds or more. I can't remember.
Was it 2 seconds?
It was better before, yeah.
That's crazy. I think the cooldown of Earthshock might have also been lower than.
Yeah, they nerfed that aspect as well.
Okay.
So there have been some slight nerfs, of course, but still extremely strong. I mean, just being able to preserve your ult, because so many times we see Enrage popped, and then everybody backs away and tries to kite Ursa.
Makanya nickname nothing to say.
You have more options now.
It's kind of. I'm looking at the scoreline right now, right?
Wait for it, Cinderman. Static Storm after the Yules. All right. Looks like they're going to try. Well, they actually use the Shadow Step, but Whitemon gets out in time, just barely. So they force out a ton of TPs for LGD. Nicely done from T1, baiting that.
Yep.
Of course, it did cost Static Storm.
A big rotation.
Ember lu cuk, kak crossover.
Isn't it weird for you to see Ursa so far ahead on the network with 0 kills? I feel like that's such an uncharacteristic Ursa game nowadays.
Power time, I guess.
And power and just the overall, you know, they got Roches, they got towers. I was like, I wonder what his KDA is. He's 0, 2, and 4. Ame's just been farming a crazy amount because of the map control they've gained, but the kills, more or less, all of them going on nothing to say.
Also picked up Fake Grenade. That's actually not too bad. Gives them the extra movement speed, and obviously any additional procs of your passive is going to be very nice to have, especially at range for a melee here that can get kited so easily.
Carl is setting up top, but this play doesn't really exist. He can't solo the Ursa. He's just going to leave.
Yeah, and this lead is just continuing to balloon. So 8K now for LGD. So you can see their win probability at 73% currently. But T1, I mean, they have options. We talked about the high ground defense of Elder Titan. Spectre is obviously god tier late game. Same with Storm. The only question mark really, in my mind, is Venom. We just haven't seen a ton of this hero in this patch. Is Faith Beyond? Shadow Step was there, but...
And let's keep in mind, we saw a game of IG versus Spirit with what Spectre Storm can do when they're doing well. If you do equalize this game somehow, there are so many ways of finding kills with these two heroes together. Once the Spectre gets the Aghanim's, which he obviously has, but they're just unfortunately too far behind to really take initiative right now.
Yeah, Whitemon spotted out. Don't see kills. Glimpse doesn't even break the tether. As LGD getting whatever they want, so still 3 tier 2 towers existing in each respective lane, so they have to get through those. And in terms of their tower push is not good for LGD. That is one saving grace for the team when you talk about high ground defense, plus the fact that you don't have a real tower hitter, per se.
Yeah, it is going to take a little bit long. They will get a siege creep in here now, though. If they have glyphs, they could keep it alive.
Cuckoo, nothing to say, catches him. You can see Isle relocating. Ame wants a kill, and he'll not get it. Nothing to say, taking that one. Although Ame did find one earlier, Synderen, so finally getting rid of that goose egg.
Goose egg?
Goose egg, yes.
Ah. Huh. I haven't heard it called that much, I think.
I am a boomer.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
Let's have some TPs top. 23 Savage. A lot of mobility for him. And will be a difficult kill. Just popping the Shadow Step constantly. It's only a 30-second cooldown, of course. Why? Glimmer.
Wow.
If he finds Savage here.
Oh, he glimpsed it for a second. Oh, the horsey. Not enough. Not fast enough. But he does force out Haunt, which is a huge deal.
That's true. That was not the Shadow Step that time.
He used the Shadow Step just to kind of harass and be annoying. But yeah, I'm sure he's regretting that one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now with Haunt down, well, I was going to say LGD is going to try to force something, but Aegis is running out now. And, I mean, even with that second Aegis, they haven't gotten a tier 2 yet. But still, not the end of the world, because they're just farming the entire map, and the lead is continuing to grow.
Yep.
Middle tower is under attack.
Need to clean up these pesky plague wards that Cuckoo's going to keep placing. Like his itemization, by the way. I think the Halberd Force Staff is very good this game.
Yep.
You want that against Ursa. You need a repositioning tool, and you need the disarm. So.
Oh, Oh, see the jumping. Carl pops the BKB just to ensure a kill, but it's only Y for now. Trying to force out the BKB from nothing to say, but he's not going to get baited this time. 2 times is enough for him.
Masa gak wani yuk?
Now that the Aegis is gone, we'll see if T1 want to try to force something, especially with the advantage in the 5v4 right now. But like you said, Cuckoo, I mean, his farm is pretty decent. I mean, Venos do get relatively farmed. Has the 4-staff in addition to everything else.
Apa yang bikin mereka stop kabel objeknya? Mereka di-split terus.
Just felt like saying it, hurt the sound.
Yeah.
What did he actually glimpse?
He glimpsed Magnus. Oh, all right. Orchid onto nothing to say. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Nope. That's the BKB charge again.
Mereka beri chance T1 untuk menang.
He's going to be brought down in quick succession.
Kan?
And it looks like Elder Titan is next on the list. LGD showing their prowess right now. And nothing to say, just continuing to destroy everybody in his wake. Cuckoo will be the 3rd death in this engagement. LGD winning this game in spades, and they're not remotely close right now.
T1 just ultimately, they run out of patience. They just really want to try something, so they go on the Ember, but that's not enough in the tank. And again,
23 Savage. Faith Beyond's going to run into him. There's the Yule setup. Has the RP if he needs it. Manta's popped, but here comes Ame with the right clicks. Into the horn toss, down he goes, not even needing RP. Look at the ultimates on the top. They all have them, other than Io. Which thank you for correcting yourself. Technically correct.
Proud of you. I'm proud of you for specifying that.
Thank you, Cinderin. I just want to make you proud one day.
Yeah. You're definitely improving right now.
Thank you.
Didn't take much.
Just not screwing up is an improvement. As they... LGD finally get a tier 2 tower. And we can see that next Roche, we won't know for another minute when it will spawn. Faith Beyond still ready to go with the RP. Has nothing to say is 9-0-6. Has the Aghanim Scepter, obviously the BKB, and I believe that's a refresher that he's working on.
He's close to that one too. His just raw burst against any hero that isn't BKB'd, he can...
Oh, horn toss from Faith Beyond. Whitemon is dead.
No, he was Yuled. Now he's dead.
He's dead. Oh! Is this a technically correct joke again? Oh, the badge! Oh, he's actually gonna get him! Just beating the absolute crap out of Carl.
Chinese badge.
Bash for the win as Cuckoo getting caught by nothing to say, and this is turning into a rout. You can see the haunt coming through, but it's not really gonna happen, Cinderin. Venomancer is gonna end up being cleaned up here. Actually, where were those illusions from? Is that the Manta? I have no idea.
I think he shadow stepped in
shadow
Manta
stepped
and
out.
Well,
either way, this is
we believe we have a DPC term for a game like this.
Shellacking?
Say the thing.
Gaben level shellacking?
Thank you.
Okay.
See, you impressed me. You know what I meant.
There's 3 levels to the Gaben level shellacking. Did you know that?
Oh, there's more levels.
There's just regular Gaben shellacking. Then there's Gaben's mustache shellacking. And then the top of the top is Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat?
Yes. I think the OG EG, the OG secret
qualifies.
Game was definitely a Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat.
Yeah.
I want that as an emote so bad now all of a sudden, Gabe wearing a top hat.
I'm patenting that one, by the way.
Can we please have that? Thank you.
I'm patenting or copywriting Gaben's name for my for myself.
I think you'll get away with it.
He seems like an easygoing guy. Yeah. Satanic now online for Ame. Already seeing the basher come to where that was literally a kill because of a bash. Into the Roche pit they go. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche, which that will almost certainly go to Faith Beyond. Although you could have the double refresher. And down he goes. He actually pops the BKB. Huh. I guess he didn't want the haunt in to steal all the goodies. Makes sense. RP. I hear the RP. This is for 23 Savage. Into the right clicks we go. Into the grave, 23 Savage goes.
Alright, I have a bit of a trivia here, Shannon. Okay. Let's see how much closely you've been paying attention. When was the last thing something good happened for T1 in this game? Is it A, 10 minutes ago, B, 15 minutes ago, C, 20 minutes ago, or D, 25 minutes ago?
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay, I am checking. The last
Itu sebenarnya bilang deh.
on the... It's about 10 minutes ago. Thank God. They killed Lion. Good call.
Thank
Good
you.
call.
Yeah, this is a rough one for T1.
Absolutely.
But keep in mind, this is not the tournament line on, not the tournament life on the line.
True.
If T1 were to lose this, they will face up against Alliance, and LG will continue on to play. I believe it's the winner of Vici versus VP. Regardless of that outcome, if that ends up being the case, will be a really hype one. BKB now online for Faith Beyond. And onto the high ground, potentially we go here soon for LGD. Swiftblink next on the list for Ame's Ursa. So you can see, still not a whole lot of building damage, but they can kill heroes like none other, Synderen.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a solution right now for T1 for how to approach a fight. So since they can't deal damage to the BKBs, you need a way to poke these 3 BKBs the enemy cores have, reset, and then re-go. I think it's going to have to come down to some sort of crazy static storm that they get set up through maybe an Ag Storm Vortex.
Oh, the jump in.
They'll get that one.
They'll find one. It's been 10 minutes since he died, apparently.
Yep.
So it was
we reset
time.
the counter.
Something good happened for T1. They
When
did
did T1 kill last.com? The clock is now 0.
Something could happen to T1 somehow.
Zephyr probably not going to be so lucky. He gets whipped into oblivion, and the bash ensures the kill for Ame.
Yeah.
Going to be relocated back here to the mid lane. Clean up some illusions.
You know what they could use is a leveler. Drill that drop. That might be the best item to get for PSG LGD right now.
Up to the high ground.
Indeed. Spectral Dagger with the Gale. Ursa doesn't care. Skewer in from Faith Beyond. And that's going to be a freebie for the kill on Cuckoo. Does have buyback. I don't know. Have we seen Poison Nova this game? Have you
I don't
noticed?
think it's been cast.
That's... Wow. Unreal.
I'm glad we theory crafted whether it's better than before.
Right now it's the same, I guess. Ame, it looks like they'll get this Rax, and T1, without the Elder Titan, this will be difficult to defend, even with...
Oh, the tether!
All right. Carl with the bash. Carl takes the tumble. So that's the sharp on for the IO. Earth Splitter comes inside the static storm. It's enraged with the BKB. Ame super healthy. Just gonna focus on the buildings now. That is very unfortunate for T1. Great pickup by Jin Q. There's the Searing Chains. All right, into the Skewer. This is going to be a dieback for Cuckoo. And LGD absolutely crushing their way to a Game 3 victory here. As we see the shadows come out as well, but Zephyr is dead. Still has buyback. And now more buildings to go for LGD. 45 seconds with the Aegis. And again, their building damage is quite bad, but there, again, the Skewer with the Horn Toss setup. Do they have enough to actually take out 23 Savage? Indeed. He does have buyback as well, though.
Faith Bell will be fully healed by the cheese as well, so... Looks like PSG haven't even been fighting yet. They have full resources on every hero except Lion, missing a little bit of mana, pretty much.
And that is 2 full sets of racks down.
Are we approaching the top?
This is maybe mustache level.
Mustache level.
Yeah, this is mustache level. I mean, they do have 9 kills.
Notice the voice chat line being used by Cuckoo there. Nothing touches the heart like my Venom. Arguably, your Venom doesn't touch anything, rather.
Yeah, I would like to see the Poison Nova used at least.
1 Poison Nova before it's over, please.
Let's go. The jump in. Io's taking a lot of damage, but they're turning it on to Carl instead. He pops BKB, zips away to safety. Nothing trying to pursue. Meanwhile, Ursa just eating everybody alive. GG is called. Poison Nova not past Synderen. LGD take game 3 in very, very convincing fashion. And this is the team that we've been seeing throughout the entire group stage and now in the main event.
Yeah, when LGD are on, they're on, man. That was just not even close. Like, T1, they had to try to find some earlier fights to get value out of their Venom, but it was just PSG LGD making all of the good early moves, finding the pick.
Akhirnya diobol-obol sampai double.
Meretel pada ngono. Sampai di fur loh ya Mbak Ame ya.
Di fur.
Aku tak main pos 4 ae, Mbut. Sinke main carry ya. Matai Sinke level 6, cuk. Ame ini level 5 apa ya, Bro?
4 di atas. 4 di atas.
4 malah lah. Itemnya lho ya akeh. Ame Facebook urung jadi, cuk.
20 menit kemudian
balik.
VPVG iki apa ya? VP ya?
Kalau saya game siji
Apa?
Nggih.
Aku pengen ngebet 2-0. Kali 2 soalnya. Virtus Pro lawan Gaming. Epilepsi kit.
PPVG.
Epilepsi kit.
How it works is you can to the right of yourself.
Bang, kamu finding apa?
Try to like beat your hand. We do it to the right of yourself.
Anjir, Bang.
Oh, that's such a cool heads up for nothing.
Gue ikut finding satu
He
game.
really shined this around LGD.
Masang
Had
tapi
late tech up into sort of a like main counter thing. Made up for it with live rotate. And he immediately gave back to his team with that resource. That's what made LGD.
Nothing to say. Jenkins, you were particularly impressed with his. The later pretty much won totally by him. Or at least he had a lot of impact.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you could argue that the rotation from Lion towards the mid lane. I mean, obviously that does help. That is an LGD thing. They do that a lot. These like early, super early.
Mikir samain bocor apa enggak?
And then immediately there's this huge play by T1, and I'm thinking like, this is a really good play by them. Genuinely, they showed up with like Storm Spirit. They made it into on
Remnant play that Aoi.
And nothing to say. It's just like, well, you know, I'm super high level mid. I'm coming in with the Remnant play that Aoi was talking about, where he gave himself this option to potentially burst. It turned out also during the first situation, and he gets a triple, and then the whole game from then on.
Bangga.
Bangga bocor?
Wis ora. Wis ora. Sudah. Di
Enggak, emang tak gede nih suara gini. Aku Discordku di HP soalnya.
Hal apa kan di PC?
Ora.
Do you think this guy's Indian, Ben? Ben?
Kecepong is gone. Ben AFK. Yeli. Hey Yeli, what's your name again? Hello? Bong, kamu fighting dah Bong?
Pesan makan.
Wah, ditipu aku anjing. Aku ada waktu 30
Cross, ya?
menit sebelum VP main, cok. Gak jadi ya.
Kowe diceluk kancamu mau, Ben? Diceluk kancamu.
DM Nightfall
Embo iku.
Save.
Sopo jenenge ra ngerti. S4 iku, Rakes.
Jarge.
Janji.
Sapa iku, Cok?
Muridku.
Wong di?
Ausi.
Ausi.
What? Astri top 1 Cina di PC ya? Di atas LGD. What the fuck? PSG. PSG. Ini Vicir
Apa ya?
lawan VG. Old Eleven, PY, DY, Poyoyo. Poyoyo sebelumnya main di mana, Bang?
Wah, gak tahu aku lah itu.
Aku nggak pernah tahu nicknya tiba-tiba ada Poyoyo itu. What the fuck?
Oh, ganti nama itu ganti nama.
Sebelumnya apa?
Belumnya siapa ya? Itu ganti nickname itu.
Lah iya, siapa sebelumnya?
Erika, iya Erika. Kin Gaming.
Kage ya.
Oh.
Erika ditambah isu.
Especially, but
aduh ya Allah. Bisakah VP 20 VG?
Wah. Karu.
Bisa lah. Naik fall with trust. Trust.
GPK?
Ya,
nggak pakai kemaluan?
What the fuck? What? VP match win $8. Apa 10 killnya aja ya? 10 killnya VP strong harusnya, Cuk. 10 kill aja lah. Apa? Oh, apakah?
Apa ya VP?
Nightfall, DM, GPK.
Isi piro VP?
Apa?
Oh isi piro?
Posisi.
Oh isi piro?
12.
10 kill.
Enggak, match win. FTK ini 8. Udah bangkrut.
Coba VP.
Banyak. Oh, VPKP. Udah bangkrut banyak aku hari pertama grup stage anjing gara-gara UG minus enggak karu-karuan.
Yo.
200.
Yo iyalah hari pertama itu gak oleh main event nih kuduan.
Grup stage bullshit.
Justru main event sih lebih medeni.
Ora ben, lebih baik ini main event daripada grup stage itu saya ono anu nih lo. Gurung ketok maine lo.
Ngentot gara-gara Oke dibantai Aster 2-0 anjing. Aku ngebet Oke menang 1 game tok padahal. Tapi rontok sampai
做了哪些准备？
ke bun ya.
准备是吗
Kosong aja.
Preparations against T1?
Against all teams, I mean, or do they just ignore the?
Saya kayak LGD ini,
所有队
game
伍
loro
就是
kalah.
门市
Kan
有
game
自己的
terus
打
kita
法，
menang toh.
还是
Berarti.
会根据对方的打
Tapi
法
aku
去
gak
调
tahu
整。
toh lah LGD bakal kalah 1 game.
应该还是会根据
Lah
对
iya
方就是不
Del,
同的队伍打不同的
meskipun
打
ya,
法打。
meskipun wis.
就是就好比我
Meskipun
们今天
apa,
打
gue
T1
kurang
也是
ngerti
在
ya.
中途
Terus
改变了过打法。
gue wrong game
Depending
even
on who we're
game
against,
2
we'll
menang.
actually adjust how
Gue
we
game
play.
telu kan pasti
Specifically
arune
against
LGD toh.
T1, we actually did adjust
Tiga.
our play style
Yeah.
a little bit.
Low
And in
power
terms of
nih.
Oracle, he said
Lah
that
iya, lo
maybe
pasti
T1
ngono
style
berarti.
doesn't
Daripada
allow him to
artistik
pick that hero.
gak jelas kok.
Very good. So,
Kayak
oh, I
Tivan,
forgot.
realistic
Yes, that's right. my
pampas
friend. Oh, I
ngono.
forgot again. Yeah. Yes,
2
that's
kali 3 kali main
Game
apik
2.
ngono.
I want to know what your reaction
minggu
was
son.
to that crazy moment.
第二盘10人买活，你那一刻心里想的是什么？
那一刻就当时肯定觉得那是一波很好的机会嘛，因为当时我们已经劣势很大了，想就是都10人买活，看还有没有机会靠那一波翻盘，就是比较激动吧。
We're a bit excited actually because at that moment we actually thought of it as a chance. We were already at quite a big disadvantage, so we wanted to see it as a chance for us.
Chance didn't pay out though. Would you have done it any differently?
那个机会并没有很好的后果。如果再来一次的话，会不会有其他的决定呢？
应该在那个局势下面应该没有太大的办法了，因为当时我们已经很烈了，
Itu
然
jadi
后
translator
对面都是刷新的
translator
情
di
况，
Unity
我
iPad
们在那一波找到
gede
比较
ya,
好
Bang?
机会，骗出很多，所以想靠那一波，如果再来一次，可能
Wah, kurang
可
tahu.
能只能靠我们
Masih
临
gede,
场
Bang.
更细的东西，也许能赢吧。当然也是会打那一波。
I think if we had to do it all over again, we would still take chance because we did bait out a lot of skills already and they had refresher. So if we were to do it again, maybe we'll play even more detailed and try to win through that.
All right. Almost done. Any thoughts on yesterday? An unfortunate day for Chinese Dota. What did you think about your comrades?
其实昨天很遗憾的有两支中国队伍离开了舞台，你对这个有什么看法或者想说的吗？
肯定是首先比较难受的吧，然后因为可能各方面吧，已经太久没有线下赛，所以而且再加上是 BOE 吧，所以很多方面发挥很难发挥出来。总之就也不知道说什么，就是比较难受吧。
I feel a bit sad, but due to all sorts of reasons, because we haven't had a LAN in so long, and there are other reasons to why they didn't perform to their best, all I can say is that I feel a little sad about it.
Yeah, well, I agree. I feel sad too about it. Those were some good teams, legends. Okay, final question for you. You guys had almost 0 losses in this entire thing. Only Secret and T1 have pulled a game from you. Are you afraid of any team at this tournament?
这个问题，整个比赛当中，只有 Secret 还有 T 赢过你们，你们有没有自己比较害怕的队伍呢？
肯定更加的害怕是自己临场上的东西吧。然后尽管就是不同的队伍在面对不同队伍的时候，总是如果我们输掉了很多东西，都是能收获很多的。所以也比较感谢 T1 跟 Secret 吧。
Well, if we lose, it's a lot of it is to ourselves, not performing at our top notch. However, with every loss, we do gain experience. So thanks to T1 and Secret.
Okay, well, what a dignified answer. Thank you so much, Y. It's no wonder that you guys are on such an amazing spree.
Humble
And I'm sure
answer.
we will be seeing some more winners interviews with you two coming up soon. But for now, back to you.
Jay, thank you so much to White, Helen and Seraction Slacks. Here is a quick update of the bracket. As you can see, LGD, they've secured themselves top 6, but we have got another upper bracket matchup coming your way very shortly. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming. And then we'll be saying goodbye to 2 more teams in the lower bracket as we head to our first lower bracket best of 3s later today. OG versus Quincy Crew is going to be wrapping things up. But before that will be Team Spirit versus Fnatic. And before we get on with VE versus Vici, we have got another hot competition coming your way because, of course, it's tradition that we have the short film contest. So here's Slacks and Effie to talk you through the runners and riders.
Hello everyone, it is time for the short film contest. We had so many submissions this year, and now it is time to show you some of the finalists. Are you ready, Effie?
I am so ready.
All right, let's see what those fantastic Dota community members have made. First up, we have Carried Away, a little story about some beautiful, cute little creeps.
And next, we're going back to basics. We are defending our ancient with Overthrown.
That beautiful little catapult. And finally, Time to Push. You ever want to see some HD Dota heroes? Well, you're about to. Let's take a look.
Bang, kemarin kok BO 1 Bang, low bracket ya. Sekarang BO 3.
Mungkin ronde 1 paling. Lower bracket ronde 1 paling.
Sabi.
Biar gak makan waktu akeh.
Masuk akal.
Tidak tahu, sate. Wah, aku kurang bubu.
Prepare for battle.
Nonton kecepong dulu sambil nunggu
Plain
PP.
as the horn on my head. This one is in the bag.
Cino Madura binubro lagi, Bud.
Oh jelas.
Temenan cuk.
Mikrolet ayo.
Ya cebong main barai. Cino Duro Winobro.
Kalah ya. Magnus 5. Iki aku paling benci cuk wong sing pakaiane Jepang cuk, bendera Jepang iki. Kalau sing bener anjing.
Apa bendera Jepang? Country-nya.
Wah. Toyama Japan.
Country-nya ya maksud atau apa ya?
Iya. Gambar iki, gambar profil apa? Country.
One Week Friends Kaori no Nikki. Skip, nggak ada anime.
Jancuk, kosku F9. Nah, selalu cuk.
Cuk, short film kontesnya bagus-bagus ya?
Iya.
Anjing kata putih didulang Beastmaster goblok pelatih nembak. Beastmaster plus katapu. Feel the Earthshaker. Slamming.
Hello, and welcome back. We're here on the main panel. My name is Avo Plus. I'm joined by Lizard, Gods, and Lacoste, who just followed me today, really.
Yeah, I'm following you throughout the whole event. You know,
Yeah.
we've been doing panels together. We've been chilling in the green room. Now we're on the main panel. So
Yeah, I know.
it's good to have you
Sometimes
here, Avo. Or should I say Avo?
That's better. I appreciate that. Yeah. Sometimes. No. Before we get into the Dota, I just want to talk about the videos we just watched. Any favorites here? Gods, I know you were really excited to talk about that catapult video.
I love the one, the Beastmaster raising the catapult from a young age. Lacoste saying should have been feeling some Tengus maybe. Could have maybe gone a bit further.
Yeah, just, add a bit more Dota theme to it. But the Beastmaster face was priceless there.
Yeah. I love that one.
The salute at the end as well.
Oh
And the
my God.
shining star.
Yes.
It's perfect.
What do you think for the short film contest? Do you think it's about like the production value, or did you care about the story?
Story,
I want to feel emotionally invested, but also, I mean, the thing is, I think all these films we've seen, they have great stories, but then they also have amazing designs, drawings, sounds, everything. There's so much. Every year they get better and better.
There's so much talent in Dota community, and here I am, I can't even draw a straight line or a relatively round circle with a pen.
And they call us talent.
The real talents are the ones, making those short movies for the contest,
I completely agree. I mean, that card of the catapult movie made me, feel things. I was like, now I understand how Trent feels, for example. I must be the catapult is like his newborn child. And of course, what other hero, what better hero than a Beastmaster to raise the pushing catapult, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me back of the old days when you used to like get the Helm or the Enchantress. You used to always dominate the catapult, and that was a strategy everyone went for.
He's definitely a fatherly figure.
Cuk, mulai cuk cetek cuk.
Tinggal dikecilin tuh, Bang.
Paling cuy cuk. 8 gitu.
Itu ngapain dia? Bacain orang wah? Oh. Wah, harus CM Bang. Nggak bisa ya tapi, tuh bikin ada mana? Oh.
Coba ngebes ayo.
Pijetan untuk skill 3-mu. Ambil diklik-klik, ambil.
Iso cuk.
Diklik-klik ambil nih.
Denied.
Belum sudah petek iso cuk.
Petekan aja jalan bro. Diklik loh, bukan dipencet bukan tuh, tapi diklik. Jadi auto tag terus diklik klik. Ngepes sih. Wah, ini mulai ngeces.
Rara.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Many a blooded enemy.
Đâu khỏi nọ mana cuk.
Almost had that. Structures are fortified.
Besok tau lambut,
Karena ini suruh ngeklik aja.
Your middle tower is defending itself. The enemy attacks your middle tower.
Oh ya, makasih. Weh, farm juga aku.
Apa ku bisa tiarani perjalanan.
Wih. Kok Manu bisa nggak di speed 2?
Tower is under attack. That which protects also requires protection. The enemy attacks your bottom tower. Walk between the planes. To your bottom tower. The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
Opo? Ayo opo?
The tower is under attack. Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Will one side come to regret this? To your bottom tower. The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
Second the wave.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower brought to ruin.
Sekarat semua anjing. Pes.
asu Eko Sebri malah jadi karo mana ya gue gak Eko Sebri.
Lah siapa sih nyuruh SP versi item?
SMP CFX senggol modar cuk. Ranking banter. Dan CM-nya bisa punya das anjing belum aku manu SB cuk. Kalau
To your bottom tower.
Winland selain nambah damage tuh di Spirit Breaker. Nambah move speed soalnya.
Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty, which my matriarch will prize.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
oh ya SK.
The enemy's middle tower can withstand.
Wih, mati dong. Lah, wah, iki mari dulu FPS iki cuk. PKP side cuk.
Dies out.
Nothing to say.
Masalahnya MTS urusannya di dur temenan cuk. Kenduren kan.
Clocket top, clocket bottom. Wah, kok lawan eul-eulan mana yo?
Wah, ini tukulin kan.
Oh iya dong.
Gold for me.
Cek lah.
Nah, gitu.
Double kill.
Ya, coba disandir sama TV-nya. Lah. Nice meta, dude. Ini lagi.
Wah, yo iki cuk. CM Whitemon cuk. Buyback mati mana cuk. Tak ame cuk. Jinq iki. Tak ame cuk farming TP ini cuk. You watch the eye bro. Gede era kerolas.
Nah, itu silver.
Wah.
Killing spree. Your life serves no purpose but your benefit.
Bos, jembok BKB Spectre sing disasar to, Bos. 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 Wah. Kok nggak jalan? BKB sing disasar klom berkanjing.
Berapa? 2 bungkus. 20 nggak pakai nasi. Kenapa nggak boleh? Tahu apa-apa. Apa bu? Kurang tak? Si.
Horn of the realm. Comforting rune of regeneration.
Si.
Pes,
cuk. Ya Allah. Ya Allah. The fuck? Bisa gitu bangsa? Tuh SW gue mesti ngene cuk. Awal mulai enak cuk. Baru no mid game ah. Tak modar nabrak gak jelas cuk. Rapos semua.
SB sejak kapan, Bang? Damage base-nya tergantung move speed-nya.
Woi, suwe.
Dulu enggak tapi awalnya.
Dulu ya tetap. Dulu kan tetap.
Ketuk bro. Pes.
Lari neng di bos.
Oh iya cuk, item apa bong? Agak tingkat dagon.
The enemy's bottom tower is
Gak mati.
Hah? Mati lah, agak dincarte brick cuk.
Flames will
Brick
spread
plus damage
thrice.
anjing, nambah damage 200 cuk. Nambah damage 200, brick. Mati lah. Tuh bro, ulti dakon kali. Tuh bro, ulti dakon kali.
Kesuwen ya ano iki lo. Takon.
Dakon 5 gak kesuwen bong.
Yang ya sakaya kemarin.
Lah, kok gak sadar? Oh, udah.
Gede.
Oh.
Wena. Space. Wih. Cakep. Tak sebawa sih.
Spectre nganggur gak dices, bolone semuk munggah, dia ngecas farming isor.
Enak cuk, untuk farming cuk. Aku percaya dengan temanku Masir. Aja.
Nyusaki konco iku dudu percaya tuh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, P. Iki belajar dari T1 cuk. Dari Whitemon. Bravo. Darah kue. Sudip.
Your spirit, like your life, is broken.
Never refuse good.
Matriarchy prize.
Yuk. Puan, untuk level gue coba.
Halo. Gak apa-apa.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower falls to oblivion. Your middle tower is under attack.
daripada sakit hati.
Waduh.
Lebih baik
Opoan cuy,
sakit gigi.
Apa ini?
Kerja jual bareng jual entot itu.
Wih. Terus ambil musuh baju.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wah. Belum tahu.
At a relatively early time.
No, yes, and sort of specifically the Bristle and the Pugna, you know, these are very much heroes that we haven't really seen other teams play with that much. Whereas, you know, Vici Gaming, on the other hand, their whole lineup, you know, these heroes have sort of been played across the board. You know, Silence has sort of more recently started to move up in value. A lot of teams starting to look towards that. But everything else from Vici Gaming, it's just sort of top heroes in the meta.
Yeah, especially like the Magnus that they slipped in later on in the draft, which we saw, of course, last series. It went up to first pick. It became the most high priority pick. So, yeah, we'll see how that's going to end up playing out, and we'll see if they, like they mentioned about timings, if Silencer does start to fall off too, right? Because I know they have, like, Vici's late game is extremely strong, but we've seen time and time again, Silencers around that 35-minute mark, they start to struggle. So I'm really looking forward to this series. And let's see how these lanes do play out, because I've been seeing so many times GPK, especially on Razor, hero or lane dominator.
Sure.
That's just what he's been known as forever, especially into these melee heroes. Sure, Void Spirit, you've got ways to play around it in the mid game especially, but lane is still going to be quite complicated.
Absolutely, yeah. GPK definitely having himself in a situation to make Ori's early game rather hard. We'll see how well Ori plays himself into it.
And let's see how the Phoenix does too, because they did pick it relatively early because of that Tiny. We know people have been talking about the matchup because of attack speed, slow, Sunray Egg. It's all pretty damn good versus Tiny. However, into Silencer, right? It does feel like the Silencer has a pretty good position in this game versus both the Phoenix and the Pugna. These are like anti-savers, globals that can't get the heals off to protect Nightfall in some situations. So yeah, this should be a lot of fun.
And for Nightfall as well, so the carry Bristle. How does that sort of fit into the meta that we're seeing? Like, is this sort of a concept that you feel VP could really show us the strengths of, you know, against the types of Dota that we've been seeing teams play, or at least most of the teams play?
They're one of the only, if not the only teams playing it. So that is a great question. I mean, just something that they really like to play. Nightfall might just feel very comfortable on it with the team. It's a curious one to me, because I'm not too sure why they are liking it so much. I mean, sure, they've been dominant on it, but then why is nobody else doing the same kind of strategy? So, and I mean, it's also Silencer, right? So,
but that's the thing. He's going to have something to dispel, right? Otherwise, these fights, surely the damage, the duration, it adds up. It's not going to be fun spamming your spells when you've been arcane cursed.
No, definitely not. They have 2 Lotus Orb buyers, at least 3 Lotus Orb buyers on their team, maybe even more than that. They could even prioritize one on the Razor, even the Bristle himself. So we'll probably see 2, 3 Lotus Orbs coming out, because Phoenix is going to want one, Pugna's going to want one, Bristles probably wants one. So we'll see that in time. And yeah, I'm really just going to be glancing at mid to see if... Hey, Ori is one of the big playmakers for me, for Vici, and when he starts to have a bit of a rough game at times, I feel like their game gets even slower than it usually is. Yeah. They are more of a slow team, and looking at the lane already, 10-6 on the Razor,
GPK.
3-1.
It's, as we said on paper, it's a tough matchup, and GPK, he is completely abusing that. 11 for 7 against the 3-4-1. Top lane DY.
Is he going to tick out here? He's going to burn pretty low, but not quite enough. Salves to the ready. He'll be able to keep himself in lane. In fact, Kingslayer, he's going to get chased down by Old 11 again, though not quite enough damage. As both team supports will stay in the lane and alive.
Was that Fairy Fire making them both survive? I'm pretty sure it was. I think Silencer used one earlier, and then the Phoenix had two, so he used one when he was getting gone on. So Fairy Fire saved lives.
Now he's looking down bottom at the moment for both cores. DM, 12 for 1 here. On the offlane, Poyoyo, 14, 15 for 1. So both cores trading farm quite nicely down here. Side lanes, both supports trying to play around here. Save comes over around the attempt pull. Here's the setup around the camp. Top lane, Old 11, he's going to get the skewer back.
Okay.
Pretty deep, at least get a tower hit or two, and then he does. Nightfall getting a little too close to that dangerous area where Old 11's able to pull him in and set him up underneath the tower for that extra damage.
That's why we're seeing the Magnus pick so much, really. Just so powerful in any lane.
You got to be careful.
Yep. That's always something scary for Bristleback too, even like, let's say in the later stages of the game too. Bristle is a tanky hero, but sometimes you feel a little bit deceptive because you feel so tanky, but let's say you get completely pulled out of position. It's gonna change the way that your saves are looking to play, because then the Pugna has to get out of position, the Phoenix as well to try to protect you. So yeah, could see a lot of those skewers really injure the Bristle a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. Nightfall's got to be careful on these early levels. Playing anywhere near to the tower there, as Old 11 will be very quick to take advantage of that.
DY will help out mid. Ori gonna check the rune for him and also fill up his bottle. His body as well.
Mid lane, he's starting to catch him now, Ori.
Yeah.
It's sort of this sort of pace now where GPK has been sort of visiting the jungle a little bit, looking towards neutrals as well. It's giving Ori a bit more of a chance to close that gap here.
It's just still such a challenge. He can't even walk out. Yeah, the poor guy. Ori's just like, all right, well, I just have to tank this, you know. I'm getting my levels, and that's kind of the most important thing he has to do at this point. Rest of the lanes are going well, as we mentioned for Vici.
Poyoyo feeling rather confident down here. DM on his own doesn't really pose too much of a threat against the Tiny, especially with the support sort of beginning to drift away from that bottom lane.
PYW though is eating quite a lot of harassment.
Save if he gets another blast in, it's going to be close, but PYW just enough HP to get out of harm's way. Top lane, Old 11. Trying to get it onto Kingslayer, not going to be the case, and it's getting to the stage now where this top lane, now the levels are in, level 4 on Nightfall, they've got to be very careful about how they extend him for Kingslayer, as Nightfall will be able to turn around any drawn-out engagement between the two lanes here.
Yep. A little bit of a mistake there from DY, not layering the curse in the last word properly, though, so you can get that extra damage. Did mess it up a bit there on Kingslayer. Supports. Looking to check runes a bit more here. Save even looking to play around mid. Guess feeling that he doesn't need to help DM too much in the bottom lane since we are seeing so many support rotations. PYW hasn't really been playing the lane too much. And speaking of PYW, we didn't really touch too much on the Snapfire this game. Of course, a super popular hero that's been getting picked up more and more, but also a lot of uses in this game. Little Shredder can always be pretty decent versus Bristleback, of course. You know, a little bit of extra minus armor when he's lacking in the early game, but of course, versus Phoenix and versus Pugna, it's going to be quite useful. The Little Shredder versus the Pugna Ward versus the Egg, but also even just Mortimer Kisses versus a hero that does get decrepified in later stages. So PYW should have a pretty good overall game if he's able to actually position himself properly.
Absolutely, we're going to have to see some very careful placements here of both of those spells to,
for sure,
to sort of force Vici Gaming to spend time finding them and getting that setup indeed for the Snapfire.
Ori's completely caught up. He's actually only 50 gold behind the Razor.
And this is pretty impressive. What's the XP looking like, though, between them? Was halfway through level 6 on Ori, and then GPK still about a level ahead. So he's picking it up, but as you say, the recovery, it has been there for Ori after a very tough first few waves in the matchup. You know, this is quite clearly something that he's had to deal with quite a lot of times before. The man's got quite a few games on the Void Spirit. He's almost certainly bumped into Razor, quite a large number of them.
GPK is looking to make that first move bottom. Haste Rune.
Oh, here we go. See if he's able to get the chase down onto Poyoyo. How will Vici Gaming react? Poyoyo turn with a quick avalanche, trying to hold GPK back, but GPK is able to maintain the connection of the static link.
but 200 gold. And that's when I'd imagine we see a huge increase in pace from VP. They've been still trying to make these, two-man plays, three-man plays perhaps around the map, but yeah, BKB and Aghanims is going to come out, and I assume they just either look for a fight or just walk into the pit and force some action from Vici.
Oh, you think they might go straight for the Roche before one of the extra tier 1 towers? Now, bottom? They're going to jump in, but the Global is going to break the combo completely. And now Ori, he's just going to go jump back over towards Save, cut down the Pugner. And this is going to be hard to make moves. Anytime the Global's up, you know DY, he'll be ready to respond in an instant with the Global Silence.
That's always the scary thing about making moves. That's why I thought perhaps, maybe they force some type of ultimate, some type of weird fight, and then they go straight for that Roshan, and the timing's there. So Nightfall's got it.
He's going to look to get the jump in onto DY, and DY, he has been caught a little too close to the rest of them. Not quite able to back up in time with the rest of the team. DY getting caught out a little bit there as he, I guess just wasn't quite prepared for VP to come straight back on the map and come down there. Now it's that kill onto Save. Mid lane, Nightfall starting to show himself now on the other side of the map. He's ready to turn up and go, as you say, with the Aghanims complete. See what sort of moves VP can make around them. They don't have the Echo Slam, but they do still have the Supernova.
Something I think, oh, wait a second here, as 11 will get away, but something that I think that they might have to also watch out for is Aether Remnant turns Bristle back around. So they can actually make him face their team. Whenever they do get their timing as well with the Tiny when he feels like he can fight, he's getting closer and closer towards Silver Edge. There's going to be quite a lot of ways for them to perhaps deal with the Bristleback.
No, for sure, yeah. If he gets turned into a full combo from the Tiny from Poyoyo, it's going to hurt still.
Yeah.
Middle tower is under attack.
Vici really looking to set this defense around this mid tower.
And she's going to go straight to work him with the kisses. As the dive comes out, but he is... Oh, maybe with the heals should save. No, it's not enough. The damage is done. Kingslayer to fall as they try and fight, but this nice ward here from Vici Gaming, giving them this great vision to stop VP from trying to make these moves. They know that VP, with the way they've been playing on the bottom half of the map, they're going to try and come and approach the mid lane from this angle. Their vision is there ready to prepare for that exactly.
And they went the Veil as well early on. DY gets it at as a 5 position. That's a very good timing for his Veil. He has good damage, and as we see there, this is one of the reasons why Silencer has always been sought after versus Phoenix. Most of the time, you're still not going to click the dive, but he did click the dive, so you come right back. The last word will always bring you back to that position, of course. 2K lead, and that was, as we mentioned, a bit of VP's timing. Now they have the BKB finished on the Razor, so they smoke up again, still looking for that fight. Echo up in 10.
Yep.
They really want to persist for this
they have to, as you say. If they're not making the hits now, Vici Gaming are likely to run away with this match as the minutes pass.
Absolutely.
VP's got to get something done right now. See what they can get around the mid. And they're trying to look at the play a bit split up, really. Kingslayer and Nightfall, they've gone to find the mid. The egg is going to be taken down. Nightfall's over POW. This is a completely split up play. The rest of VP, they're trying to get it onto Poyoyo. They will get the kill on the Tiny. Nightfall, he has been left to fend on himself, but it's okay. He's still very much big enough and tanky enough that Vici Gaming couldn't really deal with him. So a split up fight there that VP forced, but it ends up working out. They get the tower, and they are able to take down Poyoyo, whilst the rest of Vici Gaming's trying to deal with the 2 members of VP.
Nightfall. He's got a lot of Arcane Curse stacked up on him.
So with a jump forward, old 11. Quick skewer back and a jump over with the Astral Step. Nightfall will pop.
I'm surprised he just walked in like that. He kept spamming his quills as well, too. With the Arcane Curse, he gets the last word put on him, the Veil. It's a lot of damage. It does start to build up until you do get ways to dispel it.
And how close are they to any of those? Are we seeing anything come soon?
Not really, no. They're very far away.
That's true.
Your anger is useless.
He's going to go for his own BKB instead, so his teammates will have to get that Lotus Orb to protect him, but Vici's got to be real happy with the pace of the game. Even though they did lose their Tiny a few times, Ori's almost got an Aghanims done on Void Spirit.
No, for sure.
Now it's more silences to deal with inside the fights too, as TM.
They're going to use the Global. In fact, Ori's going to look to use that coverage of the Global to turn things around onto DM.
Oh boy.
Very nicely done here by Vici Gaming, and it really was, as you say, they lose Tiny, but the fact that they do end up getting Nightfall at the end of it all pretty much makes that whole move for VP completely redundant. As Vici Gaming just continuing to grow this lead, and VP, it really does seem like they are going to just have to continue to try and fight, but every little mistake and misplay it just means that the preceding fight is going to be so much harder. It's just not getting any easier against Vici Gaming, and the only way they can come back in is by looking to turn up for the brawl.
Yeah, I mean, they already have Silver Edge done. The Tiny's online pretty much. He's got the 2 items done. VP, they did hit that 1 item timing that BSJ was mentioning on the panel there, but I think Vici's so happy with this game. Aghanims is done for Ori. They've got Silver Edge on Tiny. He's going to be able to buy shards soon. Everyone is pretty damn online. I think VP's in some trouble unless they start making some big plays happening soon.
They've got to have a big move come out next. Here we have it. Smoke up. How long until the Echo Slam? Not quite up yet.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
It is a level 1 Echo, and he's about to hit 12. So usually you want to wait for that 12 because you get that 20 seconds removed and quite a bit more damage. But I don't think he can wait for it.
There's no global for a minute. So that's something. They're going to jump DY. In fact, just dropping the Echo on him. Get rid of that pesky silencer.
Okay. So is that like them trying to get an option
open
for Roche?
I mean, if Nightfall's ready to go for it.
The Kisses are down 2 for 30. They want another kill before they try for it.
It looks like they do. DM looking for the lead in, but Vici Gaming are careful. Play it right back in back. Now hold 11, he's ready to step up. RP is online again.
They've got the Silver Edge. Nightfall.
I mean, they're in. DM is going to try and lead him, but immediately getting caught out by the silence. Jump over to the side. Ori looking to take down DM, and with the help of Old 11 and his skewer, they should be able to do so. DM ripped into position as they take him out. That's DM gone. DY back in the game now. VP having a fight 4v5 if they want to keep this going. Nightfall and GPK, they're thinking about returning to the action. They're back in. They're on top of DY. DY has been caught on the front, but the Yules will hold him back. Jump forward. Old 11. RP gets him right underneath the tower. Catches GPK. Raising a ball.
And might even get more. They turn him around with the Remnant.
They get the grab. There's the Silver Edge hit. Toss up. Poyoyo. The damage not quite enough immediately, but Nightfall, he's falling ever so low. Save will be able to top him off slightly, but it's just the 3 of them, Kingslayer, Save, and Nightfall, having to go on the retreat right now.
VP is struggling. They can't get the catches they want. They can't go for the plays either because they only have 1 stun. They only have, 1 stun from the Shaker. He's the only one who's really got the actual disables. They catch the Tiny on the left side of the fight. He's linked up. He just TPs and resets the fight, comes back in afterwards. VP tries to catch up to the rest of the team. A global comes out. It's really hard for them to get into these fights successfully, especially if they don't have the Echo Slam. DM, I think, has to be a little more patient. I don't think he can waste an Echo on a silencer in these situations, especially not the 5.
I think he just feels that he has to, as you say, because of the fact there's nothing really else to initiate with. It's hard.
Sure is. And like we mentioned, the game for the supports, it's all about those Lotus Orbs versus the Global, but as we mentioned, Ori having such a good game, they've got so many different forms of silence now. He's got the double pulse as well that he can play around with the Globals post after they use the Lotus Orb on themselves. Still only a 4K lead, but VP, you can feel that they definitely wanted to be in a better position now. But with these ultis on cooldown, walking into the pit.
I mean, they're looking at the Roche. They're going to try and give it a shot here.
Should kill it fast. And without Kisses are down for 15.
Yeah, Vici Game is a little split up. Jump forward, DY, he's going to actually get caught. This is the perfect way to start the fight. Silencer is out of action.
It's a big grab. They're still smoked, waiting for an opportunity.
They still want to try and make the steal here, Vici Gaming.
Kisses in 2.
They're going to try for it, surely. As there's the buyback, jump forward for Ori, the Supernova coming out from the side. Roshan, it will die to VP and Aegis into the hands of Nightfall. At the same time, they get on the high up, 5POW, Ori, he's trapped in the river. He's going to use himself up for now. By time to get the Dissimulate off, can he jump to safety? He can. We'll get over to the side for Save. He's there with the Decrepify. They run down the Void Spirit. Ori, he will fall. 3 dead. RVG Gary Poyoyo will manage to TP out. But VP, they come back with a mighty punch in this game, getting the Roche, Aegis secured. And now Vici, they're having to run. DY brought back for this. They'll be able to kill him off again as VP have managed to battle themselves back into the game.
Exactly what they needed too. As soon as they saw that even the silencer buyback, they just popped their ults. I saw even the Phoenix Kingslayer just instantly pops Egg, even though it's in an awkward pit. It's just to secure the Roshan and DM. Very nice Fissure. The Echo Slam as well catches the Snapfire. Fissure blocks off Ori, causes disarray amongst Vici. Very nice to get execute a fight, which they needed to get themselves back into a comfortable position in this game.
Absolutely, as you say, DM definitely putting in the heavy work here. And this is the thing, you know. He said, well, we don't need any more stuns. I'm going to get everything done myself. And when he's making moves like this, even managed to block off the more elusive heroes for the most part, like the Void Spirit. And maybe things are in safe hands here for VP around DM's Shaker.
And now they're starting to get these Lotus Orbs up. Kingslayer's got his finished. And I think that's probably the only one, actually. They're going to have a BKB for the Bristleback to cover himself versus the Arcane Curse, too. So Silencer's effectiveness will definitely start to dwindle.
VP. We want to keep the action going. Nightfall ready to lead the charge down the mid. Quick poke at the mid lane.
With BKB, he's quite unkillable.
Yeah, now he's good to go.
Unless he gets pulled very far out of position, even then,
he can battle his way out.
Yeah,
he can put that BKB charge back to safety. He'll make it.
And without Global, they can't stop the heals. Of course, that's going to be coming out from that Max Sunray as well as the life drain from Save.
Vici Gaming trying to set up here. Hold 11. Yo around DY. They're using DY as the bait. They know that VP are going to want to go for him, and they are. Nightfall straight in onto the silencer. DY pretty much dying in a few hits. BKB popped by Nightfall. There's no jump they can make back onto this Bristol as VP get in at a swift execution right underneath the tier 2 tower that Vici Gaming as a team can't do anything to stop.
Poyoyo had just used the Silver Edge hit too on a creep right in front of him too. So as soon as they saw that, Bristol was like, okay, I have a free run across. He had to pop the BKB just in case, but does get a kill. Let's see if Vici looks to make any type of move while that is down. They're picking up top, but that's GPK. So maybe expecting them to make a move onto him. And VP all just swinging together. Again, another smoke.
A little bit of a window here. 10 seconds, no silence. When DY's back up, though, the Global will be ready to go.
Scan is right on top of Poyoyo.
They know where they are. On the low ground now, coming in from the river. They jump onto the high ground. The Global Silence comes out immediately in response. Supernova's out. They look to take it out. PYW is able to get the hits in. They bring down the egg. DM lays down the Fisher, getting the angle onto both PYW and Old 11. PYW taken out from the low ground. GPK gets the kill.
Holy damage.
Moving up to the high ground is a little risky now. They get the grab. RP for Old 11 drags back GPK. GPK will go for the BKB. Try and get away from this. He's got decent movement speed, but Ori jumps in. Or Astral Step blocks him off. 4 dead on VP, as they knew where Vici Gaming were. They hit the scan, they were charging up the river, but they ended up in this position where Vici Gaming, they sort of surrounded them from the high ground points, and it was a very hard fight for VP to take when they're in that sort of very confined area between the Roche Pit and the triangle.
And the team can't get to where DM actually blinks onto high ground, Echo slams the Magnus, but his team had just got hit by like an 1100 crit from the Tiny, also Avalanche combo, and they were stuck in the river. They couldn't get to where the Earthshaker was. Very split up fight for VP. Huge advantage for Vici off of that one. Also, I've been watching this. They're keeping the Alpha Wolf with the Tiny the entire time this game.
I like it.
They've had the dominated Alpha Wolf just sticking with them. So look at his damage. I mean, plus 362. Those are without, that's like 760 damage without a crit from the Silver Edge.
Absolutely. DD has here on Nightfall the rescue. They have got vision on this Tiny. Nightfall. See if he can chase down Poyoyo.
He's holding BKB.
He is. He's still got ways to get out of there. Cookie as well. Jumps him back to safety. They keep it cool. Vici Gaming. Or he's actually looking for the wraparound on the back lines. Jumps in straight away on to save. The kiss is coming out from the high ground. That's one down.
Goodness.
The break hit. He immediately has to put the BKB and run. Nightfall's got to get out of there. DM's going to go down. Nightfall will manage to TP out. But another fight where VP are just a little unprepared there. Ori this time coming in from the river. They weren't ready for him to catch them on the retreat and just kick off that fight as aggressively as Vici Gaming were able to do so.
And the damage from Poyoyo, he 2/3 of the HP from the Bristleback. Just from one swing, but the Echo Saber crit, of course, from the Silver Edge.
That's so much.
That is problematic, as we said, for VP.
7K lead now, back for Vici Gaming. That and sort of old Roshan escapade that the VP were able to hit back with. Nothing more than a distant memory here in this game, as Vici Gaming back with full control.
And look, the Alpha Wolf again. It's just sticking with Poyoyo. Empower plus Alpha Wolf looks pretty balanced on Tiny. Look at this. He almost two-shotted a Bristleback.
Yeah.
That was without the Alpha Wolf, where two is still up top.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do against it?
He's definitely going to need some armor on the Bristle, because right now I still only see him with like 14. So I think he's got to get a little bit more to counteract some of that damage. He is just going straight for S and Y for the time being, but really needs that plate mail soon.
Bottom lane, Vici Gaming ready to start pushing in themselves. They know their strength right now. Quick poke at the tower and then a backup and smoke. See if they can catch VP whilst they're split up across the map again.
They got global again. Every single time that they've had global, or almost every time they've had global, the fight has gone successful in their favor. Poyoyo leading the charge.
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Gonna hurt. They're in the RP, and there's the damage follow-up.
Poyoyo,
a few swipes, and as VP4, global comes down, skew over from on level 1,293 damage crit there. GPK, the only one making it out. But my goodness, they get the setup here and allow Tiny to just follow it up. Poyoyo, he is just, they're just crumbling in the palm of his hand here, VP.
This is just so much damage that he does end up getting from all this. And that was the Bristle, by the way. Two-shotted, or three-shotted by the Cleave. And the global again to cover, perfectly coming out from DY, so there's not even any follow-up that VP can go for. 12K lead now for Vici. Having a firm grasp of this game.
How do they stop this, Tiny?
Look at this again. Just a perfect one. Beautiful RP, no hesitation from 11. They're just dead.
Oh, yeah,
they're dead in the RP.
2 hits. One hit's half the HP, really. It really is. And running, that's not an option either. These trees just come in, tossed at you from a mile off, and the damage is done. That splash will just decimate anyone caught in the area.
And it's surprising that Poyoyo can just walk up like that and just find the opportunity. VP not prepared with an Obs and Sentry Ward or anything like that. Have lost full control of the game with their early game draft.
And they had that chance to regain things around that Roshan and Aegis pickup.
They're going to have to try to get it again. That's the one thing. It's like VP, they have to try to get some type of successful fight while Global is down. They have 20 seconds to try to find it, and hope to God for them that they find a Roshan afterwards. They have 1 minute and 50 seconds until it does respawn, and there's already a Dominator creep waiting in the pit for Vici. Vici's already knows, too. They're backing up quickly. DY in a super defensive position. 11
jump straight in Echo. Old 11, he's going to be the one to be caught. Has got buyback available, though, if he feels necessary.
Poyoyo's thinking about GPK in the bottom lane.
Ori as well. Look, again, coming in from this angle, always sort of keeping VP sandwiched between the rest of his team and himself.
GPK.
Be able to back up to the safety of his teammates, or at least the relative safety.
He's got to bail out. Only 700 HP, has to get healed up. Global back online. 50 seconds, though, for Magnus, and as we said, still 70 seconds on that Roshan. Again, Alpha Wolf will go back to check the pit. And a DD rune is inside of Ori's bottle.
VP trying to get control of this area. It's not going to be easy. And as it looks, they're not going to have to use the buyback here on Old 11. He will be back up in time. 40 seconds still, so get an update on that Roshan.
I actually like that Kingslayer went for he picked it up about like 2 minutes ago, but picked up a pretty early gem. I think they're starting to feel the game's getting a little out of control. They have to know exactly where the Tiny is in all situations. They have to know when there's any vision on them, because if VP doesn't start the fight with Bristleback charging in, Razor linking, and it's actually Vici who starts it, I think the fights are just going to easily be Vici's every single time. So they have to have a good vision, good control of vision in this game to be able to get those initial jumps.
I think the discussions being had between VP on when and what they want to do with the next move. They're running out of plans here. It's not an easy game to swing back.
Everything's up for Vici. Vici wants to take the fight now themselves. There's no Echo Slam on DM for some time. They should know that.
I mean, if they do look to try and take a team fight, VP, they know that they don't find DY. DY really will turn it all around with the press of a button.
And, I mean, the Tiny's just going to two-shot people, and he's just so farmed at this point. He's almost 2 items ahead of the next person. They have full Satanic against Hypersonic. They're just taking the Roche themselves.
I mean, VP's not going to be able to do anything about that.
It's already
They're
dead.
not going to be able to do anything about that. Roshan will fall in a matter of seconds here to Vici Gaming.
And Old 11, who has not purchased a shard, even though we saw it prioritized so much in the first series of the day, how good this Magnus shard was, he didn't buy it, and now he's got one given to him for free after he picks up his own individual items with the Aether Lens, the Blink, the BKB. So even more of a threat, really, for the Bristleback, just this instant catch into Skewnerming out of position. VP has to be so cautious in these next few moments.
I mean, is there any sort of chance for VP's lineup from a high ground perspective, as it seems like anything out on the map is, at this stage, is almost becoming impossible?
It's starting to feel not like there's not really too much of an answer. It has to be some unbelievable positioning, really, from the Phoenix and the Pugna, and just like Razor has to have some full link. This Razor and Bristle need to have some insane start to the fight.
Oh,
that's Poyoyo.
He's found them.
He gets the start.
He's able to walk in, start things off on a DM. That's the Shaker gone. GPK past the BKB, starts to get the Sally link going. Save trying to heal him up here from the side. Nightfall looking to charge in. The BKB, the RP, they'll control the Bristle back. Global popped out. You see Ori jumping with the Astral Steps over to GPK. He's able to pop the Razor. As GPK goes down, Save trying to turn, but shot back with the Scatter Blast. PYW cookies in on top of him to crush the Pugna's life.
Far too much damage on Vici. The Razor gets what, almost a full link? Tiny doesn't care about link because he just keeps wailing you right through. And Ori, as we mentioned, 8-2-10. Even though he had a bit of a rough lane in the game, he's had an excellent one. He was 5-1-10, 5-1-6 before, now 8-2-10. One of the next few times you look at him, and the damage you do is pretty crazy as Void Spirit. Even with Empower, sure, you're mostly magical, but you still hit pretty hard.
Oh, 11. He's managed to get the jump in. Nightfall trying to get back to safety. The break it's in. Cookie forward on a Poyo. Toss up. Have they got the damage? Yes, they certainly do. As Nightfall out of the game, 90 seconds, no buyback on the Bristle. This bottom rack's not going to stand a chance, of course, against the hard hits of Poyo. All tier 2s are taken. Vici Gaming, they can go for much more here. It's a long, long time with no carry up for VP.
This definitely feels like game over, right? It's 70 seconds still. There's a Tiny on the team. I think they can probably take all of it. Might be one more standard defense here that comes out from VP, but they did not ever hit their timing, it feels like, this game.
AC complete on Poyo as well. The jump forward, 11 not quite able to get a grab here. And VP will be able to push them back a little bit, but the Aegis is still there. Quick use of the Satanic gets a good bit of the HP up for Poyo.
That was a weird glyph, though.
And nobody was even hitting the racks at the time. But as it is, glyph now gone.
Fisher?
It's a good Fisher.
It's a really good one.
They get a good link up. They'll be able to take Poyo down the once. And they do it a second time out of the side. DM BKB's not going to help him against the physical. As DM will fall. Doing their best though. They are managing to keep them off this mid-racks for now. And all things said and done, this mid-set's still standing. Poyo is going to look to try and put an end to that though. Steps back into Crepify. Not going to do anything at all there.
Instantly removes the Decrep with the Satanic. Finishes off that Rax. And 26k gold lead. Just continue to look harder and harder for this Bristle and Razor to do much of anything.
Yeah, it is.
Even though they've even started like picking up the plate mails and stuff like that, but just the sheer damage that's coming out from Vici is just far too much for VP to hang on to. And yeah, they're saying Silencer is missing, so I'm thinking that they're probably like, damn, this Silencer actually ruined our entire idea of the draft. Because ideally, the way they wanted to play, the way they have throughout the tournament with this Bristleback is he just becomes unkillable because they have these heals that come out, but you can't. Even if you have the Lotus Orbs, it doesn't matter because the initial is going to get stopped. And they just die so fast. And now, speaking of dying fast, there's a DD rune on our Tiny. So, yeah. He's going to be hitting for over 1,000, critting for 1,900, just about. Yeah.
That's going to hurt. Yeah, well, good luck to VP in the next team fight.
Maybe they blow up Ori.
Let's see what they can do.
Uh-oh.
There's the global. BKB comes out from TN. They'll see if they can lock down Ori. You got Poyo already coming in from the side. Ori's going to be able to get out there. The jump on 11 in with a 3-man RP. Poyo lays down the damage. Nightfall trying to run. He'll fall. A 1,700 damage hit coming out there to end Nightfall's life. GG called. Vici Gaming, this first game of the series, it's all theirs.
Super clean game again, Vici. I mean, they lost Poyoyo early game a couple times, right? I think maybe even all 3 of his deaths were relatively early in the game. VP had his number, but it didn't really seem to matter because VP couldn't capitalize on anything big. They got the Roche, but they lost their Aegis almost immediately because of the way Vici responded, and Vici was always kind of ahead in gold in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty scary showing from Vici Gaming. I mean, as we say, though, it was clear to us, and I think clear to Vici Gaming, what VP wanted to do with their timings. And, we have seen VP, they are a very versatile team. There's a lot of different ways they can approach Dota. I don't think this sort of approach is going to work against Vici Gaming, especially if you're letting them get through the caliber of heroes that Vici Gaming got through with this lineup.
Vici's seen this before. They adapted. Insania was the one who called that like silencer and everything too, so I think VP might have to bring back a new strategy.
I think so. Well, we'll see what they're able to change up in Game 2, but as it stands, ladies and gentlemen, Vici Gaming with a very impressive Game 1 victory against VP. Well, we just saw the end of game number 1, and on this panel, we had 2 VP bandwagoners and 1 Vici believer. Gods, why are you so right?
I think that game, we saw VP not really play to their strengths a bit. I feel like they're meant to be the team that really tries to dominate that early to mid-game stages, and the Bristle, I guess, they had this right idea where their timings come online faster, but it just felt a bit too passive at times.
I feel that in this patch, you either pick Tiny, ban Tiny, or there's no way that you play against him with a draft that isn't good against him. And I don't feel that Bristleback is the right hero against a Tiny position 1. Sincerely, if nothing else, because of the item build that he goes for. You're always building that Echo Saber and Silver Edge, and eventually you come to the situation that happened in this game in which Tiny, he's 3-4 shotting you in one single RP with that Empower. It was not only that, you're playing Bristleback into Void Spirit who's turning you, so you're always taking damage from up front. You're playing versus a Silencer that's constantly reapplying Curse. It truly wasn't an easy game for a Bristleback position 1.
Silencer did 13k damage. That's a lot for a Silencer.
I think 13k, 12k was dealt to Bristleback because he... Is it? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised that they decided to pick Phoenix into Snapfire and also Bristleback into Silencer. Kingslayer was a bit surprised how seems like dive work once there's a last word used on him, because he did a full dive and was like, maybe I'll stop. Whoops. Come back to the end and dies. Silence. You can't use the egg. They needed Lotus Orb. They needed Lotus Orb fast, but if you're not making any moves, no one's going to, like, position 4 and 5, they can't get the gold and you can't get it.
You know, while I was looking at the stats, and while I'm usually not a fan of looking at KDA, one thing I did notice that popped up was Silencer actually hadn't died that much. And usually you see this hero as I pop Global Silence, I'm ready to die, it doesn't matter, they're going to jump me first. Was that a problem?
I'll tell you straight away why. He wasn't dying that much because you aren't playing versus a mid laner that can make plays. You're playing versus a Razor. They picked a Razor because of a matchup, and I believe that GPK, he needs to be the flashy playmaker on his team side, on the side of Virtus Pro. If he isn't, they literally had one stunt as the Shaker. The moment you use it, we've seen so many team fights in which your hero just TPs away. That's it. You get fissured.
I like how at one point Vici Gaming realized they have one stun. If Shaker is showing on the map, we can be on a different side of the map, farm up. This is exactly how this team has been playing through the history, and just TP out if it gets to that point where you feel you are in danger. There was very nicely timed Global Silence to disrupt any Earthshaker combination. One thing that always bothered me about the Global Silence is how can you cast the Global Silence if the Earth is flat? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. God gave me the look.
Moving on. There's Earthshaker who roams around the earth. Yeah. I want to talk about a different point. I don't know how to segue off that. I want to talk about a different point here, which is, Gods, you talked about how VP might have not played their cards really right there, but I kind of want to discuss their approach, because we're talking about Vici as this methodical team, right? This team that doesn't let you make any mistakes. And VP tends to have a draft that is like one strength and a couple of weaknesses that they just cover up. Is that the right approach against Vici Gaming?
I think for VP, they need to not over-prioritize the lanes. You mentioned, Lizard mentioned the Razor pick and what that does to your draft, where it's like, okay, we're going to win the lane, but these mid-heroes that lose their lane slightly always seem to catch up, and then they're making plays. This Void Spirit was pairing off with the Snapfire. That's what Vici Gaming did really well as far as their strengths go. They hit level 6 on Snapfire, would be hiding in the trees, Void Spirit jumps in on someone and just gets a kill with the Mortimer's Kisses. Again and again, that would happen. So I think for VP, they need to figure out heroes that enable their early game, but not just based on the laning stage.
I know, Lizard, you have some inside knowledge of the inner workings of VP particularly, right? I know you knew some of the older players of the org and how they think as well.
So I have no idea about how this new squad is working, because they call themselves find themselves the new generation. They don't
like a K-pop group,
Yeah, they don't really accept a lot of advices from the old squad, from the old players, and even though the Russian side definitely believes in the squad, thinks that they can go far, but they worry that when they match up versus these Chinese teams that they played once or twice in their whole career, this fact that they aren't able to take advice from the oldies might come as a detriment.
So you think that might be leading to this someone's lack of versatility we see?
I'm not sure. I even feel that maybe something has changed. That's how I felt during the group stage. But as Lacoste said, it looks like they have changed quite a bit in the playstyle recently.
They did, yeah.
Definitely. And this Bristleback, even though they have picked it before, it's not the go-to hero.
Right.
And it's very reminiscent of the No One era when the Virtus Pro would always put that Bristle on mid lane and just dominate with it.
Against Vici Gaming, maybe they need to go back the way they've been playing the day 1 and day 2. Because they've been super aggressive. They didn't care about any cooldowns. It's just, the classic, we're going to run at you, Dota. And it was successful. It was chaotic. They had a bit of an issues closing out the games because they could not hit the tier 3 towers. That's the lineup that they had, but maybe adjust that kind of a lineup, put in some Dragon Knight, put in possibly a Pugnut that they've been using the last 3-4 days of the group stage and go from that.
And I feel like VT really prepared well for VP because right from their first ban, they banned Dawnbreaker. One of the VP's heroes they did the worst on, if anything. But I think the style of play that VP have around Dawnbreaker, it is that run at you. I think VG Gaming is like, we're going to lose to VP if we let them play this style where they're just running at us, have all these heroes that are super active early on just based on levels. And they recognize that. So they're willing to ban a hero like Dawnbreaker that they're unfamiliar with because it just suits VP's playstyle so well.
And what Gods is referring to is actually this draft they used to run with Dawnbreaker, Darkseer, and Bounty Hunter, where like the 3 core ideas there, where they, as you said, just run at you. And they've run Dawnbreaker in that draft with in a carry position and a 5, so maybe that flex also scares them a bit.
Now, that's the Eastern mentality. The analysts back there also call it, if you don't know what to do, just smoke. Just run at them. And if you're fast enough, it's going to work. And that's what they're doing. And Dawnbreaker enables it because you have a carry that's not necessarily needed in any of team fights. He's all alone on one side of the map. Meanwhile, when you're fighting on the other, he uses his ulti, joins you, and it's very easy to make plays that way.
So what other heroes could we be seeing that enables that playstyle? What
I want to see
VP?
GPK from something that can make plays. Even though he was very active on Razor in game number 1, it's still a Razor. They put themselves on a timing, considering you have a Bristleback and you have a Razor. These heroes will scale. Because I was talking to Brian BSJ in our green room, and it feels like no matter what item Razor decided to go for, or if you had another item, it wouldn't really make the difference in this game. So I don't like that you put yourself in a spot where you can't win the game often, like getting a big item. Like you're hitting that timing. Their first big timing was getting a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, BKB on Razor, and getting a Vanguard, maybe half another item on Bristleback, and Vici shut them down.
One is playmaking. Could we be seeing GPK Storm, perhaps? I know it's a fan favorite, Lizard.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid one. He had a little bit of a rough time coming into the competitive scene with that Storm, but eventually he really got good at him. I wouldn't mind seeing Storm. Yesterday we've seen a couple of series even open up with the first phase Storm. Now I'm not sure if Virtus Pro is that good with the hero itself to first face him, but sure, any sort of a spirit, I'd be satisfied.
They played Storm, Io, and Bane against Aster, and it was 2 games in a row, and it was super successful because Storm Io combo works similar to old Chen plus Storm, where Io's TPing, refilling your bottle, especially if he finds a trusty shovel, and keep feeding you with mangoes, feeding you with clarities, and you can just have full mana run around the map. And also Bane was a core of that lineup where he was setting things up, saving people. You have a BKB piercing ability. It was a top-notch performance, and I want to see something similar against the Vici Gaming.
Okay, we get to see the teams coming out now right into their booths. As we discuss them a bit, right? They're getting ready. I want to discuss actually one thing about Virtus Pro particularly. This team mentality plays a big part, and we know now that they have a coach whose sole purpose, they told us ex-basketball coach or basketball player who's now coaching them.
So they got that one especially for TI.
Right.
But the coach that they do have, the one that we've seen just enter the booth with them, is Bolt. and he's been the part of the old Virtus Pro squad as well.
Yes.
They got him specifically after they lost completely at the Singapore Major, because everyone, the whole scene was asking them, what are you guys doing? Your drafts aren't looking that great. And
Right.
you're at the Major. You're crushing us at the regionals, but here it's obvious that you might need a coach to help you out.
Yeah, Bulk was coaching Gambit back in the days when Gambit had a really good squad, and I think they needed to get someone to actually, help them out a bit with the draft. Because if you look the way they play, the individual skill of Virtus Pro players is out of the roof. Like they're insanely skilled, and sometimes they decide to dive tier 4 towers when it's not necessary. So you need someone to guide them, I think, a bit more during the draft, and seeing Bulk help them with that quite a lot. Like he's the one sitting at the PC, kind of makes me happy.
On the Vici side, you've got Fenrir, who is probably one of the the biggest Dota 2 veterans as well. The famous F5 Fenrir support duo lasted for many, many years, had a lot of success winning LAN tournaments, majors, never quite, had the success they're hoping for at TI, but they are one of the he is one of the kind of most experienced 5 positions and now coaches when it comes to Vici gaming.
And they have experienced players as well, right? When you think about Ori and DY, they were a part of that great minor, Starladder minor into the Stockholm major, into the Epicenter major run.
And they've been playing together for 3 years now, since like 2018 when DY joined. Their mid Ori, he goes back to like 2017, so it's pretty rare for these players to like stick around on the same team for like 4 years. But Ori has always been that solid, stable mid laner, at times like really flashy, but he knows how to get the job done when it comes to Vici.
Ori struggled a bit during season 1, which me and Lizard noticed because we worked the Chinese DPC season 1. At the start of the season 2, you could feel him play much, much better, felt like the old Ori, the more confident one, and here at the international, he's showing, what he's made of.
So you think that Ori is performing back to what you expect?
For sure. This was I was just about to ask him the same thing, because I wanted to talk about it. Ori at the seasons was constantly rescued by DYPYW. It was their job pretty much, lane a little bit and then go salvage the mid lane. That's literally what was happening game after game. However, Ori definitely has improved quite a bit. It's not that he was bad before, he just had a small slump after that 2018 and 19 run.
And what we've seen at this TI in particular is that with Ori, they're not picking him like the strong lane, they're picking him the hero that's going to be strong in the game. Often Vici Gaming don't have the best laning stage, but that's just how they win games. They sit back, they wait for their timings, they wait for that moment when their opponents overstep or make a mistake, and it's usually more in the mid to late game. So they're not worried about how his lane goes as much as other teams.
And this is something that I feel is necessary for a long time now as well. You can't just dominate the lanes anymore, especially when it comes to the mid lane. The side lane's all right, but mid lane, you have so many runes. You have the bounty, the water runes,
the bottle refills.
Even if you dominate, it's not going to be as detrimental as before in a way that you can't make a comeback.
So then, is Vici capable of elongating games simply because the meta allows it to right now, or are they doing something special? And if so, what?
This team just take it slowly. They do not want to rush things. If it's needed, they will stay in their base, farm up for 20 minutes. They will not go and get picked off. And this is the strength of the team, realizing what needs to be done. Their late game decision making, I think, is one of the best ones so far. Like historically, what they do is just wait, even if it's need to wait for another Roche. Even if they're ahead, they will build up that advantage and then go for the one last push.
I would say it's not totally passive at the same time. Like we saw last game, they made plays, but they're always plays in response to VP. Like around the bottom tier on tower, VP would go pressure a tower, feeling like they've got this early game timing. And Vici Gaming would do these really nice setups where they defend their tower with a good initiation, follow-up. I mentioned like the Void Spirit jumps in with the Mortimer's Kisses. They weren't just giving away towers and playing a farm game. They were reacting to what VP did. But
it's a complete opposite to what VP was doing in the group stages. They would dominate the lanes. They would be... There's a reason why every team says that these are the strongest opponents in scrims. Like when you talk to different players in scrims, they're really, really damn tough to beat. At the main stage, it becomes a little bit easier because of the nerves and whatnot. But you could see even in the group stage, they take the lanes and then they're just diving. The tier 2 is still alive. They're diving tier 3s, tier 4s. And then, they just throw that way. So I'm happy that you can see that Virtus Pro has actually also improved in that manner.
Yeah, so you think, I mean, compared to the other events, they've certainly improved, but do you think they're still struggling with the pressure to a degree, just because of their playstyle?
I would say that they've improved in that way as well, especially because of the confidence and the heroes that they're picking. As long as they go with their own playstyle.
Yeah, they need some confidence if they want to win game 2.
Well, let's see what happens in game 2 as we get started.
VG Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel. I've got Effie and Insania joining us. And first of all, what went wrong with VP's draft in the first round?
I think VP had the timing they needed to play for, and I think they didn't really manage to capitalize on the timing enough, and that's kind of why they ended up, eventually getting outscaled by the Tiny. And I think when you play Bristleback, like getting those stacks going is really, really important. I think his laning phase was slightly too poor for where they needed him to be for this specific game.
Do you think they're going to learn from it this time around, Effie?
I think so for sure. The issue with Vici as a team, or playing against them rather, is that they have so much experience, specifically when it comes to the late game. And if they pick something like a Tiny Magnus, where they know they're going to hit this timing later and outscale their enemy team, that's dangerous territory. If you're going to play for the early mid game the way that VP wanted to with their Bristle as their win condition, you can't make mistakes, right? And one of the key heroes in slowing down Bristleback's game was obviously Silencer. It just felt like a great game for him. And they just couldn't get the Lotus Orbs in time even.
Is this just history about to repeat itself?
You mean the drafts?
Yeah.
I would imagine VP is going to take a different approach. Generally speaking, I think when you play a timing draft and it doesn't really work out for you, you actually learn a lot about your opponents because you realize where their strengths lie and where they're willing to fight you and how they're going to try to approach the game. So I think for VP, they might have a more directed draft this time around. You saw last game, they had a very flexible draft where they had a lot of options of how they want to set up their lanes, what heroes they want to look to pick it towards the end. And I think this game, they might have more of a idea of like, how do we deal with the specific heroes that we're going up against.
But one thing they seem to lack was stuns.
VP, yeah.
Yeah, VP.
But typically, you don't always need stuns in Dota. When you have something like a Bristleback who's just going to keep running heroes down, you can play around it. But I didn't necessarily feel like the lack of stuns was an issue. It was just some key decisions and some timings being missed, right? And obviously some very good fights by Vici.
And now they've stolen the silence.
Yeah, so now you see the adaptation coming into play, right? You play the first game, you kind of see what it is Vici wants to do. And I think they've identified that Vici Gaming wants to play around their team fights. This is going to be like the big thing. One of the big things about Silencer, right, is you can purge off the ultimate. So you try to look for heroes that don't really buy items that purge. And if you think of Magnus, this hero wants to ideally go some sort of blink into the shard, maybe even Aether Lens like we saw in the last game. But this is going to force him to spend 2,800 gold on his Yules, which will slow down his timings in the game. And you can always cancel the Snapfire ultimate.
Agreed. The same goes for Snapfire. She doesn't particularly enjoy building something like an early Lotus or something like a Yules. But Vici just really enjoyed the basics of Dota heroes, right? So they understand that having teamfight ultimates are strong. So they pick that in Magnus and Snapfire. And Snapfire has a very strong laning phase, so she provides that for them too. And Vici are comfortable picking Eleven's hero in the first phase, as we mentioned last panel. And they just really liked how Magnus worked for them. So they just snapped it up already before VP could ban it out. And just that comfort and that experience is nice to see coming out of Vici.
Knowing about the global silence ultimate on Silencer, does that mean that Vici maybe have to rethink some of their picks and go for something that's more physical damage based?
I think you definitely have to rethink and like kind of plan for it, because it's one of those heroes where if you play heroes that don't have answers for it, if you don't have a hero that either naturally buys some sort of purge, or you're playing a hero that doesn't really get affected by the silence, just to give some examples, carries like Tiny or Wraith King, where you don't really care too much about the silence. It's annoying, but nowhere near the same as if you're playing maybe some Invoker or a Queen of Pain or something like that. So you're probably looking more at heroes that naturally are going to buy the items that are good against Silencer that want them anyway. So you're thinking like heroes that want to buy Yules regardless of what they're playing up against. Like for example, Void Spirit would be on that list. And you see VP are targeting a lot of the carry heroes that don't really care about the Silencer. Like the Terrorblade, for example, you pop Metamorphosis and then you're at full power. You don't need your 3 other spells for the 5 seconds that you're silenced.
Also, another way to deal with Silencer is to just kill him first, because his weakness is he's very squishy. Like we saw in yesterday's Elephant versus EG game, they do go for a Silencer, and he just kept getting jumped by the Void Spirit and the Night Stalker and really didn't feel like he could have that much of an impact in the game. And Ori is a player who's famous for playing these pucks and these voids and these spirit heroes. So they're probably just going to look to do something like that and just try to take fights on vision where they can go on silencer. It doesn't necessarily have to be only about dispels, but that is the crux of picking heroes around him.
Does that mean, though, that silencer can now be like a weight around the necks of the rest of the Virtus Pro players? Could be a bit of a liability.
It could be. I think VP are trying to adjust like you said, the vision, right? You see Spectre banned out, you see Monkey King banned out. They're trying to like cover for it. They're trying to make sure that the silencer can play his game. I think one of the best ways to just enable heroes that really require good positioning is by making sure that you take the first step. So I think while Airshaker can be a hero that starts fights, I would like VP to draft more initiation and try to make sure that they can take like the pacing to Vici, which I think they tried in game one, but maybe have more of a fallback, but have a foreman that's really strong that they can apply pressure with.
Agreed. And just one more thing to note about Silencer is just he's really great at pressing global if Magnus does RP or something like that, right? So if Magnus sees a jump and it's far away from his team, if you can stop him from the skewer back, that's pretty much a wasted ultimate. So Magnus is going to have to itemize differently this game. It's going to be a hindrance for him for sure. But Clockwork, that ties into what we were talking about some kind of backline jump. And he does that perfectly. This hero, as a support alone, can cover for killing the silencer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is like Vici saying, you know what, if we give initiation away to VP, we're going to be struggling at playing the game, so we need to take the first step. And Clockwork does that probably better than most heroes. He does not need a Blink Dagger to start fights, and he provides you with vision to find where the silencer is and like that.
A couple of things are, so Dark Willow, very good hero versus Clockwork. If he goes on her, she just kills him, right? She presses Shadow Realm and Bedlam. She's like, hey, what's up? So one of Clockwork's strengths is that he kills supports. A support that kills other supports makes so much space in a team fight open for his team. So he really can only do that for Silencer. And Medusa, there's no damage for her. There's a Clockwork, a Snap, and a Magnus. They're seriously lacking in some damage issues. And banning out the Terrorblade and the Spectre and Sectopit, they make so much sense now.
Yeah, and even abusing the fact that Morphling and Ursa are banned, right? These are two very high damage single target carries that are out of the pool for Vici. I think heroes like, what do you think of PL here? Think it could be good?
I think he could be good, yeah.
There's only the Shaker.
He's playing in Shaker, but they do have a clock to cover. Oh, interesting.
So this is a counter pick that we saw quite a bit at the Anti Major, where if you have these like slow, tanky frontline carries like Medusa, we saw it with Luna, you play this Drow Ranger that just outranges you and sits back and hits you from very, very far away. So the way the Drow Ranger ultimate works is basically if you're within a certain range, she loses a lot of agility and deals a lot less damage. And if you think about how Medusa team fights, she just wants to sit in front and doesn't really have the ability to reach the backline. And VP doesn't really have those tools right now. And Global Silence, again, doesn't affect Drow, so she's very happy in this game, I think.
I completely agree with that. And a lot of the times we'll see these Medusa versus Drow or Medusa versus Luna lineups have these skirmishes around the pit. And Medusa kind of loses those because back when Luna could just Q and do damage with glaives, who just do that over and over, and Drow has more range than Medusa. I don't think Luna wins that anymore, by the way. But basically, it's just beneficial for her. So far, the only means they have to take the fight is Earthshaker going in first. But Clockwork can just go on Earthshaker. Earthshaker's game becomes very hard. You have to build kiting and utility items on Shaker or in early BKB if you're going to play against the Clockwork. And that's going to be kind of a nuisance, right? So both of these drafts have heroes that have annoying interactions with each other.
Yeah. I think for VP, one of the problems that they need to solve now is their initiation. And generally speaking, when you get to the last pick of the draft, you want to try to have as much of your draft solved as possible. So I think they're probably not completely happy with the situation they're in, where they might be forced to pick a hero from a limited pool of heroes rather than a very wide and open pool of heroes here.
That is going to be an issue because I'm looking at this Drow's gameplay and there really isn't a hero that can go on her right now. And it's going to be a really big problem.
Is Vici's draft designed also at keeping Virtus Pro back?
Precisely.
Given that they do like to take fights up close and try and get in your face. I don't want to use the phrase toe-to-toe. I know it's a common one in Dota, but just from what I know about Vici's lineup, it does seem like it's something they're going to be pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, so VP is going to send in like basically their supports, right, and keep the cores far back and force VP to come into them and try to fight into this Drow, because if they don't reach the Drow, she's just going to sit there and deal crazy amounts of damage from the back line.
And actually, that's where Magnus can come into play very strongly. If they go into you first, that sets up for a good RP, because your clock is going to be the one starting the fights, not the Magnus. So this Puck is a nice hero, just because there's not really anything left right now, and he can jump and coil the Drow, but it's still not enough in my opinion, because he can get gusted and he can get RP'd.
Are we thinking mid for the Puck?
It should be a mid puck, and I think this is, from VP's side, this is, hey, we recognize that we're lacking long-range catch, and we have to solve it, but it doesn't really feel like the perfect puck game to me. You have the hook shot into Drow Silence. There isn't like a very, very, very reliable way for Vici to kill him, but they have ways of like making this puck's game pretty troublesome, and I think generally speaking, the Drow Ranger Silence is one of the more problematic spells for puck to deal with. And there's a Dragonite. Perfect way to kill the puck.
Yep, they pick the Puck counter, which is the instant stun
Chilll?
Dragon Tail.
Yeah.
And not just that, it's another frontline hero that can kind of body for a Drow, which is how she likes to play. She likes to have heroes that are just in first. So Vici's draft looking really good in my opinion.
Well, let's see if BSJ agrees, because we're going to head over to him right now for the last word.
Thank you, Frankie. For this game, I'd like to talk about the duration of the team fights. If you look at the VP lineup, we have Silencer, Earthshaker, Willow, Fear combo with the Puck Coil. In the first 5 seconds of that fight, most of their power is going to be exerted. Will they be able to take out one or two of the Vici Gaming heroes in this duration? If not, then they're going to be dealing with the consistent damage over time from the Drow long range as well as the DK. A lot more sustained damage from Vici. However, if Vici's missing a couple heroes, they're not going to have the damage in order to bring down this tanky Dusa from Nightfall. So how long will these fights go on, you may ask? Let's find out with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Brian, yes, game 2 now between VP and Vici Gaming. And what do you make of this, Fog? Do you look at this Medusa and feel like this is going to be able to do it? Or have they got the means to break the Medusa down?
It does feel like Vici's got a pretty good element to break down that Medusa. Also, she doesn't really have the best bodying heroes in the early game. Medusa does tend to take some time to get online, and what's her best frontline in this game? It's the Shaker, and it is into the Clockwork. So if Shaker is showing his face, it's just going to be free initiations for the clock over and over again. So does feel like it's a bit of an uphill battle for VP this time around.
Let's find out. Let's find out if VP is going to have the same difficulty that they did in game 1, where Vici Gaming for pretty much the mid-game onwards took full control, grew an incredible lead, and VP weren't able to turn it around. This time, it's going to be Vici attempting to run over VP, and VP very much going to do their best to get some sort of game going for this big old Medusa.
And let's see how Puck does. I've not seen Puck do too well, honestly, in these last few times. He's gotten hit by so many nerfs.
Yep.
It doesn't look that easy either. Into a Dragon Knight, into the Clockwork, into the Drow Silence. Lots of different things that could trip up GPK. And he has to be the one to go. That's the problem, is in this game, GPK on the puck has to be the one to go in and start the fights in almost every situation. Because if DM goes first, it's just going to be the hook shot, follow-up, easy things. It has to be a pretty good distraction plays that come out from GPK. And so right early on here, we do have some tips. Instant Observer Ward gets taken away too.
But you just feel that GPK, if he's the one going in, it's not like Vici Gaming don't have numerous ways to catch him when he's the first in the fight, right? There's a lot of things going to be tripping up that puck if GPK is the one to start off the action.
And they do have bodies. That's the difference. Is Drow Ranger in this game has 3 different heroes. Even Snapfire is not bad. It's 4 strength heroes that can just body up, tank up for that Drow to have a good positioning. They also have their own built-in repositioning tool, of course, from the Cookie, where a lot of times you would want to last like a 4-staff or something to make sure that your Drow can be in a good spot. They have that built in, so does feel very strong right now for the side of Vici. However, do have to give the positives and everything from VP, where they do have big initiation, and if they do jump, they pop global. They have a couple seconds to just clear out and win the fight, but it's got to be that. It's got to be exactly that. They need to crush the fight, just like BSJ was saying, in the first few seconds of it.
So let's have a look at these lanes. You say mid lane, DK. Vici Gaming going to be very happy getting that in response to the puck. Ori should feel right at home in the matchup here and not suffer really at all against the harassment from GPK. Have a pretty good job of being able to contest the CS here as the melee hero out the 2.
Yeah, it's a great lane for the DK. It's even gotten perhaps better than it used to be because of the nerfs onto the puck. And we see there's just so many different forms of initiation, really. And also vision tools. That's something I always do look at also when a team is running, multiple forms of initiation. Vici should have that vision game one for the majority of this game. Just clockwork the rockets he provides you. Also, they're going to be the ones dictating the pace of taking towers because they have DK. While on the side of VP, they do have to sit back a little bit more and kind of take towers after team fights. Vici's just going to be able to force them just with the innate power of their heroes.
See on this bottom lane, Kingslayer done quite a good job of harassing back PYW and Old 11 here on the first waivers or so. So Nightfall in some good solid space to hit the CS nice and easily.
Even top, yeah, Drow. Poyoyo is really struggling up there. Only has the 3 last hits right now, 4 just now from under the tower, but didn't get much in the first 2 waves.
A little bit of missed micro there from Nightfall, letting his courier slip a little too close to PYW. I guess, bottom lane, when we see sort of like the level 3s, things could step up a little bit for VG Gaming. This clockwork could be quite the nuisance for DM to try and get aggressive onto the Drow around.
This mid lane is rough already. I'm watching Ori. He's just literally, he's got the point of stun at level 3, and he's just literally walking up when range creep gets nuked, stunning him, and then just getting range creep deny almost every time. He actually has 4 denies. I think 3 of those are range creeps.
Nah, he's playing
Look at
perfectly.
this. Yeah, every time there's an orb, he stuns, and now GPK maybe second guessing himself about going just straight for a rune.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get so many denies here.
Yeah. Very well played there by Ori.
And we'll have to see if GPK has the same sort of resilience and ability to come back from a bad lane as Ori did in game 1, of course, last time round. Ori, he was the one to be on the struggling end of a hero matchup.
Hero matchup and game matchup was good for Ori, right? Like we did mention that multiple times where there was some limited disables for him. GPK, it's a hard lane into a hard game, it feels like. So that's going to be a bit more of a tall order for him.
That's very true. And this puck was picked relatively later on in the draft. So.
Yeah. You could tell they were just trying to bandage their draft a bit because they just needed something to go in, something to start the fight so that this Dusa can actually get to play her hero, sit in the back lines.
Yeah, DM at the top. Able to suitably contest the CS there of Poyo. Yeah. Not getting the freest of times here as the Drow with the hard hits the Shaker. Being able to get those solid denies guaranteed.
Oh, cool. Okay, he is still going to go for the Falcon Blade build-up. I was wondering if Drow was one of those heroes also that is going to go for it, because I haven't gotten to see too much Drow, to be honest with you, at this tournament. I'm actually really glad to be seeing someone taking it out versus a hero like Dusa, since it does have all those big benefits. Bottom, 11 does eat a pretty big snake there. He's going to have a salve, though.
Well, top lane, they're found DM. DY, he's been able to trap him in the cogs. He's attempting to break his way out of it, but they've got the damage. Poyo able to claim first blood up here. I mean, of course, this lane, it does feel like it's not really going to get that much easier for DM now that the levels have kicked in. This clockwork is going to be causing a huge nuisance for him anytime he tries to get anywhere close to the creeps or to the Drow.
I really thought we were going to see every game that Shaker gets picked, just clockwork, because that's always been their response versus it. Inside a lane, inside of the game, you always just kind of own the hero. So we see that displayed right away. Poyo is still struggling a bit on last hit, sure, but getting that kill is massive. And we even do see DY make a quick venture on that move. He actually immediately goes after the kill and wards inside the triangle. So gets a sentry to check out if there's a ward on the high ground, and then also wards to watch when Ancients will start getting done. So they're going to have ways to contest to get on top of the Dusa if they do ever end up going for the stacks. That will not get dewarded, I can guarantee that.
Oh! GPK able to dodge the Dragon Tail stun. Does mean he has to jump under the tower to do so, though, so takes a couple of hits on the way out, and actually going to TP all the way back to base here for the reset. So
look at the net worth already, 600 behind, and he has to go back.
Yeah.
And immediately PYW shows up to mid, starts Little Shredder and Catapult. They want to get this push going. GPK starts pinging it. Think he's going to ask for help. They're going to have to rotate his support to stop this push. Otherwise, he could just lose his tower at a very early portion of the game. Yeah, and they can. Like, if they lose an early tier 1, then access point to jungle toward the Medusa is going to be so easy for Vici.
See him, he's still on his own at the moment, GPK.
He needs someone to come. I see Kingslayer's running over. He didn't have a TP, so he has to make the walk.
Top lane. Making an attempt onto DY. He's got the cogs up in a couple of seconds. some stick charges too. They know it. They're going to stop chasing here. They know they can't catch DY, so a bit of space created for Poyoyo there with the time that VP spend chasing the clock.
And tower does get, I mean, it's only 550 damage actually on the tower, so a decent job by GPK to just defend it alone. Did see Kingslayer walking over, but he didn't really end up doing much of anything as bottom.
Getting aggressive onto Nightfall. Quick drag back with the shockwave, but not able to get him in position for a skewer back, and now PYW, he's got to head straight out with the TP.
Smart TP. Didn't even use his stick charges either, so he's got that for the next movement. He's got 10 on the Snapfire.
I mean, when GPK hits that 6, has the Dream Coil, is there, you know, what side lane is he looking to make moves in? What sort of impact can he have to sort of recover what's been a bit of a slow start against Ori's DK in the mid lane?
It also depends, because he could make the move on mid. If they do see the DK pop the 4 mid, he could ask for some rotations to the mid lane from the supports. They're going to have to bring everybody. They're going to have to bring the 2 supports and even potentially the Shaker. So it might cost them too much, so maybe he will hit a side lane, but it's not the easiest ones to hit because Magnus is tanky.
Yeah.
The Clockwork is going to body and scout it out, and speaking of DY, almost finds DUM up top. So it's not the easiest ones, really, it seems like, for GPK to just make a clean rotation to.
No.
Because if he leaves the lane, his tower's dead.
Absolutely.
So.
Ori's going to start going to work with the Elder Dragonform back up and ready to pop yet again.
And they're even sending rockets behind the tower. DY is already scouting to see if anyone's sitting behind GPK in the mid lane.
I mean, these two again, you know, Save and DN, they try and step up for DY, but PYW has made the move over. GPK's in with the counterplay. There was solid Dream Coil onto the 2 of them. He'll jump onto the high ground. He's got the damage to burst through DY. So GPK able to respond, gets the kill on the support. The rest will be able to back away, but something to be found there by VP.
Coil's down, though. PYW instantly moving toward mid to secure Rune. And it will spawn bottom, so GPK. Also an illusion rune. He can play around nicely with that to dodge out Dragon Tails as well.
We'll see Ori look to get a quick couple of hits in on the tower.
Keep poking it. 3,900 net worth to 3,100 already at this start. Supports both in the area. And the Medusa now, Nightfall has opted to go for jungle. As, I mean, he kind of needs to also versus Magnus, as Mag now has his Dominator. 11's going to start pressuring tower, and already lane's starting to be a bit broken. VP starting to just farm up the jungle, which it might be a little too early. I mean, leaving the Drow just alone top. Drow having a successful laning phase is always a recipe for success for the hero.
Nightfall still showing his face bottom to try and slow down this push from the 2 of them. Yeah, old 11, PYW, again, as we said at the start, all these heroes rather tanky, very hard for VP to make moves on.
GPK does make his way top, though, and will start pressuring that tower as well. Poyoyo. Civ is trying to set up on him, but Puck is a bit far.
He's super deep. I mean, trying to buy some time, but the Bramble easily dodged. GPK, yeah, he knows he can't get in for a Dream Coil setup. Poyoyo, well and truly out of harm's way. We see in the mid lane, that tier 1 tower pretty much going down. Bottom lane, that tower will fall. Old 11 takes the tier 1. Yeah, this mid lane, just a few hundred HP left in on it. Ori is going to step up to try and get rid of this, and DY is watching from the tree line. It's impossible for VP to defend. They're going to have to let another tower go. So
it's
9 minutes in.
DY. He finds Kingslayer.
Yeah, Kingslayer's walking into this. DY, he should have the damage here with the battery assault chase down. Kingslayer put the stick charges, it's not saving him. So 2 tier 1 towers, the kill's been found. Vici Gaming, they are hitting their stride very early this game.
Ooh, already a blink on Ori. They have so many different ways now to get on top of Nightfall. Just built-in ways. They have the blink on the DK, the skewer from the Magnus, the hook shot that's going to be coming up from the Clockwork, and they're going to have Mortimer Kisses that can be launched from the back line. We still don't have 6 on the Silencer either to stop those Mortimer Kisses once they do come online. I think PYW is bringing the Tome in a second here, so they're going to look to hit hard. This blink DK reveal.
That's just scary for VP.
They have the damage follow-up. That's the real scary thing for sure. Is DY.
Catch him on his own here, DY. Well, he's got the cogs. And also, Ori by his side. VP out there.
Force the coil.
Is indeed going to force that. It's a kill, but it's a coil. There's the ult down. And this could be a bit more of a window for Vici Gaming to get even more aggressive onto VP, especially when DY is back up in 10. It's also very close to hitting the 6 on the clock.
They're going to go for bottom now. With that blink DK, with the Mortimer Kisses, they have the damage to be able to go through that Medusa. Global, not online. See if VP makes the read. VP's actually making their move top at the same time.
There's the jump. Kisses coming out as well. They're going to have a good amount of damage coming in onto Nightfall. Nightfall's going to go straight for the TP out, though. And with the cover at the global, the quick TP, Nightfall makes it away from the move. Same time, top lane VP, they're getting it onto Poyo. TP's coming in. Fisher's out here to catch the two of them. Old 11 turns, Echo Slam straight into the face of the Drow. They take out Poyo. They'll lose Sacred, though. GPK quick with the jump out. Is he able to get away from this? Old 11's trying to chase, but they don't have any further gap close. So a 1-for-1 there, but VP taking down that Drow, finally able to slow down Poyo a little bit.
Tome had just been delivered to Kingslayer. Right when they made the move, he got the Tome, got the 6, got the global, able to probably save Nightfall. Did look a little bit scary for him there for a second with that damage, because he didn't have Mana Shield on at the start when they went on him, so. They do get the Drow. So VP do get themselves on the board there. Still a 2K lead for Vici.
That was a good response to
DM.
What VP was trying to get done.
That was a bit scary there for a second. DY almost could have found the angle to get onto DM. DM, about 250 gold from Blink Dagger, so that's pretty fortunate for them. So they'll have multiple ways to initiate. I believe GPK went for a bit more greed, a bit more ways to scale inside of the game. Doesn't want to just be a Blink. He's going to actually go for that Witchblade.
Yeah, they need the damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, DY. Quick catch here onto the Willow. And no escape out of the cogs. DY, he'll be bounced away. They'll have Ori and PYW to wrap around with finishing damage.
Great cookie.
Let's see what DM can do. Shaker, Blink online. No echo for 60 though. Still with the Blink, as long as he's able to stay in the nearby neighborhood of Nightfall, we'll be able to help out that Deucer if the jump comes in. Both teams here cleaning up some nice ancient stacks.
Ooh, those are some very nice ones for Nightfall. Much needed ones, as he is a little bit behind that Drow. And it's a scary matchup, that Medusa versus Drow Ranger. I mean, just Drow is going to be able to pierce right through her, and he is buffed up a little bit more, of course, as we always tend to say. The Empower, since you're a high base damage hero, sure, you're not melee, but Empower is just so damn good, and he's got Little Shredder. He will have what I thought was going to actually be a medallion on PYW. PYW switching it up a bit. I guess they are all really just trying to compensate for the global that's going to come out. The Lotus Orbs just start to become more valuable, but either way, Drow is always going to have a little bit more of that steroid from his teammates.
And how does sort of the Drow-Medusa matchup go as the game goes on? Does Drow always just have that range and damage advantage against Medusa?
I mean, of course, you have to factor in everything else of all the rest of the lineups, because like he has like all these bodiers, so I'd give Drow the pretty big favor in the later stages because of that, and because they don't have the same type of reach. DY?
Talking about reach, floats it in with a hook shot.
He pulls him out of the cogs with the shockwave.
He's not going to be able to get the blink off though. Actually using the slam here.
Ooh.
So, yeah, that's I mean, they need that. That's, what, 150 seconds, no slam. A much more punishing time in comparison to the 20 that he's just dead. No echo. That's going to make things a little difficult for VP to do much, really, against Vici Gaming the next minute or so.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he actually just laid it down.
Well,
I mean,
he thought that he
will think he can blink out, but either way, that's not worth it at this point in the game. Like, the way that Vici's setting the tempo, now you're not going to have echo for such a long time when you respawn. You're putting all the pressure on on the Willow and the Puck, who they can make moves, though. Something we did not talk about, of course, is the coil into the fear combo that will be coming out.
That's tough. Oh, look at this old 11. He's able to get the catch onto the Deuce. Immediate global and Stone Gaze. Fisher out onto the four of them. They're giving the coverage for Nightfall to break away from Vici Gaming. The kisses are coming in though. They're trying to chase GPK. He's jumped in on the backlines. He's in onto Poyo. He's on top of the Drow. The fear. The snap back on the coil. The damage is done. VP, they jump the Drow. Turn over towards on limit. On limit pulls the RP though. The AoE damage there from PYW, but they've lost the Drow and the Magnus. Vici Gaming have to back off as VP, they're able to fight around Vici Gaming very well there. Good read from GPK getting over on top of the Drow. That follow-up as well from the Dark, well, it's just the combo, it is there and can cause issues at this stage of the game.
Right after we say it, too. They do land that combo, as we're going to see it again. And it was actually, so look at the mini-map here. They were making their own move on VP. They scanned, they knew where the Drow was, then Drow TP'd mid, and they're like, wait, this is even better. We can actually connect to where our team is getting gone on and get this perfect grab. And again, global coming into play, perfect.
Yeah, and you know, there was nothing that Vici Gaming could do to bail Poyo out of that sort of move.
And it was an RP kind of wasted. They didn't get that big core kill.
And back in action on the top lane. Look what they found in. DY. He's going to look to hook shot out. He's actually still alive. Fisher's out, but the creeps, they'll take him. The neutrals taking down DY there.
Because of the raindrop. Raindrop blocked the Fisher damage. Neutral gets the last hit.
A little bit of fire, though, here from VP.
And starting to get
plays.
Yeah, starting to get some big damage stuff, too. I actually really like that Save is going for this build. He's going for the Vessel this time around. He has Fairy Trinket. He's going to dish out a ton of damage. Also playing into DK, playing into all these tanky bruisers, makes Vessel even more valuable. Those are loud dragons. Released by Ori. Well, he's going to be rushing toward that BKB, since he is playing versus like Global and all this like spell nuke that VP does have, wants to have that coverage. Old 11, looks like he's gonna go for his own Greaves. So like we mentioned, tends to happen when you're playing versus Silencer. Everybody's trying to find some type of dispel.
And they need all they can get to play out against that. We've seen in the last game as well, of course, from Vici that time round, how much the Silencer just breaks the complete combo of the enemy team in this early game. Top lane, DY. He's found DM. Easy catch here in the cogs, and DM, no chance of getting out.
Oof, that's something scary also, though, to point out is you tend to see these Force Staffs always be prioritized a lot more versus Clockwork, but they don't really have the greatest Force Staff carrier. Silencer, Kingslayer is looking to build one. However, that's going to be good to protect himself, but protecting teammates as a Silencer, that means you're showing yourself in a fight, probably. If you're looking to like Force Staff a teammate a lot of times, could be a bit problematic, and that's the only person who can really build it in the early game. So, I mean, DM's game is going to be hard, as we've already stated multiple times, because he is playing versus that Clockwork, but that's just going to continue to make it harder. He probably has to go for his own Force Staff.
I think so, yeah. A lot of ways to catch Kingslayer from a distance if he's they're aware of his position. Hook shots, kisses, these blinks, of course, coming in. Huge range from the Drought. It's not a very safe battlefield for this Silencer to show his face on.
No, he really has to hide because Global is just so damn important. And DM is starting to get really underfarmed. He's going to get surpassed by the Snapfire at some point soon. Only 700 away. We do see PYW getting a ton of farm on the map. Almost has his Lotus Orb done, actually. He's 600 away from Lotus Orb on Snapfire. So he'll have his way to be able to cover his teammates, cover himself versus that Global. They're scouting behind the tower, too, the Rocket. It scouts DM.
Oh!
And he gets the hook shot.
That's a deep hook shot there for DY. Straight back underneath the towers. He's got eyes on DM. They're pushing back DM. He's actually going to use the slam, but they've got the damage. DM will fall. They've lost Kingslayer as Vici Game were able to get in on the back line. Magnus on one under the tower. Call there onto the Drought. VP, they're able to hit back. They may have lost 2 underneath the tower, but losing 2 cores in response for that VG Gaming as VP, they are able to punish that pretty aggressive dive.
Great target prioritization. That GPK just sees Drow. He immediately just blinks, coils him. They have ways to catch up to her.
My GPK is, yeah, his target prioritization in the last few fights has been, you know, if he keeps this up, Poyoyo's just not going to be able to play their game in the fights until they sort of get that extra arm online. BKB still quite a while away for the Drow Ranger. Until that's there, GPK is going to be doing this every single time.
Yep. He really does have his number, and we did mention multiple times, right? A little bit of a tough lane, could be a bit of a tough game versus the Silence and versus the instant stun of DK. 2-0-4 on GPK.
No, he's
having an excellent game.
He's certainly showing his power on the puck.
And Nightfall also almost has an Aya Scotty finished up on the Dusa very early.
Saving DM, finding DY.
Will he go down?
Oh, probably do. Okay,
yeah, the creep.
The creep.
No, it stopped hitting him.
So now I'm good. Well, I'll let VP take the kill instead.
I like how they're both just tipping each other back and forth. 11. It's a lot of damage he's going to take from the Curse as well as from that Vessel. Over 1,000 even. And as we mentioned, Scotty's already done for Nightfall. Very early timing.
He's looking pretty solid, you know, already about 2k ahead of that of the farmer Poyoyo. As I say, Poyoyo has got to get that BKB, then they've got to look to get things done. If they try for anything again before that BKB is online and Poyoyo gets jumped again, taken out of the team fight once more, VP are going to be able to create quite a big distance between their own Medusa and the enemy Drow.
And it's a really, I actually really like that he went for that. We've been seeing it more, but the early Scotty pickup versus DK and Drow. DK going to be in range for him. He's going to get slowed extra. Drow ever gets hit once, it's going to be strong.
Ooh, very, very quick with the blink there. And with that blink, I think, yeah, Ori's going to be able to get himself in a position where VP can't go for him anymore. They'll try and turn for DY, but DY, he's closed in on Kingslayer. He's caught the silencer. Hasn't got enough damage on his own to push up into Kingslayer, though, with the rest of VP standing by his side. Old Levy's looking for the jump. He is now able to get the hold onto Kingslayer.
Oh, I think the DM.
He's got the setup onto DM. Jump forward with the Dragon Tail. DM will turn with the Fisher, but the burn from the kisses and the Dragon finishes him off. As VP, they felt they were in a favourable position there up on the high ground, but Vici Gaming showing that they weren't afraid to make the jump up there. And this time round, Kingslayer just much further forward than the rest of his teammates, a little out of position that time.
Poyoyo still, as you mentioned, waiting for that BKB before he looks to really take on that big head-on fight. Kingslayer's, Nightfall is in an excellent position though. Right now they did use the DK form. They still have RP available, so I'm not sure if VP can force the issue here onto anything, but they are grouping up for something. Rallying around this Medusa is going to be a good idea.
Tower down, and VP ready to go up the high ground. But Vici Gaming are there waiting. Who's going to make the jump first? There's the DM, he's going to risk the slam. They get the coil on one, but no slam to follow up here. It's a pretty tanky Magnus. See if they actually are able to finish him off. They are. Fisher's down. Old 11 can't escape. They take out the mag there. Did cost themselves a couple of the big ults. The initiation, at least.
That's a pretty clean disengage, if I say so myself, from Vici. They show the DK, but his DK form is ending, so it's an ideal situation for them to show, blink out, only lose one hero. Nightfall.
He's just run up to the high ground on himself. He's feeling pretty strong. I mean, he is pretty darn farmed, and he is getting away with it. Now Poyoyo, he's got the Drow out, but they're over the Skadi, so he's caught in the bramble. They're trying to get the Drow out of there with the cookies. Poyoyo goes down. PYW is also going to be chased out. DM jumps forward, slap to the face. That's 4 out on Vici Gaming. And my goodness, Nightfall, well, he knew he could get away with it, just waltzing up to the high ground of the Stusa. Vici Gaming, they try and make a go on him, and it's his farm showing off. You know, he's at the top of the net worth. These items just flying in, Dragonlance, Skadi, SMY. He is massive. And Vici Gaming, if it's not a fully coordinated 5 heroes going on him, they struggle to kill him at this stage.
And they knew there's no DK form. I mean, most of Vici was not available, right? Like, Magnus was still dead, DK form was down. Drow Ranger's BKB was sitting on the courier above him. I don't know what happened, actually. I looked like it wasn't delivering.
What?
He had the courier over him, and it wasn't delivering, and then the puck just killed it. I'd have to see it again, because I caught it at the last second, but I thought he had it already out onto him, but yeah, I guess the courier just didn't deliver it in time. So 2 minutes, no BKB.
Oh, hello, quick jump. Mori. There's able to find. Save over here to the side, skewer back. This is a very dead Willow. Mori already looking for more. Was trying to catch the courier, but BKB Dragon form up for him.
Nightfall's just leaps and bounds ahead, though. Not only just in the gold, he's 4 levels ahead of Poyoyo as well.
Level 20 here, just 24 minutes in.
And as we mentioned, a minute left until the courier respawns with Poyoyo's BKB. They're already pinging him out. Like, DM's considering even making a go onto him.
I mean, look at this. Quite the swing around here, back into VP's favor. The VP playing this sort of early mid-game very well from behind.
GPK is the biggest one, right? Level 18 on the puck. He's doing so much work. 406. 10 of the 12 kills have been because of his movements.
And as you said, you know, you cannot understate how difficult of a puck game this is. But GPK here on the main stage, bringing it out against some of the tougher heroes to play this hero into.
Yeah, he's not into it like a Nyx Assassin plus it all, but yeah, into the Gust and into Clockwork and DK can always be difficult, and he's just been super active. Having to use the coil this time, feeling a little bit scared. He's going to get jumped. His team is also making the move.
Yeah, they want to get Nightfall involved as much as possible right now. They realize that the power that their Medusa has, so keeping Nightfall over this half of the map. I mean, Vici Gaming, you can sort of see it there. Sort of look at this Medusa and saying, what do we do? How do we approach fights now into VP when we know that Nightfall's always going to be around by their side?
They were waiting for BKB. It finally respawns off Courier, so now Poyoyo's much safer. He can actually play Dota, because without a BKB in this game, it was like he could literally do nothing. He gets jumped on every time. And they are rallying around that, but VP, as we've been mentioning, rally around Nightfall, who's more than halfway towards a butterfly. He's going to have excellent timing on it. Mid.
Starting action. I mean, this DK's just dying. Or he has to put the BKB, get out. And he gets taken down completely there when he gets caught in by the Fisher. Oh, it's a jump. A good the one. Global comes out in return, and only getting Nightfall in the grab back there, Old 11, so there's nothing else to move in and press on with it from Vici Gaming. GPK jumping in behind the tower.
That's a couple times now. DM
and a quick jump out as well, dodging the hook shot. Fish is out of the two of them. They're coming out with the kisses, but with a face shift. GPK's able to avoid it. Nightfall moves into position with the stone gaze. They're trying to get Ori out of here with the cookie Nightfall. He's been stewed up to high ground, but it's almost as if he doesn't care. A little shred of damage coming in, but have they actually got enough to bring down this Medusa? Mana starting full low for Nightfall, but GPK's in. Jumps across with the ult. A double kill for GPK. Poyo also to fall. They've lost 3. Old 11 on to skewer back to the tier 4s as he runs away. VP, I mean, we're seeing it here. Nightfall underneath the tier 3. It's almost as if he's defending the wrong base. They can't even get past him back to the safety of their own high ground. Nightfall is just seemingly too huge at this moment.
Just stone gazes and literally runs in. That's another form of initiation. Also awkward from Vici the way they start the fight. Old 11, he thinks he sees a 2-man RP, but again, now we see these like quick little blink daggers. DM dodges it. It ends up being only a single catch. The global to cover. And then, yeah, the skewer into the base actually brings them right on top of Drow Ranger. So see you later, marksmanship.
Absolutely. And Nightfall sort of says, well, thank you. You know, giving Nightfall the high ground there in that situation. Not necessarily the high ground you'd normally expect to want to be in on the enemy's base, but it worked out that time.
And seeing severe damage issues, really. Nightfall just 6,000 ahead. He's about to have a literal full item ahead of that Drow Ranger. And Drow's had to go for more defensive builds, as we've mentioned multiple times. She doesn't have the liberty to be able to go for these type of just straight damage items.
Titan Sliver as well picked up for Nightfall.
Oh boy. Starting to feel real difficult for Vici to do much of anything. Even though they've gotten all these items to counteract the global, their bigger problem is the Dusa.
How do they kill him? 2-0-7, perfectly clean game so far from Nightfall.
GPK 6-0-6 as well. These two cores just absolutely crushing it. While DM is having a little bit of a harder game, these two are absolutely making up for it. And now with good map control here too, they're about to have another BKB finished up on DM. A DD rune spawns top outside the Roche pit.
Oh, here we go.
Save.
Absolutely. Playing around with the 3 of them on his own. They're going with the kiss of the hook shot. They've had enough for save. I mean, they will kill him off with that. See if they're actually able to get everyone out. Old 11 will go for the skewer back, trying to take Nightfall away from the rest of his team. 4 heroes focusing this Medusa. They'll use the RP as well, but Nightfall, he's not even taken half HP. He's not ready to move forward with the Stone Gaze. They will be able to disarm him here for now. So Nightfall now chooses to back off. Jumping onto Kingslayer. Kingslayer, by the looks of it, will be left behind by the rest of the squad as VP will continue the retreat with the 3 of them. But we're seeing there have been multiple ultimates just thrown out onto Nightfall. Caught rather far away from the rest of his team. It just doesn't matter.
If he didn't have Butterfly there, it actually is likely that he dies. But with that evasion, you see the Drow Ranger does little to nothing as Poyoyo, they know where he is. GPK's already on top of him.
Already starting the action here with the Dream Coil. BKB is still on cooldown for 30 seconds for Poyoyo. He's going to try and turn and hold his ground, but Theo just walks up. Echoes now right on top of the face of the Drow Ranger. BKB's popped by Ori. He'll look for the TP out, nothing to put the stop to it through that magic community. So Ori manages to escape. Poyoyo, he's going to continue to struggle to catch up to Nightfall right now. About 7k difference here with Nightfall hitting the 20k net worth just 29 minutes in.
It's feeling pretty much impossible. Look at this, an instant move again. VP, they see Old 11 farming top for a second, hunting him. Will he be able to get away?
Oh, Fish is just a little short there. Not quite having the reach, DM.
Poyoyo's game is it's just too hard. Even though he had to rush for the BKB, just too many deaths that he had. He's 6 deaths. When you're playing versus a Medusa who has literal free farm, no deaths whatsoever, and just full map control. Not the position Vici wants to be by any means.
I mean, they're even got some DY here behind the tower. Vici Gaming really falling apart now. As they can barely keep one another alive here. They make any sort of split play on the map. VP make the jump instantly, up 8k. And down to GPK. He's still got mana for an orb though.
Should be fine. And he's got Aghanims now too. So Poyoyo's 20-something minutes it took him to farm that BKB is now totally counteracted as if they just coil her. Nightfall can just stone gaze, run all the way up into her face. And the game is starting to look pretty impossible for this Drow Ranger to have that distance. Even though they drafted it, it's been unable to actually perform because of how well In particular, GPK.
GPK, yeah, GPK. I think he's ruined the whole idea that they wanted with this drought pick. And I don't think they expected him to be able to do so in the way that he does.
Yeah.
This is just top GPK puck play.
And great coverage. Kingslayer's goal was on point. Perhaps, we did see in the first series of the day, Magnus was the hero of the series. Silencer now, both games looking real hot.
Kok keturun delok 10 kilo. Alah, itemku kok hilang.
Ori?
Try for the TP out, but they've got ways to stop it. Ori's escape shut down.
He doesn't even bother popping BKB or anything like that, since that is an Axe coil. Knows he's going to die either way.
Immediately moving up towards the outpost to try and play from the opposite side here. Heading straight back to the base. Catch T1. Oh, 11. He's past the 3 of them. The Global's there, but he's never removed the silence. Screw back up to the high ground, but DM wants the BKB, the Echo as well. They take down T1. Old 11's going to try and run from Nightfall, but the slow's there for the Skadi. They'll get the kill. Diving up to the TF1 fortification part. Poyo and PYW desperately trying to get back. Look to turn over towards GPK Puck, but the fear from save pushes them back. And Ori, he comes back into action with the buyback, but he's not able to get the catch onto anybody. As VP, they're back outside of the base, only losing DM in that dive that they're forced to make thanks to the skewer of Old 11.
Oh, the double buyback's real hurt. And just no damage. That's why it's like 8,000 gold behind this Medusa. Even with Aegis online, they just can't even hurt her.
Pretty much a full Daedalus.
Yep.
Out for the next fight. We'll see this again here. I mean,
it was a good RP. It was Greaves to remove that global and to get the skewer into, but at this point, when they're so far behind, they just don't have the damage coming out from Poyoyo.
Absolutely, and DM just immediately BKB getting the 2-man echo off, blows up DY. Old 11 having to run. And they have to get us away from Nightfall. They can at this point. Nightfall hitting the level 25. Just continue to hit insane timings upon timings on this hero this game.
Yep, and insane item timings as well too for GPK, right? Like in that situation, imagine he doesn't have one of these, like he doesn't have Ghost Scepter. Perhaps he does die to that Gus and all that combo, but he's just so damn farmed on this puck with the Kaya Sanj as well. Also now an E-Blade, so he can cover his teammates, cover himself, more burst damage. Pretty insane how farmed GPK really is this game.
Yeah, this is wild. 8-0-9.
And it's just what's the bailout going to be really for Vici, as they're just falling further behind, and Poyoyo, he's just nowhere near an MKB, nowhere near a big damage item for him to actually deal with this Medusa.
And of course, game one very much got to a situation rather early where it felt like there was very little VP could do to make a comeback. This game, do you feel Vici Gaming is in just as difficult of a position, or was it Nightfall? I mean, he's on his own, but they're just having a run.
I feel like this is a much harder position, to be honest.
You think this is even more difficult to come back in?
This Medusa is just... Now it's literally almost 3 items ahead of a Drow Ranger. There's just not really too many methods of recovery. It's level 20 on Drow, level 25 on Dusa. Puck also level 25. They're just getting so much. And Vici's all kind of trapped in the base, so that lead is just going to continue to grow. They can barely even get outside now at this point.
Yeah, they've just got to hold the high ground and hope for the best here, Vici Gaming.
Yep, he's got the level 20 talent on the Magnus, so that's kind of what they have to play around now, is just skewer range, just pulling them under tier 4s. Even then, though, very difficult. And yeah, VP, just chilling out, farming on the lanes.
Let's see what they want to do next here. VP, they very much can pick and choose the next move they make. Visibly under very little pressure right now.
Showing in all 3 lanes. That's when you have. That's when you're super confident that they can't make any move to punish you.
Kok nggak mau mukul ya iklan sama Dwe? Mosok ngenteni kalah.
Vici Gaming just having to play the waiting game. At least for that Aegis. 20 seconds, it will be gone on Nightfall. Maybe then they can look to try and get out, or at the least be a little bit more willing to throw themselves into some sort of action outside of the high ground.
They're gonna have to just somehow try to isolate this Medusa, though. That's the one problem I still see for them is they have to kill everybody else on VP, and then they have to try to kill the Medusa. Because if they just take a head-on fight by any means, the Medusa's unkillable. She's gonna clean up everybody super easy. So somehow they have to find and get like just multiple skewers. Really, it's like all eyes on Old 11. If you can get a skewer, then another one, just keep repositioning and taking out heroes so they have a number advantage. It's super hard for Vici to do much of anything. He's gonna fish. They'll get one.
That's the jab.
That's a pretty good one.
At least we're saved down for a minute here. VG Gaming can be pretty confident that VP won't make a play for this window. The question is if they want to try and get out and do something whilst it's 5 versus 4. Still won't be easy by any means, but might be something to work with.
They have to find someone that's not the Medusa. And probably not GPK too, because he is also quite immortal. 34 armor on the puck.
I mean, you see DY trying to get round to the back line, see if he can get the line onto the silencer, onto Kingslayer.
Something pretty cool too is with GPK, he's been hanging on to Blaster majority of this game, and the reasoning is because it's that plus armor versus the marksmanship, so he's just that much tankier. Like I was mentioning, he was super tanky. Now, sure, as soon as I said, he does find the Spell Prism, which is like the most fortunate item for a puck, but you can see the reasoning of why he was carrying it for so long in the game.
The moment has passed and nothing to be done even with one hero off the map.
No, they can't get on the side of Vici yet.
VP immediately looking to group up and maybe try and even get the jump from the low ground. With the way that GPK has been playing, if he catches anybody up there, he will quickly get himself in and out of the base of VG Gaming to start the fight off.
Wade's pushing in. GPK ports bottom anyway, just a push. And they are still smoked, especially on the two backline heroes, the Earthshaker and the Silencer, who had a rough game in the early game versus this Clockwork, but ever since the early game, it's just been easy pickings for them. DY unable to really find the opportunities when VP all started grouping up. VP really, yeah, look at that confidence, like just really starting to get the taunts going as they should. Win probability at 90%.
Yeah, they did certainly struggle in game 1, so having this sort of a game 2 performance is huge for VP.
GPK breaks the smoke, backs away, and I believe they prevented them from getting any of their tier 4 items too. They haven't been able to find a single neutral on the side of Vici in the last couple minutes.
DY, he's not going to want to go. A little too far out. I mean, they try and make the move, but nobody to be caught. They immediately back off, straight back to the base and look to reset.
So I'm getting some small gains there for Poyoyo, almost up to his next item. But still not quite enough, as he is still going to struggle versus that Medusa.
Yeah, with the BKB on Nightfall, it's pretty much the point where he can stand tall on the high ground, take these objectives with very little, if anything, being able to be done by VG's heroes against him. Certainly has geared up to this point to becoming pretty much invincible.
I'm surprised they haven't just gone into the Roche pit again.
Radiant are scanning.
Starting to ping it out, maybe looking to fix out the bottom lane before they do head into that pit, but I believe they're going to look to at least go in there quite soon, because it does feel pretty impossible for Vici to get over toward that Roche. If they take a fight around the Roche pit, it's disaster for them, because that's very likely where VP still has all the information, all the vision, and then that's where Nightfall can just actually start to hit heroes, which is, I think, what he really wants to do at this point. 545 last hits on this Medusa. I think he's done farming. I think he really wants to start killing.
I mean, there's only so much more that he can really pick up at this stage. He is. And an incredible peak of power here we see on the CS, 550 CS in this 14-minute game.
Level 27 as well, so on top of Butterfly, has the evasion talent too, so again, even more so mentioning how much Strau's going to struggle.
They will head into the pit now. VG Gaming are not going to be able to make any move over here. They're still going to have to play the waiting game. Stepping out towards Roshan is not an option.
Wait till what, though, right? Because they aren't, like we said, Butterfly is done for Poyoyo. DK's finished his Aghanim Scepter, so they're starting to get all these items, but how are they going to kill Medusa?
They've got 3 of them heading over, not the full squad. Maybe seeing if they could go for some sort of Aegis steal, but as it is, VP themselves have backed out of the pit. They don't want to even give that little bit of an opportunity for maybe DY to make some smart play with a hook shot. So they don't push on for the Roche.
I feel like they're being just a little bit too hesitant.
You think they can just go get this?
I think they can just go in there. This Medusa is enormous. They have global for coverage too. I guess they are fearful of the steal.
They just don't want the steal, yeah.
But
yep. I mean, that must be it.
They know where he is now. Yeah. That rocket gave away his positioning. He's going to see the sentry too. Now they're 100% aware. They see DY.
He's doing his best to get an angle to try and get in on this. They will push him away. He tries to TP out, but the fish is there. As he's gone, VP playing it as safe as they possibly could there, really. At the same time, down on the bottom, PYW also taken out. I mean, VP, they're just really leaving nothing up to chance here. They're keeping all of their exits covered in this game.
That is very true. They will find PYW, who's been split pushing most of the game. And speaking of PYW, I mean, 8-3-4. He's been I think, quietly sliding along with some excellent score for his team, but you just feel that gloom just continuing to come. There's just no solution for the Medusa. They're going to try.
It's going to be a deep skewer. But do they have anywhere near the damage to take this man down the once, let alone the twice? And it doesn't look like it. Nightfall, still in fighting shape. Took a little bit of a bruising, but still feeling confident. We'll see another round. It's going to be pretty deep here where he loses the Aegis, though. This is behind tier 4. They've found the drow. BKB comes down, Poyoyo over the Hurricane Pipe back to safety. RP's down. They've caught Nightfall. Have they got the damage? Hook shot over. He gets the BKB off. Now he's going to look to try and repulse the Stone Gaze. Poyoyo, he's out of the game. No buyback on the drow. Nightfall still good to go. DY looking to get away. The kisses from PYW coming out from the base. Dragon Tail stun in. Nightfall, he's still able to move away. BKB's popped by the Dragon Knight as Ori trying to kill off this Medusa, but they just cannot. Nightfall still alive. GPK ready to jump back in. Diving past the Ancient. Kills off Old 11. 3 dead. No buyback. Ori stopped outside of his base. The E-Blade blast, but then GPK styling on them outside of the fountain.
GPK. What a game by him. 11-0-10. Drow Ranger Poyoyo thinks he got away. Puck comes in with the E-Blade with the Dagon, easily able to clean him up at the end there. Almost bringing down the Medusa the second time. But
I mean, yeah, this is... It really is just one of those games to be able to pull out this sort of a performance on the main stage. GPK, no nerves whatsoever. I mean, just look at the net worth. I mean, Nightfall has been having the most insane game when it comes to farming, but GPK, because of these plays and these kills, he's nearly as farmed as his Medusa.
He is about to have nothing else he can purchase except for Moonshard. He has the bot. I mean, bots too, fine. But he's got a Dagon 5 once he fences gold. He's got everything. That is ridiculous.
I mean, I enjoy it now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think GPK is going to get a player's puck again here.
No, especially not in
teams aren't letting this through.
Especially now when they have all these heroes that are just like, I mean, that they would have liked versus, especially that DK, just unable to find any grabs on him. Yeah, it's been the GPK show, really. And Vici, it really feels like they've been trapped inside their base now for what feels like 10, 15 minutes. VP. I feel like VP is doing the Vici to Vici right now.
Sure.
Right? Because this is what Vici does to teams where they're like, oh, we're going to get ahead. We're going to stay ahead. We're going to suffocate you. We're going to make you feel miserable inside your base. And look at, I mean, it's Vici this time around stuck in their base, probably feeling quite miserable for the last 10 to 15 minutes.
This is what you want to do, you know, game 2 and getting the equalizer here. You know, there's going to be one more game to the series if you can close this up, and you want to make sure that you've been able to push your enemy into a pretty rough mental state before that final game. And this sort of drawn-out, slow win is definitely not going to be fun to be on the receiving end of.
Bottom. Easy kill.
No buyback, of course, still for Ori. Still on that long cooldown after the last fight. But now with it being 4 versus 5, this could be VP finally having mercy and look to put an end to this. Odd 11 is a deep skewer. Instantly out with the ultimate though. GPK ready to jump in. He's looking towards Poyoyo on the backlines. They've killed off Old 11. They're in on top of the drow. Leashed up as well by the Dream Coil. Poyoyo tries to stun, hook shot back in over towards the end. They take out DM, but GPK then pushes back Poyoyo.
What a monster. He's just standing his ground, high-fiving Poyoyo while Dagon-5ing him, while E-blading him. 40k gold lead. Looking to close this one out finally. GG is...
They call it. They call it, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. VP taking game 2 here against VG Gaming. And my goodness, what a game by them. What a game coming back after what was a pretty darn tough game 1 against VG Gaming. And yeah, I mean, we've said it many times and we'll say it again. GPK's puck, my goodness, that sort of showing here on the main stage is, I mean, speechless. Yes, that sort of puck play.
Poyoyo ends the game 3-8-7. He got away with the laning phase too. He had a pretty good start, and then it was just a GPK show, finding him over and over and over again. Same thing with the Willow. Very good plays coming out from all of VP, just getting on top of the targets, knowing who to prioritize. Excellent game from them. Couldn't ask for more.
That really was. They knew exactly what to get done then. It'll be very interesting to see how VG Gaming returns to this and tries to break down this approach from VP. Of course, they did try something in this game, VG Gaming, that we haven't seen too much. We have seen a bit of Drow here and there, but it's not really been the go-to carry of the patch. So maybe some sort of testing out there that they won't return to in game 3, as I imagine. They'll try something different. They're definitely going to have to consider taking away some of these strengths from VP, though. Yeah, GPK puck, Nightfall on the deuce of these two cores just popping off this game as VP. They'll get the equalizer for now. 1-1 between Virtus Pro and VG Gaming right now.
People were doubting Virtus Pro's mental fortitude, and I think this game proves that they were wrong to do so, because they just made an incredible comeback. Lizard, what happened?
What happened is, you put it really well, an incredible comeback. The puck versus the Drow Ranger, we were talking in the green room quite a bit about the interaction, but the interaction that I want to talk about at the beginning, just for a little while, is the Earthshaker and his ultimate. Not sure what was happening over there. Should we not?
We didn't see anything.
However, it played a mental game versus VG Gaming. They see him, he's using his ulti, hitting no one. Then they're like, okay, let's go. They go all in, and then the counterplays happen. And the Drow goes a little bit too deep. The Puck ulti follows up, and every single teamfight had the same storyline. If Puck gets on top of the Drow Ranger, the teamfight is won for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Puck was completely popping off GPK. We said after the first game ended, we wanted to see him on something playmaking, not on Razor. He's not that type of a hero, because you can do so many things with Puck. You know, you can play in the back lines. He finished this game with 13-1 and 11. He had Poyoyo's number. I think it also comes down to Poyoyo's item build. He bought Falcon Blade as his first item, so that he delayed his BKB timing, which was very crucial in this game. They needed to keep the pressure out on the map, but GPK was just completely dominating Poyoyo in every single fight, getting on top of him. And also we can go back to GPK's item build in this game, going for the Witchblade into Blink Dagger, Boots of Travel to be even putting out more pressure on the map, playing the side lanes, and kind of counter-fighting, counter-reacting to whatever Clockwork is doing.
Yeah, it felt like for Vici, they couldn't move around the map as quickly as they'd like. Like, yeah, they had all these heroes that theoretically answered the Puck, theoretically answered the Earthshaker with the Clockwork, the DK with the Insta-Stun, but they just weren't able to... I mean, they needed to be more active, but that's just not what VG Gaming do well. So they were kind of sitting back and, well, you're letting this Medusa free farm. Medusa looking like a really key hero for this matchup.